list even includes Bangladeshi citizens who have arrived for medical treatment. Because we're getting fresh information, we'll have to wait for all the updates in this case. This inferno has even claimed the life of a Bangladeshi citizen. Bangladeshi citizens who arrived here for medical treatment. Now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. Manipur's NRC demand has triggered fresh tension in Imphal, with protesters now confronting authorities over the ongoing census process. The JFD has been demanding that NRC updation be carried out before the census, citing concerns over demographic changes and illegal migration. Meanwhile, Manipur government spokesperson Sapam Ranjan Singh says that the government itself is pursuing the NRC issue with the centre. Here is more on the story.
Fresh tension erupted in Imphal East as JFD protesters gathered outside the Deputy Commissioner's office, objecting to the census training session conducted inside the DC campus. 4 representatives of the protesters entered the office to meet the Imphal East DC and raise their concerns over the ongoing exercise. But the situation escalated outside the DC office. Protesters prepared to prevent people from entering the DC campus for the training. During the confrontation, several protesters were injured while attempting to enter the DC office premises. Meanwhile, the government's position on the matter has become significant. Manipur government spokesperson Sapam Ranjan Singh says demographic changes and illegal immigration remain key concerns for Manipur, while the JFD is demanding that the NRC process precede the census.
I would like to put on record that the government has been very, very serious about the NRC and the census, and the concern is more of the demographic changes, the demographic imbalance that is in our state, and also the issue of illegal migrants that has been the most concern by the Manipuris.
The Manipur government has maintained that it is pursuing NRC updation with the centre, while a delegation of MLAs is expected to press the union government on the demand. However, protesters fear that moving ahead with the census without first addressing their concerns over citizenship and migration could undermine the exercise. For now, the NRC census dispute has spilled onto the streets, with 5 protesters injured and hospitalized, while tensions continuing outside government offices in Imphal.
Well, it was time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Mumbai police begins legal process to conduct in absentia trial against Hafiz Saeed and 5 others involved in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks. Coming up next, all details on that and a lot more.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Pure शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Quiet. You're very disrespectful in front of this young man. We can't go around and protect all of these countries, especially when they're not there to help us.
In the recent episode of Tantrums, U.S. President Donald Trump is openly frustrated with South Korea. The U.S. president has scaled down joint military drills with Seoul as a clear pressure tactic.
South Korea has been
break, but don't go anywhere. This is about Tarun Tejpal, a rape case where the court has said that 10 years not enough.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
हिंदुस्तान के अंदर, सिस्टम के अंदर इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिवोल्ट हो रहा है। तो आप सोचती हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। वो 3 साल पहले फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर के मैसेजेस मेरे पास आ रहे हैं। हेड ऑफ इंटेलिजेंस सिस्टम, सीनियर जुडिशरी, सारों के सारे रिवोल्ट कर रहे हैं, इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहे हैं हमें। तो जो कंट्रोल का सिस्टम था एक तरफ से, वो कोलैप्स कर रहा है अंदर से, क्योंकि लोगों को दिख रहा है कि जनता का प्रेशर अब ऐसा भयंकर आएगा, अगर हम इस रास्ते पे चलते गए तो हमारे लिए रिस्क हो जाएगा। आप क्या सोचते हो, अगर जनता को मालूम है कि इलेक्शन सिस्टम रिग्ड है और जनता की मतलब इकोनॉमिक प्रेशर, गरीबी, दर्द के कारण जनता में गुस्सा आ गया, आप क्या सोचते हो कि इलेक्शन कमिश्नर को डर नहीं लगेगा कल क्या होने वाला है? तो अब क्या हो रहा है, सिस्टम अंदर से ऐसे हिल रहा है पूरा। और मैं आपको ये बता दूं कि मेरे पास इंफॉर्मेशन आ रही है, सिस्टम मुझे इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहा है। वोट चोरी हो रही है और अब हमारे पास ओपन एंड शट प्रूफ है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन वोट चोरी में इन्वॉल्व है। और मैं लाइटली नहीं बोल रहा हूं, मैं 100% प्रूफ के साथ बोल रहा हूं, ठीक है। और आप सबको पता लग जाएगा, जैसे ही हमने ये रिलीज किया पूरे देश को पता लग जाएगा कि इलेक्शन कमीशन वोटर चोरी करा रहा है।
the Election Commission, I believe, not only has a responsibility to the nation, but it has a responsibility to itself. That there should not be any doubts left in the minds of the public about this entire credibility of our elections. The elections matter to the whole country. And our democracy is too precious to be jeopardized by doubts about whether there is duplicate voting, whether there are multiple addresses, whether there are fake votes.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट का भी निर्णय आया है ईवीएम के बारे में और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है कि हर नागरिक को ईसीआई पे विश्वास रखना चाहिए, इलेक्शन कमीशन पे विश्वास रखना चाहिए, वो सही भी है।
Republic exposes serious lapses in food quality in major food chains, warehouses, canteens across Mumbai, Bengaluru, Ahmedabad, Mathura. Big focus on food safety. Massive setback for rapist Tarun Tejpal. Goa government moves top court against Tejpal's 10-year sentence. Says 10 years not enough, seeks maximum sentence for 2013 rape case. Republic accesses Twisha's last messages from 3 days before her death. Twisha mentioned of Samarth harassing her about her pregnancy, expressed she was in pain. Anti-Corruption Bureau arrests former Delhi Minister and senior AAP leader Satyendar Jain in connection to Delhi Jal Board scam. 6 including Satyendar arrested. Mumbai police began legal process to conduct in absentia trial against Hafiz Saeed and 5 others involved in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks. Good morning, viewers. Welcome to Live This Morning with me, Karun, on Republic. Now, starting with our first story today, US media reports President Trump pushes for meeting with North Korean leader during the upcoming Asia visit. Now, according to US media reports, Donald Trump is pushing to hold a meeting with none other than the notorious North Korean leader Kim Jong-un during his upcoming visit to Asia. Now, the Trump-Kim meeting may be held in November. Trump is once again seeking to persuade Kim to abandon his country's nuclear program. Now remember, Trump was the first US president to actually set foot on North Korean soil during his first term. In recent days, he's been very critical of their South Korean ally, accusing them of not helping the US in its war efforts against Iran. And now Trump is actually reaching out to Kim Jong-un and during his upcoming Asia visit, President Trump, in fact, is pushing to hold a meeting with the North Korean leader. Now, remember, President Trump has been the first US president who's been, in fact, very willing to engage with the North Korean leader, Kim Jong-un. And he was, in fact, the first US president to ever set foot on the North Korean soil. In recent days, again, he's been critical of South Korea and he's actually decided to limit the presence of US forces and the US military support to South Korea because he was unhappy, and which he's clearly stated in media interviews, that he was unhappy that while the US supports South Korea did not extend the same kind of support to the US in their talks with Iran. He's publicly said that he has a great relationship with Kim Jong-un, and he stated that he's great friends with the North Korean leader. Now, moving on, related to US again, in the major escalation in the US-Iran standoff, Donald Trump has said that there are no talks underway between Iran and the US. Now, Trump has also claimed that US naval blockade remains in full force while saying that the Strait of Hormuz is open and operating. But what has triggered a sharp reaction is a map posted by Donald Trump that shows Strait of Hormuz as US territory. Take a look.
A fresh escalation in the US-Iran standoff. Donald Trump has claimed that there are no talks or conversations underway with Iran. In a Truth Social post, Trump said no talks are taking place or even scheduled, while claiming the US naval blockade remains in full force. Trump also claimed the Strait of Hormuz is open and operating and that all water mines have been removed or detonated. But Trump's next move has drawn even more attention as he posted a map showing the Strait of Hormuz marked as new US territory. Meanwhile, Iran has rejected the US claims, with officials insisting the strait will always belong to Iran. The latest developments come as the earlier ceasefire and negotiating framework collapsed, with no permanent deal in sight. With no talks on the table and the strait at the center of the standoff, the US-Iran confrontation appears far from over.
Now, Pakistan's Supreme Court has passed its verdict on Imran Khan's medical treatment amid growing concerns over his health in jail. The development comes after a medical report flagged fluctuation in his blood pressure, headaches, palpitations, and severe mental stress. Khan's family has been demanding proper hospital treatment, and the latest court order now paves the way for his treatment outside jail. Take a look.
Pakistan's Supreme Court has given its verdict on Imran Khan's medical treatment. The court has ordered a full medical examination of the jailed former Prime Minister. The court also ordered for his transfer to Shifa International Hospital. It has said no politics should be played over Khan's transfer to the hospital. His family and political leaders must ensure there are no gatherings or political activities at the hospital.
हमें अदालत तो जो हकपरस्त जजेस हैं उनसे उम्मीद यही है कि वो इंसाफ करेंगे और एक जज सिर्फ खड़ा हो गया और उसने इंसाफ किया। 9 अप्रैल 2022 से लेकर जो पाकिस्तान तहरीक इंसाफ इमरान खान साहब के साथ ज्यादती, जबर, फस्तायत, जुल्म हो रहा था, तो एक फैसला उसका अजाला नहीं कर सकते। हम चाहते हैं कि मजीद इंसाफ। थैंक यू।
Imran Khan's sister, Dr. Azma Khan, and his personal physician will be with him.
अल्लाह का शुक्र है, इमरान खान का मुआयना हो जाएगा अस्पताल में और इलाज हो जाएगा। अल्लाह का शुक्र है, हम शुक्रगुजार हैं अदालत का। इस वक्त जब हम मायूस हो गए थे, अल्लाह ताला ने इन लोगों ने हमें इमरान खान को रिलीफ दिया। इमरान खान को लेने जा रहे हैं डाला? नहीं, 2 दिन के बाद रिटर्न ऑर्डर नहीं आया, उसका इंतजार करें ना। रिटर्न ऑर्डर।
The verdict comes amid growing concern over Imran Khan's health. A medical report submitted to the court says Khan reported fluctuating blood pressure, headaches, restlessness, palpitations, and severe mental stress on August 1st. Imran Khan's family has been demanding proper hospital-based treatment. With Supreme Court's latest orders, it sets the terms for his medical care.
Viewers, you're watching live this morning with me, Karun. Moving on, a German court has convicted a Ukrainian national on espionage charges linked to an alleged Russian-backed sabotage plot. Now, prosecutors said the accused helped send packages fitted with GPS trackers to monitor delivery routes, allegedly paving the way for future attacks using incendiary devices. Now, while one man was sentenced, 2 other defendants were acquitted due to lack of evidence. Has more on the story.
What began as a parcel shipment has exposed an espionage operation with links to Russian intelligence. A German court has sentenced a 30-year-old Ukrainian national to 1 year and 3 months in prison after finding him guilty of helping send packages equipped with GPS trackers through Ukrainian delivery service. According to German prosecutors, the packages contained car spare parts along with tracking devices. Investigators believe the trackers were meant to monitor transport routes and shipping procedures. The Federal Prosecutor's Office alleged that the operation was directed by a Russian intelligence service through intermediaries and was part of preparations for a larger sabotage campaign.
Den 3, 22, 25 und 30 Jahre alten Angeklagten wurde mit den Anklagen des Generalbundesanwalts vorgeworfen, sie hätten sich arbeitsteilig im März 2025 am Versand von 2 Paketen über einen ukrainischen Versanddienstleister beteiligt. In diesen Paketen sollen sich neben Autoersatzteilen jeweils GPS-Tracker befunden haben. Der Auftrag zum Versand soll von einem russischen Nachrichtendienst ausgegangen sein und dazu gedient haben, Versandrouten und Abläufe auszuspionieren, um dann, wie bereits geplant gewesen sein soll, später Brandsätze zu versenden und diese zu zünden, um dadurch einen möglichst großen Schaden auf der Versandroute in Deutschland oder anderen Orten auszulösen.
Investigators surmised the next phase would have involved parcels carrying incendiary devices designed to ignite during transit and cause maximum damage.
Dieser Angeklagte wurde deshalb vom Senat zu einer Freiheitsstrafe von 1 Jahr und 3 Monaten verurteilt. Bei der Strafzumessung war unter anderem zu berücksichtigen, dass sich die Tathandlungen des verurteilten Angeklagten weit im Vorfeld einer tatsächlichen Durchführung von Sabotageakten bewegte. Eine konkrete Planung der russischen Auftraggeberseite dahin, dass verbindlich Sabotageakte auf diesem Weg realisiert werden sollten, konnte vom Senat nicht festgestellt werden.
The court concluded that the convicted man knew the shipment could be used to gather intelligence for possible sabotage targets and that the instructions ultimately originated from a Russian state agency. But with no proven operational attack plan, the case ended with 1 conviction, 2 acquittals and fresh scrutiny over alleged Russian espionage activities in Europe.
All right, viewers, let's look at what's happening across the world now with our international wrap. An ambulance carrying out Ebola response operations was attacked in Bunia, Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, as hostility towards healthcare workers hampers efforts to contain the outbreak. Now, the World Health Organization says nearly 5,000 people have been infected, including 2,325 deaths. More than 600 health experts and community workers are being deployed for surveillance, contact tracing and case detection. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky met Belgian Foreign Minister Maxime Prévost in Kiev with talks focused on Ukraine's European Union membership bid, military assistance and frozen Russian assets. Belgium has backed Ukraine since Russia's 2022 invasion. Now, the meeting comes as Kiev presses European allies for more weapons, air defense systems and stronger support for its path towards European Union membership. Now, fierce fighting between Somali government forces and militias in Baidoa killed dozens of combatants and at least 4 civilians, while 98 people were wounded, including 28 women. Now, government officials said nearly 30 attackers were killed, though Southwest authorities reported about 50. Now, Al-Shabaab fighters were also reportedly involved, intensifying concerns over the conflict's escalation in the city. 2 explosions tore through an industrial recycling facility in Toledo, Ohio, early Tuesday, triggering a massive fire and sending thick smoke into the sky. Now, fire officials said 2 workers were unaccounted for and several others suffered minor injuries. Crew battled hazardous chemicals, tanks and contaminated runoff as emergency responders worked to contain the blaze and locate the missing workers. Peruvian archaeologists have uncovered skeletal remains believed to be a ritual offering at Puquiana, a 1,300-year-old ceremonial center in Lima. The adult body was deliberately positioned beside an underground channel with its skull facing west towards the sea and a ceremonial pyramid. The discovery offers fresh clues into burial and ritual practices of the ancient Lima culture. Now, viewers, carrying on another Air India story. An Air India Vancouver Delhi flight was diverted after a passenger suffered a medical emergency. The passenger was treated and is reportedly doing better, but Air India has not yet disclosed the nature of the emergency or responded to questions over a possible narcotics angle in this. Now, the flight later returned to Vancouver due to crew duty time limits. Here's a look.
Air India flight A186 flying from Vancouver to Delhi was diverted to Fairbanks, Alaska following a medical emergency on board. The affected passenger was disembarked in Fairbanks and provided immediate medical attention. The airline, however, has not disclosed the nature of the medical emergency. Air India was questioned specifically on whether there was any narcotics angle linked to the incident. The airline has remained silent on those questions, neither confirming nor denying any drugs-related possibility. After completing formalities in Fairbanks, the aircraft departed, but subsequently returned to Vancouver due to crew duty time limitations. Passengers are now being assisted in Vancouver with hotel accommodation and rebooking on alternative flights.
Now, viewers, moving on to some international news again. NATO has stepped up combat readiness on its eastern flank with a major multinational military exercise in Romania. Now, around 1,000 troops and hundreds of military vehicles from 7 allied nations took part in the drills, aimed at testing battlefield coordination, combat preparedness, and the ability of NATO forces to operate together in a high-intensity conflict scenario. There's more on the story for you.
Trench warfare, armored assaults, and battlefield engineering operations. Romania's Cincu training ground turned into a simulated combat zone as nearly 1,000 NATO troops and hundreds of military vehicles rolled into action for a large-scale multinational exercise. Soldiers from Belgium, France, Italy, Luxembourg, Portugal, Spain and Romania participated in the drills, designed to test interoperability and combat effectiveness under battlefield conditions.
This exercise involved multiple level 4 battle groups. We did a tactical situation for the battle group. With enemy coming from the south and the east, which was supposed to take the region of Cincu, and our battle group regrouped with also Romanian and Italians were supposed to stop this battle group. So the main battle was happening in Cincu.
The exercise simulated an enemy advance from multiple directions, forcing Allied troops to coordinate their response in a complex operational environment. Military planners say the drills are intended to sharpen joint training standards and ensure forces can operate seamlessly within a multinational framework. The exercise combined infantry maneuvers with engineering support units and armored formations, recreating conditions of high-intensity warfare.
We use all the means available. That meant that, first of all, of course, the main battle was taking place between the infantry. Infantry was on the ground. We also had the help of engineers demining some minefields, also some obstacles. As we are armored battle group, we of course used our tanks, main battle tanks, Leclerc, Ariete, to crush the enemy and have a high intensity warfare.
Among the equipment on display was the French Army's Griffin armored vehicle used to transport combat engineers and provide communications and fire support on the battlefield.
Oui, alors il s'appelle le Griffon. C'est le matériel spécifique qui arme aujourd'hui toutes les unités de combat du génie. Sa principale vocation, c'est de transporter un groupe du génie, donc le chef de groupe et 7 autres personnels. Elle est équipée avec un radiotireur qui a pour principale mission d'utiliser les transmissions, de faire les comptes rendus et également d'appuyer par le feu au besoin son groupe s'il se retrouve au contact. On a le pilote qui gère tout l'environnement du véhicule et ensuite le groupe qui évolue à l'intérieur est amené à débarquer en fonction des missions qui lui sont confiées.
As security concerns continue to grow across Europe, NATO says such exercises remain crucial for strengthening collective defense capabilities and ensuring allied forces are prepared to respond rapidly to any emerging threat.
Now viewers, you're watching live this morning with me, Karun Seth on Republic. Don't go anywhere, we'll pause for a short break. And coming up after, Republic accesses Twisha's last messages from 3 days before her death. Twisha mentioned of Samarth harassing her about her pregnancy, expressed she was in deep pain.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Now viewers, the search for survivors continues in Indonesia's East Nusa Tenggara province after a powerful earthquake struck the island of Flores. At least 70 people have been killed, nearly 1,200 injured, and thousands of homes damaged. Rescue teams are carrying out fresh sweeps of devastated villages while tens of thousands of displaced residents struggle with shortages of shelter, water, and electricity. Here's more on this report.
3 days after a powerful earthquake rocked Indonesia's Flores Island, rescue teams are still combing through damaged villages in a desperate search for survivors. In some of the worst hit areas of Lambaleda, collapsed homes, shattered public buildings and blocked roads bear witness to the scale of the disaster. More than 40,000 people remain displaced, with thousands sheltering in tents and temporary camps.
Patroli untuk menyisir kembali kalau ada warga yang membutuhkan pertolongan ataupun evakuasi medis. Kita tentunya akan siap sambil nanti melihat membersihkan akses karena memang di beberapa titik masih ada jalan-jalan yang sebagian masih tertutup.
Emergency crews inspected a collapsed mosque and a heavily damaged community health center while teams worked through piles of debris, helping residents recover whatever belongings they could salvage. For many survivors, years of hard work disappeared in seconds.
Sebenarnya saya berpikir dari kecapaiannya kerja, kok tiba-tiba sesaat ambruk. Sebenarnya kecewanya luar biasa. Tetapi kalau dilihat juga artinya bukan saya sendiri, mumpung banyak orang juga yang mengalami seperti saya, sehingga ya mau bilang apa, terima saja kenyataannya.
The quake has not only destroyed homes, but also damaged churches and mosques. mosques that once served as the heart of these communities.
'Now,
Families remain traumatized, with many recalling the terrifying moments when buildings began collapsing around them.
Kami mau keluar, posisi kami masih di dalam kamar, terjebak. Saya mencoba untuk membuka pintu kamar, tapi runtuhan materialnya sudah mulai turun sehingga kami terjebak di dalam. Kemudian semua tumpukan menimpa kami bertiga, saya, istri dan anak.
Authorities have airlifted some of the injured for treatment, but relief efforts continue amid widespread destruction. Residents say their immediate needs now go beyond food aid.
Bahwa kami di sini ada banyak kekurangan, ya, sepertinya air bersih, listrik, dan kami minta mohon dukungan dari pemerintah untuk membantu kami di sini dengan kekurangan-kekurangan yang ada.
With thousands still displaced and entire communities struggling to rebuild, the focus remains on finding anyone who may still need help. However, survivors face the long and difficult road to recovery after one of the deadliest earthquakes to hit the region in recent years.
All right, viewers, time to pause for a short break. Coming up right after, massive setback for rapist Tarun Tejpal. The Goa government moves the top court against Tejpal's 10-year sentence. Says 10 years is not enough. Seeks maximum sentence for the 2013 rape case against Tarun Tejpal.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हिंदुस्तान के अंदर, सिस्टम के अंदर इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिवोल्ट हो रहा है। तो आप सोचती हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। वो 3 साल पहले फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर के मैसेजेस मेरे पास आ रहे हैं। हेड ऑफ इंटेलिजेंस सिस्टम, सीनियर जुडिशरी, सारों के सारे रिवोल्ट कर रहे हैं, इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहे हैं हमें। तो जो कंट्रोल का सिस्टम था एक तरफ से, वो कोलैप्स कर रहा है अंदर से, क्योंकि लोगों को दिख रहा है कि जनता का प्रेशर अब ऐसा भयंकर आएगा, अगर हम इस रास्ते पे चलते गए तो हमारे लिए रिस्क हो जाएगा। आप क्या सोचते हो, अगर जनता को मालूम है कि इलेक्शन सिस्टम रिग्ड है और जनता की मतलब इकोनॉमिक प्रेशर, गरीबी, दर्द के कारण जनता में गुस्सा आ गया, आप क्या सोचते हो कि इलेक्शन कमिश्नर को डर नहीं लगेगा कल क्या होने वाला है? तो अब क्या हो रहा है, सिस्टम अंदर से ऐसे हिल रहा है पूरा। और मैं आपको ये बता दूं कि मेरे पास इंफॉर्मेशन आ रही है, सिस्टम मुझे इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहा है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
welcome viewers. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, massive action taken in the Delhi Jal Board scam as 6 accused have now been arrested, including former Delhi Minister and Aam Aadmi Party leader Satyendar Jain. Today, all 6 will be produced before the Rouse Avenue Court. We'll get you all the details. But first up, a quick check at the top headlines we're tracking at this hour. Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Anti-Corruption Bureau arrests former Delhi Minister AAP leader Satyendar Jain in connection to Delhi Jal Board scam. Massive setback for rapist Tarun Tejpal. Goa government moves top court against Tejpal's 10-year sentence. Says 10 years not enough. Seeks maximum sentence for 2013 rape case. NTA overhaul brings a 4-tier paper checking removal of 600 experts in CISF secured premises. Republic exposes serious lapses in food quality in major food chains, warehouses, canteens across Mumbai, Bengaluru, Ahmedabad, Mathura. Mumbai police began action in a major case. Legal process to start in absentia of Hafid Saeed and 5 others involved in 26 Mumbai attacks. Hello viewers, you're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra, and our top focus at this hour. Aam Aadmi Party leader and former Delhi Minister Satyendar Jain is now all set to be produced before a special MP-MLA court today after being arrested by the Delhi Anti-Corruption Branch in the alleged Delhi Jal Board corruption case. Now, the ACB is probing alleged irregularities in the tendering process for a sewage treatment projects, with Jain among the 6 people arrested in the case so far. So today, a big development is all set to come in this case as Jain, along with the 5 others, will be produced before Rouse Avenue Court, and this is by ACB. Now, remember, this comes in as there were 6 arrests made by Anti-Corruption Branch yesterday, and we understand that today Satyendar Jain will be produced before an MP-MLA court. Comes in after their arrest by Anti-Corruption Branch in alleged Delhi Jal Board corruption case. The ACB here, viewers, is probing alleged irregularities in the tendering process for sewage treatment projects. And with Jain among the 6 people arrested in the case, today a crucial development is set to take place before the Rouse Avenue Court as well. Now remember, this also comes in as there have been several allegations coming to light against these 6 who were involved in the tender process of the sewage treatment plants at Delhi Jal Board. Now, there are allegations that there were several manipulations that were made in the entire tender process to favor some companies, and the money was routed through middlemen to these 6 accused.
ये जो जल बोर्ड का घोटाला सीवर के एसटीपी प्लांट बनाने में हुआ, ये पैसे की ट्रेल भी मंत्री, ठेकेदार, अधिकारियों में जांच में, अभी प्राइमरी जांच में सामने आई है। इसी कारण से यमुना के मुहाने पर जो एसटीपी प्लांट, सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट लगने थे, वो नहीं लग पाए और यमुना जी मैली की मैली रह गई। और जो कट्टर ईमानदार अपने आप को कहने वाले केजरीवाल और उसके मंत्री सत्येंद्र सिंह आज फिर जांच में कल्प्रिट पाए गए हैं, जिसके कारण से एसीबी ने उनको गिरफ्तार किया है। ये जो जल बोर्ड का घोटाला सीवर के एसटीपी प्लांट बनाने में हुआ, ये पैसे की ट्रेल भी मंत्री, ठेकेदार, अधिकारियों में जांच में, अभी प्राइमरी जांच में सामने आई है। इसी कारण से यमुना के मुहाने पर जो एसटीपी प्लांट, सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट लगने थे, वो नहीं लग पाए और यमुना जी मैली की मैली रह गई। और जो कट्टर ईमानदार अपने आप को कहने वाले केजरीवाल और उसके मंत्री सत्येंद्र सिंह आज फिर जांच में कल्प्रिट पाए गए हैं, जिसके कारण से एसीबी ने उनको गिरफ्तार किया है।
All right, here's my colleague Saurav, who's been closely tracking all the updates in this case, also joins us. Saurav, what are we expecting today? We understand all the 6 were arrested yesterday by ACB and today they will be produced before Rouse Avenue Court. So what are we expecting today?
Yes, Ishita. Currently, we are present outside the ACB Delhi office, and as you can see, the security has been heightened here as Aam Aadmi Party workers are expected to reach this location anytime soon to do a protest regarding the arrest of the senior leader Satyendar Jain and the former water minister. And currently, Satyendar Jain along with 5 others who got arrested in this Delhi Jal Board scam case are currently present inside the ACB office only. And I want to tell our viewers that this scam revolves around the 4 tenders which was floated for the upgradation of the sewage treatment plants of the Delhi Jal Board. And in this, there were several discrepancies which were found by the agencies in the tenders which were floated by the DJB in 2022. And some of the discrepancies I would like to point out here is that one discrepancy is that it is mandatory to do a pilot run of the upgradation of the STP before a tender is awarded to any company. But in this case, that was not done by the this process was not followed during the floating of this tender process. And apart from this, several kickback payments were also received by these public servants, as the then DJB CEO Udit has received 1.52 crore rupees in his personal account, and before this tender got awarded to the Eurotech Environment Private Limited, and after this tender got awarded to the Eurotech Environment Private Limited, they have also purchased immovable assets from that money, and this scam is a total of rupees 17.7 crores. And the ED has also investigated this case, and they have also filed the charge sheet in 2025. And yesterday night, Satyendar Jain along with 5 others have been arrested in this case, and today they will be produced before the Rouse Avenue Court today, Ishita.
All right. In fact, thanks, Saurav. Do continue to stay with us. We're also getting our colleague Atul in this conversation. Atul, do tell us, Saurav was also explaining that there are multiple allegations regarding this over 1.5 crore scam in which these 6 men are accused. So what are the allegations against these men? And if you could decode the entire Delhi Jal Board scam for our viewers.
Well, this case was registered by the ACB on the complaint of the Vigilance Department, and there were certain kinds of allegations such as they were favoring 2 particular firms, and these 2 particular firms were paying a bribe to the former IAS officer, and this bribe was used to buy land in Delhi. Based on this, the ACB launched a case and they started the investigation, and this is the first time then they have arrested 6 persons, including the IAS officer and Satyendar Jain, who is the former Delhi Jal Board minister. Yesterday night he was grilled, and this morning he will be produced before Rouse Avenue Court. First he will be taken to the district court where they will move
Right, please go ahead.
So he will be first produced before the Rouse Avenue Court. The Anti-Corruption Bureau will move application, and then the Rouse Avenue Court's district judge will decide who will be the judge who will hearing this case. This will be sent to the special MP MLA court because Satyendar Jain is an ex-MLA, and then they will be produced before the second court, which will be of a special MP MLA court, and then the ACB will seek custodial remand of maybe 10 days or 15 days.
All right, so those are the next steps which should be followed up in their legal proceedings. Thanks so much to both Atul and Saurav for joining us and decoding what exactly are we expecting today in this big case. Thanks so much. Now we are shifting focus. NHRC bench of Priyank seeks now report on non-observance of Independence Day in government schools in border areas of Punjab. Now the NHRC bench of Shri Priyank Kanungo has taken cognizance of a complaint concerning the non-observance of Independence Day in government schools in Punjab. He's also sought a detailed report from the Punjab government over this. Now, the complaint specifically raised concerns regarding government schools in rural, remote and border areas where Independence Day celebrations were allegedly not conducted, potentially depriving children studying in these schools of an opportunity to participate in national celebrations. The bench, in fact, has directed the state government to examine whether children living in border and remote areas were denied the same educational, cultural and civic opportunities related to Independence Day that were available to children in other parts of the state. The Punjab government has also been asked to provide state-wise, district-wise as well as school-wise details regarding the observance of Independence Day on 15th August, including the number of government schools where national flag was hoisted, the national anthem was sung and the students who participated in the celebrations. The government has also been asked to identify schools where the prescribed activities were not conducted and explain the reasons for such non-compliance as well. All right, in fact, Saurav also joins us with more details on this. And now, a notice has been sent by NHRC to Punjab government seeking details of why these border schools did not participate in Independence Day celebrations. A compliance report has also been sought within the next 4 months. So give us more details as to how this incident was flagged, how it unfolded and what has been the NHRC's response on this.
Yes, Ashita, as you rightly mentioned that the NHRC has sought a report from the Punjab government over the celebration of Independence Day in the border areas, district-wise schools and the school-wise information. They have sought a report after they got a complaint over the non-observance of Independence Day in multiple Punjab government schools. And I want to tell our viewers that it is a mandatory order that on such kind of celebration, every government school has to put up a celebration in this regard for the students so that they can understand the value of the Independence Day. But according to the information, National Human Rights Commission has sought a report from the Punjab government as several of the schools, government schools, did not celebrate the Independence Day. It goes like a normal day, and because of that only now the NHRC has intervened in this matter and they have sought a report, and there was non-observance of several schools situated in the border areas, rural areas, urban areas, and they did not even celebrate the Independence Day. And now a report has been sought, so we are about to see that what unfolds next in this story.
Right, in fact, a big question being raised as to why exactly that happened in the first place, and of course answers will now be sought by Punjab government. Thanks so much, Saurav, for joining us and getting us the latest on this. And now we are shifting focus. ED has now raided premises linked to Samajwadi Party leader Azam Khan. The Enforcement Directorate now conducted operations at multiple locations in Rampur. The action was taken in connection with a case regarding the alleged use of black money in the construction of Johar University. Now, a list of dozens of cases registered against Azam Khan had also been shared with the ED before. Raids were conducted at the trust and the university itself. The ED carried out searches at Azam Khan's premises across Rampur, Saharanpur and Delhi as well. So a total of about 10 locations linked to Samajwadi Party leader Azam Khan were raided by ED, and this is in connection with the black money case. This involving the construction of Johar University. In fact, my colleague Atul also joins us with more details on this. Atul, what are we fetching on this front? ED is now, in fact, conducting a massive raids linked to Azam Khan, SP leader, and this is regarding the black money that was used in the construction of Johar University.
Well, the raids are still going on at 10 places in Rampur, Saharanpur and Delhi. This is related to a PMLA case which was lodged by the Enforcement Directorate based on a UP police FIR which was lodged against the Johar University and against the Samajwadi Party leader Azam Khan. The ED is looking for the proceeds of crime, financial record and a few digital evidence. This particular case is related to the diversion of government funds which was being used allegedly by Azam Khan for his personal benefit. The raids are currently going on and maybe later in the day that ED will brief about this.
All right. Thanks, Atul, for joining us and helping us understand what exactly is now unfolding with regard to ED raids as the SP leaders' premises. Thanks so much. Now we are shifting focus to what is unfolding right now in West Bengal. At least 9 people have been killed while 6 others were injured in a massive fire at a hotel in Kolkata. A massive fire has broken out in a hotel near New Market police station area in Kolkata. 9 people have been killed while 6 others have been injured in the incident. Now, the fire in fact broke out last night at about 2 a.m. is what we understand, and right now the fire has been doused completely. These are the visuals that we're getting from this morning from Kolkata. So the fire has now been doused, but we understand that the casualty toll currently stands at about 9 while 6 others have also been injured. It's a massive fire that broke out at this hotel in Kolkata. Investigation still continuing into what exactly triggered the massive blaze and were there negligence, in fact, on the part of the hotel owners. That's said to be investigated in the case. For now, we understand the death toll has reached about 9, while 6 other people have also been injured in this massive fire which broke out at a hotel in Kolkata. This hotel, in fact, is located near a New Market police station in the capital city of West Bengal, and this is the fire which broke out yesterday night at about 2 a.m. is when it started. For now, the fire has now been doused, but the death toll currently stands at about 9, and investigation still continuing into what exactly triggered the fire at this Kolkata hotel in the first place. So those are the visuals that we're getting of the fire which broke out at about 2 a.m. in night, and also the aftermath visuals from this morning where the fire has been completely doused. The entire area, as you can see, has been cordoned off and investigation launched into ascertaining the cause of the fire at this hotel. And now, viewers, people pay a premium for branded food. They trust restaurants, food chains and delivery platforms with their family's health. But across the country, inspections are now uncovering a dark reality. With every passing day, expired ingredients, spoiled food, pest infestations and shocking lapses in hygiene continue to come to light. Take a look at this report.
I must say that I've become a fan of this dynamic IAS officer, 2005 cadre officer, Tukaram Munde. He is an incredible guy and he's taken on the whole system. He's exposing something that we all suspected, but nobody dared to do anything about. Who's Tukaram Munde? I can tell you Tukaram Munde is a person who's known to be incredibly honest. He's been posted many times like all honest IAS officers. He's a man on a mission, currently posted as commissioner of the FDA, ladies and gentlemen, in Maharashtra. Now, in that role, he has to look at, by the way, he's been transferred 25 times in his career. In that role, he has to look at food safety standards, among other things, in Maharashtra. And there is a big drive that has happened in Maharashtra, ladies and gentlemen, and nobody has been spared. Today, following what Tukaram Munde has done, there are raids going across in food outlets all across the country. And no, it's not just local dhaba, but so-called branded fast food joints. Ladies and gentlemen, Domino's, KFC, Pizza Hut, McDonald's, Subway, Burger King, Starbucks, Mongini's, all of these, ladies and gentlemen, have faced some kind of action or the other. Several establishments have had their licenses suspended. 4 Domino's outlets have been suspended in one announcement. This is by the Maharashtra FDA. And the question that I have is, if Domino's is a problem in Maharashtra, are you sure that Domino's is okay in Delhi? Are you sure that Domino's is okay in Guwahati? Ladies and gentlemen, what these officials have done is they've gone into the kitchens, they've looked at the safety standards, they've looked at the nature of storage, they've looked at the food safety, they've looked at the way in which the items are stored before they are served. So what happens, you get a pizza or you get a burger, but you don't know what's gone into the lettuce or where the pizza has been made. This is not limited to Maharashtra, though what has happened now is a bigger issue. In Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh, there has been hundreds of kilograms of unsafe paneer and khoya which have been found. There is this phenomenon of analog paneer. In Mumbai, expired food products have been found. In Vileparle, Mumbai, a Domino's outlet operated by the company called Jubilant Foodworks was in a dilapidated condition with serious hygiene failures. In Pune, Maharashtra, a Burger King outlet was found operating with very low hygiene standards. In Thane, Maharashtra, inside a Blinkit outlet, rats were found. Stale chicken was found being used at a KFC outlet in Mangaluru in Karnataka. In Hoskote in Karnataka, food items at an establishment were found heavily infested with rats. In Bengaluru, Karnataka, an Indira canteen was raided and the conditions were found to be absolutely terrible. So this is happening all over, adulterated ghee, fake paneer, dirty establishments. And if you think this is only the restaurants, you're wrong. In Karnataka, 5-star hotels were raided. The Lalit Ashok, 32 liters of expired milk, 76 kilograms of meat and 200 kilograms of vegetables were seized. In Shangri-La Hotel in Bengaluru, 15 kilograms of meat was seized. At Four Seasons Hotel in Bengaluru, 19 kilograms of meat was seized. At Vivanta in Bengaluru, 3 kilograms of expired bakery products were seized. At the Radisson Blu in Bengaluru, 50 kilograms of chicken, meat, fish, vegetables were seized. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's not only the restaurants or the fast food joints where this is happening. The other part is, we are beginning to realize that some food is being allowed in India, which is not allowed anywhere else in the world because it's seen to be carcinogenic, because it's seen to be genotoxic. For example, titanium dioxide, which makes candles, gum, frostings and powdered drinks, it makes them look brighter. In America, it's not allowed. In European Union, it's not allowed. But in India, there is a sense of uncertainty over whether it's allowed or not allowed. Synthetic dyes, which are used to color food, sunset yellow, Allura red, right? This is not allowed in the European Union, but India permits these colors under FSSAI limits. Why do we allow this? Because we are then compromising the lives and the health of Indians and especially Indian children. Why are Indian children allowed to have food which contains synthetic dyes which are considered poisonous and genotoxic and toxic and carcinogenic elsewhere in the world? Even chewing gum, ladies and gentlemen, if you analyze the chewing gum, which children in India and others also use, it contains items such as titanium dioxide, Ponsio 4R, erythrocene, and other such additives which are permitted in Indian rules but are not allowed in the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, nobody has been spared. Dabur has managed to get a stay on those who were questioning Dabur honey, for example, and Dabur has got a stay. But Dabur should do more than just get a stay. Dabur must explain to the people of India, by the way, Dabur, I have a piece of advice for you. One thing is to hire lawyers and get a stay. The other is to make people believe that your honey is 100% pure. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I really think companies like Dabur should also send their representatives, talk about it. Giving one-line statements as they are doing with the corporate media is not an answer. So Dabur and others, all of those against whom questions have been raised, Domino's, KFC, McDonald's, all of these companies are now in a sense of shock. It is one thing to say that Tukaram Munde is a dangerous man and has to be stopped. And I know somebody's put a 5 lakh rupee fine on him, I think one of the courts. The more difficult question to answer is, why are the list of additives used in Indian processed foods allowed? Are all the sorptrates, all the emulsifiers, all the calcium proportionates, all the acetic acid, all the colors, all the preservatives, and all the palm oil and all the modified fats which are being put into food items, packaged food items, are they to be allowed in India? And therefore, I believe the central government must stop looking the other way. and stop just celebrating Tukaram Munde. What is Chirag Paswan doing? What is the food minister doing? And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, there is a food alert. I'm only telling you about it. The questions we must ask, and we must aggressively ask, is why does it take a Tukaram Munde for the law to actually work in India? If Domino's is doing good abroad, why is it compromising Indians? If Domino's is bad in one part of India, are you sure it is good in another part of India? Why are chemicals like titanium dioxide, which are known to be carcinogenic, allowed in India, but not allowed abroad? Why do these global companies continue to produce two types of products, one for India and one for the rest of the world? This is also true. You will also see, ladies and gentlemen, if you use Ayurvedic products, there are two kinds of Ayurvedic products. The same ashwagandha that you will be buying for the Indian market will be produced at a higher cost for the global market. Because in India, certain additives are allowed in the ashwagandha. But is the health of people buying it abroad more important? And there's a price difference. We must protest against this. Ladies and gentlemen, if we allow different food standards for Indians and different food standards for Europeans, are we assuming that the lives of Indians don't matter? And when will we say that let's stop getting greedy, especially food companies, let's stop getting greedy, let's be answerable to the people of India. As of now, I'll wrap this up by saying we should all be grateful to Tukaram Munde. You can call him activist, you can call him aggressive. Some may say he's going OTT over the top, but he's not. He has blown the lid off what is potentially one of the worst scandals and scams in India, which is yet to be uncovered.
All right, viewers, that's a wrap on this edition of Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Shita Mitra. Coming up after a short break, massive setback for rapist Tarun Tejpal. Goa government now moves a top court against Tejpal's 10-year sentence. All the updates lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
बेस्ट हरा बोर्ड दिखाना। सबसे डिपेंडेबल सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस। ट्रायल लूंगा। श्योर। वाटर रेजिस्टेंट है, स्ट्रॉन्ग है, high density wood fiber structure, advanced German adhesive bonding, solid defense. ट्रायल में पास। सेंचुरी के 40 सालों का भरोसा, हरे बोर्ड का असली बॉस। सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Quiet. You're very disrespectful in front of this young man. We can't go around and protect all of these countries, especially when they're not there to help us.
And now here's coming up after a short break. Republic exposes serious lapses in food quality. Major food chains, warehouses, canteens across Mumbai, Bengaluru, Ahmedabad, Mathura. Big focus on food safety. All the updates lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हिंदुस्तान के अंदर, सिस्टम के अंदर इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिवोल्ट हो रहा है।
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Anti-Corruption Bureau arrests former Delhi AAP Minister leader Satyendar Jain in connection to the Delhi Jal Board scam. Satyendar Jain to be produced before special court today. Massive setback for rapist Tarun Tejpal. The Goa government moves the top court against Tejpal's 10-year sentence. Says 10 years not enough. Seeks maximum sentence for the 2013 rape case. In a major NTA overhaul, the centre brings back 4-tier paper checking removal of 600 experts and CISF secured premises. Republic exposes serious lapses in food quality in major food chains, warehouses, canteens across Mumbai, Bengaluru, Ahmedabad and Mathura. Big focus on food safety. Mumbai police begins legal process to conduct in absentia trial against Hafiz Saeed and 5 others involved in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attack. Good morning, viewers. Welcome to Live and Breaking with me, Karun Seth on Republic. Now, top stories and breaking news coming in for you. We start with the first one. The Enforcement Directorate raids premises linked to Samajwadi Party leader Azam Khan. Now, the Enforcement Directorate conducted operations at multiple locations in Rampur. The action was being taken in connection with the case regarding the alleged use of black money in the construction of the Johor University. A list of dozens of cases registered against Azam Khan had been shared with the ED. Raids were conducted at the trust and the university. The ED carried out searches at Azam Khan's premises across Rampur, Saharanpur and Delhi. A total of 10 locations were raided. Now, Azam Khan is, of course, the former Samajwadi Party leader. Currently, of course, he is not a sitting MP, but the Enforcement Directorate has conducted raids across Saharanpur, Rampur and Delhi. Now, this is related to Johor University construction. Several cases were referred to the Enforcement Directorate regarding corruption involving Azam Khan in the Johor University construction. Atul is joining us live on this. Atul, a major corruption angle coming in and the Enforcement Directorate getting in action now, raiding multiple premises related to Azam Khan. Tell us more on this. What are the allegations against Azam Khan? What was he involved in and what do these raids mean?
Well, currently the raids are going on at 10 places in 3 cities. One of them is Delhi in Jamia Nagar. The ED is currently looking for the proceeds of crime, digital evidence, financial records and few related documents. There were around 84 cases which were lodged against Azam Khan and the charge sheet which was sent to the Enforcement Directorate. After examining all this, the ED lodged a PMLA case against the Samajwadi Party leader and they conducted these raids. Now the ED is probing whether the money 494 crore rupees was being used to construct this Johor University. The ED is currently raiding the CA private firms and a few associates of Samajwadi Party leaders, and they will also record these statements. And based on them, maybe there are possibilities the few of them will be placed under arrest. As of now, the raids are currently going on. The ED is looking for the proceeds of crime, the financial records, and the digital evidence related to the case.
So Atul, were these government contract funds that were misused, and how's Azam Khan related here to Johor University?
Well, the first FIR which was lodged by the UP police, which was based on a complaint, and it was alleged that the government funds were diverted through the private firms. So based on this, the ED lodged a PMLA case. So these government funds were being used allegedly by the private firms, and which were allegedly owned by Samajwadi Party leaders. So the ED is probing whether the private firms who were using the government funds were actually benefiting Samajwadi Party leaders or not.
All right, thanks Atul. Unfortunate news there. A lot of corruption news coming in since morning. First, the former AAP leader Satyendar Jain, now the former Samajwadi Party leader Azam Khan. All right, moving on to our next news. Now, the Goa government has moved the Supreme Court challenging the 10-year sentence awarded to Tarun Tejpal in the 2013 rape case, arguing that the punishment is grossly disproportional and seeks the maximum sentence. Now, the state has told the Supreme Court that the passage of 13 years cannot benefit the offender, stressing the alleged repeated sexual assaults and Tejpal's position of dominance, trust and authority as the survivor's employer, mentor and father figure. Now, the Goa government has also highlighted the nature of the cross-examination, alleging that the survivor was subjected to nearly 1,000 pages of invasive questioning and portrayed as a woman of loose morals, while also arguing that the circumstances of the case warrant a harsher punishment. Now remember, Tarun Tejpal was sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. That's not the maximum imprisonment in this case. The Goa government has actually moved the High Court now, seeking a longer punishment, stating that there's been considerable delay in awarding the punishment, and that they've referred to the 1,000-page questioning of the victim here, who was subjected to a lot of improper questioning, also highlighting that Tarun Tejpal here was in a position of dominance. He was her employer, and he's in fact obviously been accused and convicted of harassing her, and specifically sexually harassing her. Now, the Goa government obviously not taking the 10-year punishment which was awarded to him. They want stricter punishment for Tarun Tejpal. They clearly feel that the punishment here awarded to rapist Tarun Tejpal is not sufficient. Now, I have my colleague Karthik who's Sarthak who's joining us on this. Sarthak, the Goa government clearly not satisfied with the punishment. Tell us what's the maximum punishment under these offences, because what we know of is 10 years has been awarded. But what are they looking for?
Well, absolutely. Tarun Tejpal was convicted under multiple sections of IPC, including section 376 2F, 376 2K, 354, 354A, 654B. So there were multiple sections under which he was convicted. And the quantum of sentence, the maximum sentence is life imprisonment in these cases. However, Tarun Tejpal was given a 10-year rigorous imprisonment sentence by the Bombay High Court. And the state is arguing that the 10-year sentence is grossly disproportionate to the nature and gravity of the offense, which is a big breaking news. They have filed another plea in the court, and the major argument is that Tejpal had allegedly abused his position as an employer, as a mentor, as a person of trust. And the state says that the High Court did not really adequately consider all these factors while determining the punishment. Goa state argues that the 13-year delay since the registration of the case should not have operated as a mitigating circumstance for the offender, because this is something that was pointed out by the Bombay High Court while passing the quantum of sentence. The state has specifically challenged the decision to make these sentences concurrent, and rather than allowing them to operate consecutively. So the major arguments that have been pointed out by the state government is that these entire sentence that has been, the 10-year sentence that has been given to Tejpal is grossly disproportionate. And they have filed a plea in the Supreme Court where they are expecting to extend the sentence to life imprisonment, which is the maximum punishment in these kind of cases. And the case is filed in the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court will now have to consider the state's enhancement plea alongside the Tejpal, the expected challenge to his conviction and sentence, which is we are constantly tracking. This is very likely that he would be appealing before the Supreme Court against the quantum of sentence that has been passed by the Bombay High Court. So these two cases will be parallelly will be taken care of by the Supreme Court, and this is something that we are constantly tracking. Back to you.
All right, Sarthak. Clearly, Tarun Tejpal now, thanks for giving us more details. Clearly, Tarun Tejpal looks at a possibility of getting life imprisonment now if the Supreme Court, in fact, rules in favor of the Goa government. All right, moving on to Bharat in One, looking at news across Bharat, looking at what's happening across India now. An encounter has taken place between police and criminals in Ghaziabad, where two suspects who were habitual offenders were shot in their legs during retaliatory firing. Now, police recovered weapons from the two suspects, and an investigation on the incident is currently underway. Protests erupted in Marathanes College of Engineering in Kerala after a student from Arunachal Pradesh committed suicide over the college's minimum credit requirements. A year-back system also is one of the reasons, and high supplementary examination fee is the reason for the student's suicide. Now, a 3-page suicide note written in English and Hindi were covered by the cops, and an investigation on the incident is currently underway. A uniformed police constable was beaten in public in Agra after the cop was allegedly involved in the ongoing marital dispute with his wife. Now, the incident reportedly took place outside the railway station, where more than half a dozen people attacked the cop. The attackers are believed to be members of his in-laws' family, and the incident has gone viral on social media ever since. Now, viewers, another breaking news coming in, this time with respect to a drug racket. Now, a major fake drug racket was busted in Ramanagara district near Bengaluru by the enforcement wing of Karnataka's Food Safety and Drug Administration. Now, officials raided an unlicensed premises where counterfeit medicines were being repacked and relabeled with the names and logos of multinational pharmaceutical companies. These were medicines worth over 5 crore which were seized. Now, the operation obviously has raised serious concerns about counterfeit drugs potentially entering the supply chain, including possible hospital and ICU use in some cases. Now, reports, investigations into the source of the drugs, the distribution network, and those involved are currently undergoing. This, as we get news of a major drug racket and misuse. Here, we have Abhishek who's joining us live from Bengaluru. Abhishek, we have got news now of this major drug racket. It's obviously a very, potentially huge misuse, because we hear that a lot of these drugs, which were counterfeit drugs, can be misused even in ICUs here. Tell us more about this. Who's involved here? How were they carrying this about? And what was exactly happening?
This is definitely an astonishing location which had been raided by the food safety authorities, because after getting a credible information that fake medicines are being manufactured in one of the locations in Bidadi, which is very near to Ramnagara, and which is also outer the suburban part of the Bengaluru city limits. After getting the information, these officials launched the raid on the location, where at least 5 crore worth rupees of fake drugs were found. There was a detailed or a very beautifully planned setup of the rebranding, repackaging and manufacturing of the medicines under various other branded names is what the Health Minister UT Kader has mentioned to the media as of now. But the people who were behind this are on the run as of now. Only some of the persons have been taken into custody by the local jurisdiction. The food safety officials have already launched an intensive search into the premises because various other raw materials of chemicals were found for the usage of the production of medicines. And also, where were these medicines, the raw components of the medicines coming from? Who were the suppliers? How did they even supply without this company being registered? How can one particular company, without the copyright, without the permission, without the license, manufacture various other drugs? Didn't the local police know about this issue that a fake racket is being productive in Biddi area? Various other questions are being raised at this point of time, but we will have to wait and watch the health minister who has called a press meet in the next couple of hours will have to say, because he, while talking to the media, while speaking to us, mentioned the fact that more details will be given to the media on the evening of Wednesday. So probably we are awaiting the response from Union, from the State Health Minister, and we are also looking into the matter in such a perspective if there was an involvement of the local police as well, because it was very much in the vicinity of Biddi jurisdiction that this encounter, this fake production of the fake medicines were happening for over a long period of time. So only at this point of time, fake medicines of up to 5 crores have been confiscated. But how much is the total manufacturing? How much manufacturing has this company done until now is the question which has to be answered, and we are awaiting more response from the health department in the next couple of hours. Karan.
All right, thanks Abhishek. Now from fake food to fake drugs, viewers, today I tell you nothing is actually safe. You don't know what's actually fake and what's real. Unfortunate times there, and unfortunate times again in the tech world, where we move to the US now, where Meta is once again on trial over dangers its platform may pose to children. Now it's once again arguing that it works tirelessly to actually keep them safe. A pivotal trial for the parent company of Instagram and Facebook kicked off in a California federal court in Oakland, with 4 states seeking billions of dollars in damages as well as fundamental changes to how Meta runs its platforms. California, Colorado, Kentucky, New Jersey were among the 29 states that sued the tech giant in 2023 over child safety and privacy. Now, the other 25 will go to trial later. Now, the company here also faces lawsuits in state courts, including one currently underway in Tennessee. Now, the lawsuit here accuses Meta of contributing to the youth mental health crisis by knowingly and deliberately designing features that addict children to its platforms and hides these harms from the public. It also argues that Meta routinely collects data on children under 13 without their parents' consent in violation of federal law. Now, the company obviously has defended its safety record and said it has a strong case. Now remember, we're talking about 29 US states here who are taking Meta to court. The allegations: Meta deliberately uses features like infinite scroll, likes, etc. to addict children. And Meta has intentionally hidden reports which highlight potential harms caused by these. Let's look at some of the reactions coming on the current trial against Meta.
We laid out our case today, which is essentially this: that Meta has designed and deployed a dangerous product with dangerous features that they knew would create excessive use and compulsive use by children, and it would create mental health harms, including things like anxiety and depression, like body image issues, like addictive tendencies, like learning loss. They knew all of that. They knew their product was dangerous, and they lied to the public. They lied to Congress. They told the public, they told the world that their product was safe, that it wasn't dangerous. And so their deception, their lies are at the core of our case. And we are excited about how our first day at trial went. We're excited about the opportunity to hold Meta accountable for its conduct, and we look forward to taking this case all the way to the end here and getting the appropriate remedies, both injunctive relief, changes in behavior, changes in business practices going forward, as well as the appropriate financial penalties.
This is an historic trial that will provide the public an opportunity to learn just how Meta's actions broke state consumer protection law and the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, known as COPA. The public is going to hear about how Meta profited from our kids' information and engagement on the platform. Meta knew that its business strategy was harming kids and that sustained engagement on this platform correlated and caused worse mental health.
I'm disgusted. I'm angry. We all should be angry. As parents and as trusted adults, we decide whether a social media platform is appropriate for our kids. But we can only do that well and appropriately when we have truth and facts, not deceptive advertising or lies about safety. A $1 trillion tech company like Meta is risking our kids' mental health and physical safety. Our data and our children's data are being fed into their addictive algorithms to help further increase their profits. And they've lied to us about the safety of their platforms, including how they exploit the vulnerabilities of young children and teens. Nothing is more important than our kids' well-being. And there's no world in which our kids' well-being should be sacrificed or exploited to help reap ever greater profits for big tech.
All right, viewers, that were reactions coming in from some of the US representatives about the Meta trial. Don't go anywhere. We've got more news coming in for you. Coming up on the other side, Republic exposes serious lapses in food quality in major food chains, warehouses, canteens across Mumbai, Bengaluru, Ahmedabad and Mathura. Big focus on food safety.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
इतने पेमेंट ऐप्स पर सेफ कौन सा?
तो स्विच टू भीम, एकदम सेफ और भरोसेमंद। रिवॉर्ड्स भी मिलते रहते हैं। पाओ 20 रुपए का कैशबैक, 20 रुपए से ज्यादा की पहली पेमेंट पर। भीम ऐप से करो पे।
इट्स माय वे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Now viewers, people including you pay a premium for branded food. People trust restaurants, food chains and delivery platforms with their family's health. But across the country, inspections are uncovering a dark reality with every passing day. From expired ingredients to spoiled food, pest infestations and shocking lapses in hygiene, we are covering a lot. Take a look at what was uncovered.
When a consumer pays for food, the expectation is that the food is fresh, the ingredients are safe, and the business serving it values public health for its customers. But crackdowns on food outlets all across India has now brought a very disturbing question from the customers. What exactly are we being served? A child dies in Surat due to food poisoning. In Mathura, officials destroyed 500 kilos of fake paneer and 2,000 liters of milk. In Hyderabad, investigators uncovered 36 tons of adulterated ghee masquerading as pure desi ghee.
On 12th of August, FDA in a major state-wide crackdown, many establishments were raided by the FDA and their licenses were suspended thereafter. One of the establishment is the famous Domino's Pizza, and 5 outlets of the same were shut by the FDA.
In Mumbai's Malad West, FDA suspended the license of a Blinkit facility after citing food safety violations. 4 days after the FDA suspended the license of the Blinkit facility, Republic found delivery personnel continuing to gather outside the facility.
आप लोग काम करते हैं यहाँ पे? हाँ? वो ऊपर क्या काम चल रहा है? हाँ? क्या काम चल रहा है? तो आप कैसे बोल रहे हो कि क्या काम चल रहा है?
वही मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ, आप बोल रहे ऊपर काम चल रहा है।
मैं तो नहीं बोली ऊपर काम चल रहा है। सिक्योरिटी ने बोला ऊपर काम चल रहा है आपके सामने।
सिक्योरिटी बताएगा क्या है क्या नहीं।
हाँ तो वो बोलो कि आइडिया नहीं है, काम नहीं चल रहा है। तो तुम लोग डिलीवरी बॉय हो क्या?
नहीं, हम लोग डिलीवरी बॉय थे, लेकिन जब से बंद हो गया हम लोग चले गए।
कब से बंद हुआ है ये?
6 या 7 तारीख को बंद हुआ।
तो डिलीवरी बॉय होके यहाँ पे क्या कर रहे हैं?
हम लोग बैठे अपना टाइम पास कर रहे हैं। अभी क्या करेंगे? फोन चार्ज करेंगे, दूसरा
चार्ज के लिए ये जगह मिला है आप?
हाँ।
For years, consumers were told to trust the system. Trust the brands, trust the labels, and trust the packaging. But the ongoing crackdown is exposing a question nobody wants to answer. If inspectors are finding expired food, rotten ingredients, and adulterated products, now how long were consumers being sold them before the raids began?
मुझे लगता है कि ये बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है और सपोर्ट के साथ साथ उसमें पार्टिसिपेशन करना भी ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि मैंने पहले भी बोला था कि ये अगर मुझे एक चीज़ यह डिपार्टमेंट में करनी है तो वो एक पब्लिक मूवमेंट बननी चाहिए। मुझे लगता है कि उस दिशा में हम थोड़ा सा एक पहला कदम उठा रहे हैं, लोग भी इसमें शामिल हो रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये सबके सेहत के लिए ज़रूरत है। आप हो, मैं हूँ, आपके बच्चे हो, रिलेटिव्स हो, सबके लिए। अगर हमें इंडिया को आगे लेके जाना है, स्वस्थ इंडिया और स्ट्रॉन्ग इंडिया बनाना है, सुपर पावर बनाना है, तो स्वस्थ इंडिया के बिना नहीं बनेगा। स्वस्थ इंडिया अगर बनाना है तो हर एक आदमी, हर एक सिटीजन ऑफ इंडिया ये जो है उसको स्वस्थ रहना पड़ेगा। वो इसीलिए खाना और मेडिसिन, फूड एंड मेडिसिन, ड्रग्स, ये दोनों स्वस्थ होने चाहिए, एफिकेशियस होने चाहिए, सेफ और स्टैंडर्ड होने चाहिए।
In Maharashtra, FDA Commissioner Tukaram Munde has launched a crackdown that is leaving some of the biggest names in the food business scrambling. Not only that, but now he has also taken a stance against Bollywood's long-known tradition of surrogate advertisement.
हम काम कर रहे हैं, उसका इम्पैक्ट होना चाहिए। जो भी ऐसे सरोगेट ऐड या गलत ऐड, मिसलीडिंग ऐड करते हैं, उनके लिए रेगुलेशंस है। फूड सेफ्टी अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट 24 के है तहत है, और एडवर्टाइजिंग के और क्लेम्स के भी रेगुलेशन 2018 से है। तो उसके बाद कोई भी ऐसी गलत ऐड, मिसलीडिंग ऐड, सरोगेसी ऐड नहीं कर सकता है। उसके लिए रेस्ट्रिक्शंस है, प्रोहिबिटेड है, उस पर लीगल कार्रवाई भी हो सकती है।
In one of the Maharashtra's biggest food safety crackdowns, 65 hotels, restaurants and food establishments were inspected. 50 improvement notices were issued and 8 licenses were suspended. One message from the Food Safety Authority is clear: lapses in food quality will not be tolerated.
कार्रवाई इस पर तो काफ़ी जगह पे चल रही है। वो हमारे चाइनीज़ हो या तुम्हारे जो वड़ा पाव हो या अदर हो, उस पर कार्रवाई चल रही है। उसमें पहला तो एक हमने कि पेपर में उसको सर्व करने का बंद कर दिया, तो उसका काफ़ी इम्पैक्ट हो चुका है। दूसरा हमने ऐसा पाया है कि कई जगह पे हमने इंस्पेक्ट किया तो चाइनीज़ में जो कलर वगैरह आता था वो भी एडिटिव्स कम हो गए हैं, क्लीनलीनेस बढ़ा है। हालांकि अभी भी बहुत काम करना उसमें बाकी है और उसमें हमारा काम चल रहा है। लोगों से भी अपील है कि जो अनसैनिटरी कंडीशन है, अगर ऐसे पाते हो तो आप कंप्लेन कीजिए, वहाँ खाइए मत। जो अच्छा प्रोडक्ट दे रहा है, जो फूड बना रहे हैं, उसी के यहाँ जो स्टैंडर्ड के हिसाब से हो रहा है, उसी यहाँ पे आप कंज्यूम कीजिएगा।
The crackdown is no longer about individual violations. It is exposing an ecosystem where too many businesses appear willing to gamble with consumer health for higher margins.
Alright viewers, that was a reminder to you to check your food. Don't go anywhere while we come back to you with more news on the NTA Major overall. The NTA overall brings 4-tier paper checking system, removal of 600 experts and CISF secured premises.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
बेस्ट हरा बोर्ड दिखाना। सबसे डिपेंडेबल सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस। ट्रायल लूंगा। श्योर। वाटर रेजिस्टेंट है, स्ट्रॉन्ग है, हाई डेंसिटी वुड फाइबर स्ट्रक्चर, एडवांस जर्मन एडहेसिव बॉन्डिंग, सॉलिड डिफेंस। ट्रायल में पास। सेंचुरी के 40 सालों का भरोसा, हरे बोर्ड का असली बॉस। सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
हिंदुस्तान के अंदर, सिस्टम के अंदर इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिवोल्ट हो रहा है। तो आप सोचती हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। वो 3 साल पहले फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। चीफ
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. We have a lot lined up for you, from the FDA taking big action against unhygienic eateries. We see that the consumers are demanding accountability. That's the latest coming in. And we have a lot lined up for you as Satyendar Jain, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, has been arrested in a corruption case. Stay tuned, but we'll get to the headlines first. Let's get started. Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Anti-Corruption Bureau arrests former Delhi Minister Aam Aadmi Party leader Satyendar Jain in connection to the Delhi Jal Board scam. Jain to be produced before special court today. Massive setback for rapist Arun Tejpal. Goa government moves top court against Tejpal's 10-year sentence. Says 10 years not enough. Seeks maximum sentence for the 2013 rape case. NT overhaul brings 4-tier paper checking, removal of 600 experts in CISF secured premises. Republic exposes serious lapses in food quality in major food chains, warehouses, canteens across Mumbai, Bengaluru, Ahmedabad, Mathura. Big focus on food safety. And Mumbai police begins legal process to conduct in absentia trial against Hafiz Saeed and 5 others involved in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attack. Was a big update coming in right now. Aam Aadmi Party leader and former Delhi Water Minister Satyendar Jain has been arrested by the anti-corruption branch as the main accused in a major corruption case involving alleged large-scale irregularities and manipulation of Delhi Jal Board sewage treatment plant upgradation tenders. Now, this is a big update coming in, viewers, on Republic TV.
And this is coming as the ACB also arrested 5 others in connection with the case which alleges tender conditions were rigged to favor a particular company, leading to criminal conspiracy and substantial loss to the government exchequer. Aam Aadmi Party leader and former Delhi Minister Satyendar Jain is set to be produced before a special MP-MLA court today after being arrested by the Delhi Anti-Corruption Branch in the alleged Delhi Jal Board corruption case. The ACB is probing alleged irregularities in the tendering process for sewage treatment projects, with Jain among the 6 people arrested in the case. We're getting many reactions coming in, viewers. Let's play them out for you.
ये जो जल बोर्ड का घोटाला सीवर के एसटीपी प्लांट बनाने में हुआ, ये पैसे की ट्रेल भी मंत्री, ठेकेदार, अधिकारियों में जांच में, अभी प्राइमरी जांच में सामने आई है। इसी कारण से यमुना के मुहाने पर जो एसटीपी प्लांट, सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट लगने थे, वो नहीं लग पाए और यमुना जी मैली की मैली रह गई। और जो कट्टर ईमानदार अपने आप को कहने वाले केजरीवाल और उसके मंत्री सत्येंद्र सिंह आज फिर जांच में कल्प्रिट पाए गए हैं, जिसके कारण से एसीबी ने उनको गिरफ्तार किया है।
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Let's go to Saurav who's joining us live. Saurav, not the first time that Satyendar Jain has been arrested. He has been arrested before as well. This is the second time he has been arrested for a corruption case. If you could tell our viewers what the allegations are. Yes, Saurav.
Yes, Shivangi, the allegations on the former water minister of Delhi, Satyendar Jain, are currently serious as, according to the anti-corruption branch, a tender was awarded to the Eurotech Environment Private Limited, and during that tender, there were several changes which were made by these public servants and the minister himself to provide undue benefit to them. They have changed they have put up restrictions, technical restrictions in the tender, so that Eurotech Environment Private Limited can only get this tender, and there was a mandatory pilot study which the officials have to do before awarding a tender to any private entity. But in this case, that study was not conducted by the department. And apart from that, the then Delhi Jal Board CEO Udit Prakash has also taken commissions and bribes from the company in question, Eurotech Environment Private Limited, of rupees 1.52 crores, which was used to buy immovable assets. He took that money directly into his own account, and now the anti-corruption branch has found the whole financial trail in this matter. This case is this scam is a total of 17.7 crore rupees, and 4 tenders were floated in year 2022 to upgradation of the sewage treatment plants in the national capital, and it comes under the Delhi Jal Board. And now communication between the Satyendar Jain public servants and the private entities have also been established. The anti-corruption branch have the electronic evidences, and currently he has been arrested by the anti-corruption branch last night, and he is not alone in this. Apart from Satyendar Jain, there are 5 other people who were also arrested by the anti-corruption branch in the national capital, and these allegations are serious, as anti-corruption branch has all the evidences. They have set up the electronic trail, they have set up the funding trail, the money received into the accounts of the public servants. Every evidence is with the anti-corruption branch, and following those evidence only, former health and water minister of the national capital, Satyendar Jain, was arrested by the anti-corruption branch, and he can be produced before the special MP-MLA court today at any time soon, Shivangi.
Well, that's right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more. This is a developing story we're tracking on Republic TV. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers. Some more breaking news coming in a day after the Union Education Ministry sought a detailed report from the NTA on reforming the overall system. The NTA official said that 600 experts from its examination team have been removed and new experts onboarded as part of a revamp. In a meeting with the NTA officials on August 17, Education Minister had directed all necessary security and related infra facilities should be put in place for the smooth conduct of examinations. Yes, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. I'm going to you, Saurabh. Saurabh, now we know that NTA is doing an entire revamp. You know, they're overhauling the entire system. And it's coming at a time when public trust has fallen so low because of the paper leaks and the entire situation that we saw play out after the paper leaks.
Yes, Shivangi, now the NTA has announced that they are removing the old people here and they are getting more than 600 experts in the NTA agency itself, which makes the paper of the NEET and several other important examinations. And this is the move to again restore the faith of the students on the nodal agency NTA, which is responsible for conducting several examinations in the country. And this comes after there was a hue and cry over the NEET paper leak over the past years, and this year also we have seen that the paper got leaked and 22 lakh people got affected. And this is a part of the major revamp structure of the whole NTA, as it comes at a time also when the CBI is also investigating this whole matter of the paper leak, and several people got arrested in this case. And now the fast track courts have been made, but to restore the faith of the students and the parents in the system again, now the NTA has announced that they are replacing more than 600 experts who set the paper and conduct the examination in the country. This will definitely restore the faith of the students, and this is also a move so that no such paper leak incident can happen in the near future now. This is a major breaking which we are fetching, and this is very important, as Education Minister also resigned, which we have seen after the protest erupted over the NEET paper leak, Shivangi.
That's right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details, Saurabh. Saurabh getting us the biggest updates coming in. And viewers, we're getting some more updates coming in. Jharkhand government has cancelled 44 recruitment examinations conducted by the Jharkhand Public Service Commission and the Jharkhand Staff Selection Commission following complaints of irregularities and ongoing CID-SIT investigations. In response, it will request the High Court to set up a fast-track court for related cases, constitute an internal monitoring cell within both commissions, and form a committee chaired by IAS officer Amitabh Kaushal with other officials and a director from a reputed institution to study examination reforms and submit its report within 2 months. So huge updates coming in, viewers. Jharkhand government has released a list of 44 recruitment examinations that have been cancelled, and there's an entire list here. So these examinations include recruitment for drug inspectors, assistant professors, deputy collectors, dental doctors, assistant engineers, civil judges, additional public prosecutor, and a forest range officer, among others. So this is a huge list. 44 recruitment exams have been cancelled by the Jharkhand government. Okay, let's go straight across to the next sort of breaking updates coming in. Fresh custodial death in Tamil Nadu, viewers. Once again, the same situation is playing out. A temple priest dies after alleged assault in police custody. PMK President Dr. Ramadas has condemned the death of the temple priest in Madurai, alleging that he died after being brutally assaulted inside police station. According to Ramadas, we see that this particular priest was taken into custody for July 19th for questioning over a neighbor's dispute regarding vehicle parking. He alleged that the police assault left the priest with vomiting and fainting and severe headaches. He was later admitted to a private hospital in Madurai where he died. In a video recorded before his death, we see that the priest reportedly blamed the police assault for his condition, calling it deeply shocking. Ramadas said that custodial deaths have been rising. He cited the recent cases of others who allegedly died after assault in the sub-jail. So there are many cases of custodial deaths which have been reported from Tamil Nadu. This is not a fresh case at all, viewers. This is another incident. And I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Yes, let's go to Sharda's joining us. Sharda, you know, when we talk about custodial deaths, this is not the first time, obviously. We have seen that custodial deaths have happened in Tamil Nadu again and again. If you could take our viewers through the latest coming in and the latest update we have on this big breaking news for our viewers.
Well, Shivangi, if you remember when the DMK was ruling in the last 5 years, 2021 to 2025, there was 25 custodial deaths in 5 years. Now, after the Vijay government has taken over, we've seen 6 custodial deaths in less than 3 months. The cases continue in the particular government, and it says that all these custodial deaths do happen after police have beaten up the accused who they have arrested pertaining to this case. This case, particular that today we are talking about, is from Madurai, where a temple priest was arrested over a personal dispute over a parking space, and then after that, the police, after investigation accusation against them, the family alleges that he was beaten up. Claims that after he came back home, one day later, he suffered a headache, vomiting, and following that, he was taken to the hospital where he succumbed to brain hemorrhage. Now, the family is claiming that it was the police who beaten him up and that he had injuries on the head when he came back home. So now the magistrate had called for an autopsy with the postmortem to be done before a magistrate as well. Following this is when the particular action will be taken. Meanwhile, one of the custodial deaths, if you remember back from Thoothukudi, the TVK government had asked for a CBCID inquiry, and the case is still underway, and multiple other following custodial deaths in the past few months were recorded. But as of now, the government has not answered to any of these custodial deaths, and the numbers keeps increasing day by day.
That's right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details, Shad. I'll be coming back to you for more on this story. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers. One more big breaking news coming in. It's a case being heard by the Madras High Court over the state government on inquiring if state anthem can be sung first before Vande Mataram and national anthem. The court order stated that the centre has only said it is compulsory to sing national song and national anthem, but has not mentioned that the state anthem should only be sung after that. So, that said, in all government events, the state song can be sung first. Okay, so this is a huge update coming in, viewers. And I want to go across to my colleague Sharda. Madras High Court has now clarified that there is no bar on singing a Tamil anthem first at government functions in Tamil Nadu, stating a recent Union Home Ministry circular does not relegate the state song to a later position. Sharda.
Well, with the Tamil Nadu Assembly session going on, the resolution was passed by the current government saying that the Tamil Thai Vartha should be sung first before the national anthem and the national song Vande Mataram. Now, recently after the Vande Mataram bill was passed in the parliament, the state government had approached the Madras High Court seeking clarity, because every time there was a confusion during a governor event whether it would be the Tamil Thai Vartha or it would be the national song and national anthem. Recently, one of the graduation events had a confusion when Tamil Thai Vartha was not placed, and now the state government had moved the Madras High Court on this issue, where the government has made it very clear that there is no rule that Tamil Thai Vartha should be sung last, and that there is no particular rule as to which number in which the Tamil Thai Vartha should be sung, and it's clarified that it should be the state anthem that should be sung first before the Vande Mataram, the national song, as well as the national anthem. Even during the Independence Day, the state government followed the same model of having the Tamil Thai Vartha first, followed by the entire 6 stanzas of the national song Vande Mataram, and then the national anthem after the flag hoisting was done by the Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay.
That's right, Shraddha. Well, thank you for getting us all those details. I will be coming back to you. In fact, viewers, we're getting a lot of updates coming in. Vijay announces vehicle maintenance and assistance for all MLAs by the government. Big update. A car to be provided to all MLAs to do their constituency duty. Monthly vehicle allowance of 75,000 rupees will be provided to cover expenses, including driver, fuel, vehicle maintenance for the vehicle. A monthly allowance of 25,000 rupees will be provided to hire an assistant to assist in office work. Okay, so this allowance, which has been given to the MLAs. This is what we see right now. So this is coming from Tamil Nadu, where we see that the CM has announced car and allowances for all the MLAs. So back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. So to understand what is the logic behind this, let's go straight across to Shraddha. Yes, Shraddha, why has CM Vijay given such allowances to the MLAs there in Tamil Nadu?
Well, Shivangi, if you remember, with the finance budget going on, the Tamil Nadu state finance budget for the year 2026-27 was recently announced, and one of the MLAs during the budget session pointed out that he does not have a vehicle to go around his constituency, and now Vijay, under the Rule 110, have announced that every single MLA will get a car, a vehicle at the expense of the government, along with 1 lakh money, with 75,000 as maintenance and 25,000 for an assistance every month to take over the constituency work. He explained that every MLA should be accessible to the people and that this government will work for it. The question here now is, will the state government, which is already running in a debt of 10,000 crores, will it have sufficient money to spend on at least 234 vehicles that should be sent to every constituency for every MLA? While the ally parties have agreed for it, the DMK and the AIADMK stayed silent on this particular resolution that was passed by the Chief Minister today in the State Assembly. The question has now raised as to whether the finance budget, which says that there is not enough money, where does the money now come for all the MLAs for this particular transport that is going to be given at the state government expense? If you know that this state government expense is going to be taken from the tax money that the people are paying. So the question now rails whether will the state government be able to afford this?
Well, thank you, Shadna, for getting us all those details. So, viewers, you can clearly see that 75,000 rupees monthly allowance has been given for all the MLAs in Tamil Nadu by CM Vijay. All right, let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking on Republic TV. And starting off with the other big story we have been trying to track all this while, trouble continues to mount for the rapist Tarun Tejpal. After he was sentenced to 10 years in jail by the Goa bench of the Bombay High Court, the Goa government has now moved the top court seeking harsher punishment. The Goa government stated that Tejpal had abused his position of trust and authority. It also added that 10-year sentence is grossly disproportionate. More details in this next report as we tell you all about what's happening in this case.
The Goa government has moved the Supreme Court seeking the enhancement of rapist Tarun Tejpal's 10-year sentence. Following his conviction, Tejpal had approached the Supreme Court seeking suspension of the conviction order and time to challenge the verdict. But the latest move by the Goa government has put Tejpal under even more pressure. The Goa government has termed the sentence grossly disproportionate to the nature and the gravity of the offences. It further stated that the sentence is insufficient to the humiliation faced by the victim. The Goa government also emphasized that the accused had brazenly repeated the sexual assault and that Tejpal's conduct warrants maximum sentence. The government also added that a deterrent sentence is required to discourage the abuse of authority. Republic has also accessed a copy of the Goa government's plea. The document emphasizes on Tejpal's actions where he sexually assaulted the victim against her will despite protests. It further highlights that Tejpal repeated the action the very next day, demonstrating a total lack of remorse. The High Court had directed Tejpal to surrender within 4 weeks. The latest move by the Goa government intends to tighten the screws on the rapist, who has now even more trouble mounting against him.
And viewers, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking. Let's get started. And coming up on Bharat in 1 minute, an encounter took place between police and criminals in Ghaziabad, where two suspects who were habitual offenders were shot in their leg during their retaliatory firing. Police recovered weapons from the two suspects and an investigation on the incident is underway. Protests erupted at a college in Kerala after a student from Arunachal Pradesh committed suicide over the college's minimum credit requirements, year-back system and a high supplementary examination fee. A 3-page suicide note written in English and Hindi was recovered by the cops and an investigation on the incident is underway. A uniformed police constable was beaten in public in Agra after the cop is allegedly involved in the ongoing dispute with his wife. Now, the incident reportedly took place outside the railway station where more than half a dozen people attacked the cop. The attackers were believed to be members of his in-laws family, and the incident has gone viral on social media ever since. And it was a massive setback for rapist Tarun Tejpal. Goa government moves top court against Tejpal's 10-year sentence. Says 10 years not enough. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
सफल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
इतने पेमेंट ऐप्स पर सेफ कौन सा?
तो स्विच टू भीम, एकदम सेफ और भरोसेमंद। रिवॉर्ड्स भी मिलते रहते हैं। पाओ 20 रुपए का कैशबैक 20 रुपए से ज्यादा की पहली पेमेंट पर। भीम ऐप से करो पे।
इट्स माही वे।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। प्योर मसाला।
Quiet. You're very disrespectful in front of this young man. We can't go around and protect all of these countries, especially when they're not there to help us.
In the recent episode of Tantrums, U.S. President Donald Trump is openly frustrated with South Korea. The U.S. president has scaled down joint military drills with Seoul as a clear pressure tactic.
South Korea has been protected by us for many, many years. And during my first term, they agreed to pay close to $3 billion a year for protection because we don't, they essentially weren't paying. And I asked them to do that at my request. I said, not right. They weren't happy about it, but they agreed. I asked for $10 billion. And they were very unhappy. But we agreed for a short term that it would be $3 billion, and next year it would go up, and the next year it would go up, so they start paying for their protection. When I called recently the president of South Korea, who I like, I think he's very nice actually, but I called him, I said, would you like to give us a little hand? We don't need help with Iran, but if you'd like, give us a hand with Iran. He said, no thanks. And I said, wait a minute, we have 39,000 soldiers over there guarding you from Kim Jong-un, your next door neighbor, and you're not.
Welcome back, viewers. We are live and breaking. Manipur's NRC demand has triggered fresh tension in Imphal, with protesters now confronting authorities over the ongoing census process. The JFD has been demanding that NRC updation be carried out before the census, citing concerns over demographic changes and illegal migration. Meanwhile, Manipur government spokesperson has said that the government itself is pursuing the NRC issue with the centre. Take a look.
Fresh tension erupted in Imphal East as JFD protesters gathered outside the Deputy Commissioner's office, objecting to the census training session conducted inside the DC campus. 4 representatives of the protesters entered the office to meet the Imphal East DC and raise their concerns over the ongoing exercise. But the situation escalated outside the DC office. Protesters prepared to prevent people from entering the DC campus for the training. During the confrontation, several protesters were injured while attempting to enter the DC office premises. Meanwhile, the government's position on the matter has become significant. Manipur government spokesperson Sapam Ranjan Singh says demographic changes and illegal immigration remain key concerns for Manipur, while the JFD is demanding that the NRC process precede the census.
I would like to put on record that the government has been very, very serious about the NRC and the census, and the concern is more of the demographic changes, the demographic imbalance that is in our state, and also the issue of illegal migrants that has been the most concern by the Manipuris.
The Manipur government has maintained that it is pursuing NRC updation with the centre, while a delegation of MLAs is expected to press the union government on the demand. However, protesters fear that moving ahead with the census without first addressing their concerns over citizenship and migration could undermine the exercise. For now, the NRC census dispute has spilled onto the streets, with 5 protesters injured and hospitalized, while tensions continuing outside government offices in Imphal.
As NTA overhauls brings 4-tier paper checking, removal of 600 experts, and CISF secured premises. Stay tuned, we're live in breaking.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
जरा सोच के देखिए, आपके पास कुछ ऐसा है जो आपकी दुनिया बदल सकता है। जानते हैं क्या? आपका अपना सोना। सोना क्या नहीं कर सकता? सोना आपको अपने सपनों का घर दिला सकता है, आपके बच्चों का भविष्य बना सकता है। सोना आपकी हर इच्छा पूरी कर सकता है। तो भारत की सबसे बड़ी गोल्ड लोन NBFC मुथूट फाइनेंस से गोल्ड लोन लीजिए और फिर देखिए सोना क्या नहीं कर सकता। मुथूट फाइनेंस, जहां विश्वास ही परंपरा है। कॉल कीजिए 1-800-313-1212।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हिंदुस्तान के अंदर, सिस्टम के अंदर इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिवोल्ट हो रहा है। तो आप सोचती हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। वो 3 साल पहले फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर के मैसेजेस मेरे पास आ रहे हैं। हेड ऑफ इंटेलिजेंस सिस्टम, सीनियर जुडिशरी, सारों के सारे रिवोल्ट कर रहे हैं, इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहे हैं हमें। तो जो कंट्रोल का सिस्टम था एक तरफ से, वो कोलैप्स कर रहा है अंदर से, क्योंकि लोगों को दिख रहा है कि जनता का
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Viewers, top headlines. Anti-Corruption Bureau arrests former Delhi Minister, Aam Aadmi Party leader Satyendar Jain in connection with the Delhi Jal Board scam. Satyendar Jain to be produced before the special court today. Massive setback for rapist Tarun Tejpal. Goa government moves top court against Tejpal's 10-year sentence. Says 10 years not enough. Seeks maximum sentence for 2013 rape case. NTA overhaul brings 4-tier paper checking, removal of 600 experts, and CISF secured premises. Republic exposes serious lapses in food quality in major food chains. Warehouses, canteens across Mumbai, Bengaluru, Ahmedabad, Mathura. Big focus on food safety. Another custodial death in Tamil Nadu. Temple priest dies after alleged assault in police custody. Yes, let's move ahead, viewers, to the big update that we're getting for you right now. Aam Aadmi Party leader and former Delhi Water Minister Satyendar Jain has been arrested by the anti-corruption branch as the main accused in the major corruption case involving alleged large-scale irregularities and manipulation of Delhi Jal Board sewage treatment plant. And this is a huge update coming in, viewers, because this is Satyendar Jain being arrested in this big corruption case. The ACB has also arrested 5 others in connection with the case, which alleges tender conditions were rigged to favor a particular company, leading to criminal conspiracy and substantial loss to the government exchequer. Aam Aadmi Party leader and former Delhi Minister Satyendar Jain will be produced before a special MP-MLA court today. So that is going to happen today itself after he was arrested by the Delhi anti-corruption branch in the alleged Delhi Jal Board corruption case. The ACB is probing alleged irregularities in the tendering process for sewage treatment projects, with Jain among 6 people arrested in the case.
देखिए, सत्येंद्र जैन जी पंजाब के को इंचार्ज हैं और चुनाव आने वाले हैं और बीजेपी ने अपना पैटर्न फिर से शुरू कर दिया है। लोग अब इन बातों को समझते हैं और कोई भी नहीं मानता जो सत्येंद्र जैन जी के खिलाफ ये झूठे मुकदमे कर रहे हैं। पहले भी इन्होंने सत्येंद्र जैन जी को झूठे केस में जेल में डाला था और जिस टाइम वो जेल में थे तब का ये घोटाला तथा कथित घोटाला बताया जा रहा है। और उस टाइम बीजेपी ट्वीट करके क्या कह रही थी, आपके देखिए, कह रही है राघव चड्ढा ने राजेंद्र नगर की कुर्सी पर बैठ जल बोर्ड का घोटाले को दिया अंजाम। तो अब किया उन्होंने राघव चड्ढा से कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन, किया उन्होंने राघव चड्ढा को अरेस्ट। हम लोग बीजेपी के फर्जी केसेस से डरने वाले नहीं हैं। बीजेपी तो पहले भी हमारे कितने नेताओं को फर्जी केसेस में जेल डालकर फिर हमें कोर्ट से क्लीन चिट मिली, कोर्ट ने हमें डिस्चार्ज तक दे दिया कि ये केस तो चलाने योग्य भी नहीं है। इस बार भी ऐसा होगा। क्या इनको लगता है कि लोग इनकी बात मानेंगे? ऐसे युवा इनसे नाराज है आज। क्या युवा इनसे इन बातों से जुड़ेगा? चंदा चोरी की इन्होंने लोगों की आस्था के साथ खेला। क्या लोग इन बातों को भूल जाएंगे? ऐसा नहीं होने वाला। मोदी जी को गवर्नेंस पे लड़ाई करनी चाहिए, हेल्थ केयर एजुकेशन पे लड़ाई करनी चाहिए। और अगर सच में एसीबी को और भाजपा को करप्शन पे एक्शन लेना है ना, तो रेखा गुप्ता के यहाँ चले जाएं, उनको और उनकी पूरी कैबिनेट को अरेस्ट कर लें। उन्होंने अभी 18 महीने की सरकार के अंदर करोड़ों का राइस घोटाला किया। उन्होंने अभी 18 महीने के अंदर 700 करोड़ का मेडिकल इक्विपमेंट स्कैम किया। उन्होंने अभी 90 करोड़ का साइकिल घोटाला किया, जहां आपने देखा होगा हमारे विधायक भी 4,000 की साइकिल जो थी वो 7200 की रेखा गुप्ता सरकार ने खरीदी और हमारे विधायकों ने ये दिखाया। तो अगर बीजेपी को ये सच में करप्शन के ऊपर एक्शन लेना है तो इन घोटालों की जांच करें, रेखा गुप्ता को अरेस्ट करें।
देखिए, अगर पूरे उस मामले को ध्यान से देखा जाए तो ये सही दिखाई देता है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के समय में दिल्ली की सरकार में सत्ता के संरक्षण में भ्रष्टाचार का एक मॉडल विकसित किया गया, जिसमें राजनेता, अधिकारी, उसके अंदर ठेकेदार और तमाम अन्य लोग थे जिनको उससे लाभ पहुंचा। सत्येंद्र जैन की गिरफ्तारी के बाद ये जो गठजोड़ है वो अब उसका पर्दाफाश हो गया है। और अरविंद केजरीवाल जो ईमानदारी का नारा देकर के सत्ता में आए थे, इस झूठे नैरेटिव को वो हमेशा उन्होंने दिल्ली को इस झूठे नैरेटिव के कारण से बर्बाद किया है। फिर चाहे वो शराब घोटाला हो, शिक्षा का घोटाला हो या अन्य घोटाले हो, और अब ये दिल्ली जल बोर्ड का घोटाला सामने आया है। तो कहीं ना कहीं अरविंद केजरीवाल को दिल्ली जनता को इसका जवाब देना चाहिए कि जिस ईमानदारी का सर्टिफिकेट लेकर के वो राजनीति में आए थे, 10 साल में दिल्ली को उन्होंने क्या दिया। और यदि ये जल बोर्ड का घोटाला ना होता तो आज यमुना का पानी पूरी तरीके से साफ हो गया था, एसटीपी लगे ही नहीं। और जो मनी ट्रेल को यदि देखा जाएगा तो साफ दिखाई देता है।
यमुना को लेकर तो खुद अरविंद केजरीवाल ने भी, आम आदमी पार्टी ने बड़े दावे किए थे, और उसी यमुना से जुड़े हुए टेंडर, सीवेज एसटीपी का टेंडर था, उसमें घोटाले की बात आ रही है।
इसीलिए मैंने कहा ये भ्रष्टाचार का एक मॉडल अरविंद केजरीवाल ने दिल्ली में विकसित किया, और उस मॉडल की आड़ में जो कुछ उन्होंने दिल्ली के साथ में किया, एक एक करके घोटालों का सच दिल्ली की जनता के सामने आ रहा है। फिर अब जब एसीबी ने पूरी जांच के बाद में ये कार्रवाई की है तो आप समझ लीजिए कि चाहे वो राजनेता हो, चाहे अधिकारी हो, या ठेकेदार हो, या कोई भी हो, वो बचेगा नहीं। कानून अपना काम करेगा और कड़ी से कड़ी सजा ऐसे लोगों को मिलेगी।
आम आदमी पार्टी सर इसमें ये कह रही है कि जिस समय ये घोटाले की बात कही जा रही है उस समय सत्येंद्र जैन जेल में थे और ये रेड और गिरफ्तारी सिर्फ इसलिए हो रही है क्योंकि पंजाब में चुनाव आने वाला है।
वो बिल्कुल झूठ बोलते हैं। ये मामला 7 अक्टूबर 2021 से शुरू हुआ। सत्येंद्र जैन 2022 में जेल में थे, तो उससे जेल में जाने से पहले ये सारा का सारा काम वो कर चुके थे। तो इसलिए ये कहना कि पंजाब के चुनाव की वजह से गिरफ्तारी की गई, ये बिल्कुल असत्य है। और अरविंद केजरीवाल ने पहली बार ये नहीं कहा है। जब भी उनका नेता कोई गिरफ्तार होता है या कोई कार्रवाई होती है तो छूटते ही वो ये कहते हैं कि फलानी जगह पर ये उसका ठीकरा वो दूसरे लोगों के सिर फोड़ना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि बिल्कुल गलत है और उनकी बात में कोई दम नहीं है।
All right, let's go across to my colleagues who are joining us right now. We are being joined by Atul and Saurabh joining us live. Yes, let's go first straight across to Atul who's joining us. Atul, this is not the first time that Satyendar Jain has been arrested. This is the second time that Satyendar Jain has been arrested. Yes, Atul.
Well, this particular case was registered by the Anti-Corruption Bureau in 2024, and now this is the first time when they have arrested 6 persons, including Satyendar Jain, who is the former Delhi Jal Board minister, and a former IAS officer Udit. There are certain kinds of allegations that a private firm transferred a sum of rupees 1.52 crore rupees to the amount of this IAS officer, and this money was used in purchasing a property. Apart from this, there are certain kinds of allegations against Mr. Jain that he was favoring 2 particular firms so that they could get the tenders, and therefore he was allegedly taking bribes. Based on these allegations, the Vigilance Department lodged a complaint with the Anti-Corruption Bureau and they registered an FIR. The investigation was going on and they have arrested 6 persons. There are possibilities that they will be produced before Rouse Avenue Court post lunch, and the Anti-Corruption Bureau will seek custodial remands of them, maybe of 15 days or maybe of 10 days.
That's right. Okay, let's go to my colleague Saurabh to understand what is ACB really saying. ACB, take our viewers through the allegations of corruption. It's quite vast.
Sure, Shivangi, the anti-corruption branch has alleged that this pilot study was not conducted before issuing the tenders to the Eurotech Environment Private Limited in this case. And apart from this, there is another pointer that kickbacks and commissions were taken by the public servants and the other officials in this case from the intermediaries of the Eurotech Environment Private Limited, which are AN Enterprises and the Srijan Ahar Enterprises. These 2 companies are the intermediaries of the Eurotech Environment Private Limited, who finally got the tender for revamping and upgradation of the 4 STPs situated in the national capital and operated by the Delhi Jal Board. And these 2 firms which we are talking about, these firms have made a financial transaction in the account of the then Delhi Jal Board CEO Udit Prakash Rai, and now the Delhi Jal Board CEO has also been arrested by the anti-corruption branch in this regard. And apart from this, the communications were also seized. Electronic evidence of the communications between the private entities and the public servants were also seized by the anti-corruption branch.
Absolutely,
in which
Saurabh. Hold on for a second, Saurabh. And Atul, hold on for a second. I'm being joined by Sarthak from the Rouse Avenue Court because we understand Satyendar Jain will be produced at a special court for MP MLAs. So let's go straight across to my colleague Sarthak. Sarthak, when will that happen?
Well, Shivangi, Satyendar Jain, along with 5 other accused who have been taken into custody by ACB, by Anti-Corruption Branch of Delhi Police, will be produced in Rouse Avenue Court in the special MP MLA court today. It is likely that they will be produced before the judge post lunch, where we are outside Rouse Avenue Court right now. As you can see, that's the gate behind. He is expected to be entering from gate number 4 or gate number 5, which is right behind me. There is heavy barricading of security over there, and he is likely to be produced in the court post lunch, where anti-corruption branch of Delhi Police is likely to, ask for at least 10 days of police custody, where he can be questioned about the entire money laundering, where he can be questioned about the 1.52 crores rupees of money laundering that was done in favor of a specific company which goes by the name Eurotech Environment Private Limited. ACB is likely to allege that these funds were used. To favor this particular company. Some intermediary companies was also used to transfer funds to accounts linked to former Delhi Jal Board Chief Executive Officer who goes by the name Udit, Prakash, Rai and his relatives. These accounts were linked to them, and the entire tender policy was changed during the time when Satyendar Jain was the Delhi Water Minister here in New Delhi, and he's likely to be produced along with 5 other accused, which goes by the name Ankit Srivastav, Nagendra Yadav, Rajkumar Kura, Pankaj Verma, Udit Prakash Rai and Satyendar Jain himself. They will be produced in the court post-lunch in the Rouse Avenue court, and the Delhi police is likely to take him into custody or demand his custody for at least 10 days. It could go up to 15 days as well, which is the maximum time for a person can stay under police custody. And therefore, we are tracking this case. He is likely to be produced post-lunch, which is an important thing, and police can take him into custody for at least 10 days. Shivangi.
That's right. Okay, so let's go back to all our colleagues. We have Atul, Saurabh, and we have Sarthak. I want to go back to Atul. Atul is at the ACB office. Atul, we will also talk a little bit more about the allegations, because these allegations of corruption are not the first allegations that Satyendar Jain and the Aam Aadmi Party is facing. We have seen Aam Aadmi Party leaders face allegations. Some of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders have also served jail time multiple times, including Satyendar Jain.
Well, I would like to say one thing, that the Anti-Corruption Bureau, during this course of investigation of more than 1 year, they have collected electronic evidence, because when I was speaking to one of my sources, he particularly told me that they have come across an electronic evidence which established that a sum of rupees 1.52 crore rupees was given to the former IAS officer, and he purchased a property with that money. So that was the proceeds of crime. No doubt there was the reason he was placed under arrest. As far as Mr. Jain is concerned, he was holding the charge of minister, and he was flouting rules. He was favoring 2 particular firms so that they could get the tenders, and therefore he was allegedly taking money from them. As of now, the Anti-Corruption Bureau is recording their statement, and they are maybe preparing the remand sheet so that they could be it could be given to the district judge, and then it will be sent to the special MP MLA court. There are possibilities that they will seek a remand of around 15 days of all these 6 accused.
That's right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details. Well, thank you, all my colleagues. We have Atul, we have Saurabh from ACB office, and we also have Sarthak, who is at the Rouse Avenue court, where Satyendar Jain will be produced later on. We're getting some more breaking news coming in, viewers. A major fake drug racket was busted in a district near Bengaluru. This is the Ramanagara district, and this is by the ED. In fact, the enforcement wing of Karnataka's Food Safety and Drug Administration officials raided an unlicensed premises where counterfeit medicines were being repacked and relabeled with the names and logos of multinational pharmaceutical companies. Medicines worth over rupees 5 crore were seized. The operation raised serious concerns about counterfeit drugs potentially entering the supply chain, including possible hospital ICU use in some reports. Investigations into the source of the drugs distribution network and those involved are ongoing. So once again, we see, viewers, back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. There's a fake medicine racket which has been busted. A huge update. This is a massive update. A raid by the enforcement wing of the Food Safety and Drug Administration has unearthed a major counterfeit medicine racket operating southwest of Bengaluru. All right, let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. Republic Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami highlights India's food safety crisis and the Maharashtra FDA Commissioner Tukaram Munde's crackdown. And since taking charge, Munde has led over 1,100 surprise inspections across the state, seizing contraband worth more than rupees 50 crore, including fake oil, synthetic dairy products, and banned gutka. Raids have targeted restaurants, ghost kitchens, and quick commerce platforms like Blinkit, Zepto, and Instamart. Notices have even reached the Bombay High Court, canteen, and Bollywood celebrities promoting pan masala arnabasks via big food and beauty companies, risking the health of millions of Indian consumers. Listen in.
I must say that I've become a fan of this dynamic IAS officer, 2005 cadre officer. Tukaram Munde is an incredible guy, and he's taken on the whole system. He's exposing something that we all suspected, but nobody dared to do anything about. Who's Tukaram Munde? I can tell you Tukaram Munde is a person who's known to be incredibly honest. He's been posted many times like all honest IAS officers. He's a man on a mission, currently posted as commissioner of the FDA, ladies and gentlemen, in Maharashtra. Now, in that role, he has to look at, by the way, he's been transferred 25 times in his career. In that role, he has to look at food safety standards, among other things, in Maharashtra. And there is a big drive that has happened in Maharashtra, ladies and gentlemen, and nobody has been spared. Today, following what Tukaram Munde has done, there are raids going across in food outlets all across the country. And no, it's not just local dhaba, but so-called branded fast food joints. Ladies and gentlemen, Domino's, KFC, Pizza Hut, McDonald's, Subway, Burger King, Starbucks, Mongini's, all of these, ladies and gentlemen, have faced some kind of action or the other. Several establishments have had their licenses suspended. 4 Domino's outlets have been suspended in one announcement. This is by the Maharashtra FDA. And the question that I have is, if Domino's is a problem in Maharashtra, are you sure that Domino's is okay in Delhi? Are you sure that Domino's is okay in Guwahati? Ladies and gentlemen, what these officials have done is they've gone into the kitchens, they've looked at the safety standards, they looked at the nature of storage, they've looked at the food safety, they've looked at the way in which the items are stored before they are served. So what happens? You get a pizza or you get a burger, but you don't know what's gone into the lettuce or where the pizza has been made. This is not limited to Maharashtra, though what has happened now is a bigger issue. In Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh, there has been hundreds of kilograms of unsafe paneer and khoya which have been found. There is this phenomenon of analog paneer. In Mumbai, expired food products have been found. In Vileparle, Mumbai, a Domino's outlet operated by the company called Jubilant Foodworks was in a dilapidated condition with serious hygiene failures. In Pune, Maharashtra, a Burger King outlet was found operating with very low hygiene standards. In Thane, Maharashtra, inside a Blinkit outlet, rats were found. Stale chicken was found being used at a KFC outlet in Mangaluru in Karnataka. In Hoskote in Karnataka, food items at an establishment were found heavily infested with rats. In Bengaluru, Karnataka, an Indira canteen was raided and the conditions were found to be absolutely terrible. So this is happening all over: adulterated ghee, fake paneer, dirty establishments. And if you think this is only the restaurants, you're wrong. In Karnataka, 5-star hotels were raided. The Lalit Ashok, 32 liters of expired milk, 76 kilograms of meat and 200 kilograms of vegetables were seized. In Shangri-La Hotel in Bengaluru, 15 kilograms of meat was seized. At Four Seasons Hotel in Bengaluru, 19 kilograms of meat was seized. At Vivanta in Bengaluru, 3 kilograms of expired bakery products were seized. At the Radisson Blu in Bengaluru, 50 kilograms of chicken, meat, fish, vegetables were seized. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's not only the restaurants or the fast food joints where this is happening. The other part is, we are beginning to realize that some food is being allowed in India which is not allowed anywhere else in the world because it's seen to be carcinogenic, because it's seen to be genotoxic. For example, titanium dioxide, which makes candles, gum, frostings and powdered drinks, it makes them look brighter. In America, it's not allowed. In European Union, it's not allowed. But in India, there is a sense of uncertainty over whether it's allowed or not allowed. Synthetic dyes, which are used to color food, sunset yellow, Allura red, right? This is not allowed in the European Union, but India permits these colors under FSSAI limits. Why do we allow this? Because we are then compromising the lives and the health of Indians and especially Indian children. Why are Indian children allowed to have food which contains synthetic dyes which are considered poisonous and genotoxic and toxic and carcinogenic elsewhere in the world? Even chewing gum, ladies and gentlemen, if you analyze the chewing gum which children in India and others also use, it contains items such as titanium dioxide, Ponsio 4R, erythrocene, and other such additives which are permitted in Indian rules but are not allowed in the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, nobody has been spared. Dabur has managed to get a stay on those who were questioning Dabur honey, for example, and Dabur has got a stay. But Dabur should do more than just get a stay. Dabur must explain to the people of India, by the way, Dabur, I have a piece of advice for you. One thing is to hire lawyers and get a stay. The other is to make people believe that your honey is 100% pure. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I really think companies like Dabur should also send their representatives, talk about it. Giving one-line statements as they are doing with the corporate media is not an answer. So Dabur and others, all of those against whom questions have been raised, Domino's, KFC, McDonald's, all of these companies are now in a sense of shock. It is one thing to say that Tukaram Munde is a dangerous man and has to be stopped. And I know somebody's put a 5 lakh rupee fine on him, I think one of the courts. The more difficult question to answer is, why are the list of additives used in Indian processed foods allowed? Are all the sorptrates, all the emulsifiers, all the calcium proportionates, all the acetic acid, all the colors, all the preservatives, and all the palm oil and all the modified fats which are being put into food items, packaged food items, are they to be allowed in India? And therefore, I believe the central government must stop looking the other way and stop just celebrating Tukaram Munde. What is Chirag Paswan doing? What is the food minister doing? And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, there is a food alert. I'm only telling you about it. The questions we must ask and we must aggressively ask is, why does it take a Tukaram Munde for the law to actually work in India? If Domino's is doing good abroad, why is it compromising Indians? If Domino's is bad in one part of India, are you sure it is good in another part of India? Why are chemicals like titanium dioxide, which are known to be carcinogenic, allowed in India, but not allowed abroad? Why do these global companies continue to produce two types of products, one for India and one for the rest of the world? This is also true. You will also see, ladies and gentlemen, if you use Ayurvedic products, there are two kinds of Ayurvedic products. The same ashwagandha that you will be buying for the Indian market will be produced at a higher cost for the global market. Because in India, certain additives are allowed in the ashwagandha. But is the health of people buying it abroad more important? And there's a price difference. We must protest against this. Ladies and gentlemen, if we allow different food standards for Indians and different food standards for Europeans, are we assuming that the lives of Indians don't matter? And when will we say that let's stop getting greedy, especially food companies, let's stop getting greedy, let's be answerable to the people of India. As of now, I'll wrap this up by saying we should all be grateful to Tukaram Munde. You can call him activist, you can call him aggressive. Some may say he's going OTT over the top, but he's not. He has blown the lid off what is potentially one of the worst scandals and scams in India, which is yet to be uncovered.
And we were taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. NTA overhaul brings 4-tier paper checking, removal of 600 experts in CISF secured premises. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
And coming up on Bharat in 1 minute, an encounter took place between police and criminals in Ghaziabad, where two suspects who were habitual offenders were shot in their leg during their retaliatory firing. Police recovered weapons from the two suspects and an investigation on the incident is underway. Protests erupted at a college in Kerala after a student from Arunachal Pradesh committed suicide over the college's minimum credit requirements, year-back system and a high supplementary examination fee. A 3-page suicide note written in English and Hindi was recovered by the cops and an investigation on the incident is underway. A uniformed police constable was beaten in public in Agra after the cop is allegedly involved in the ongoing dispute with his wife. Now, the incident reportedly took place outside the railway station where more than half a dozen people attacked the cop. The attackers were believed to be members of his in-laws family, and the incident has gone viral on social media ever since.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने। मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट। क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हिंदुस्तान के अंदर, सिस्टम के अंदर इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिवोल्ट हो रहा है। तो आप सोचती हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। वो 3 साल पहले फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर के मैसेजेस मेरे पास आ रहे हैं। हेड ऑफ इंटेलिजेंस सिस्टम, सीनियर जुडिशरी, सारों के सारे रिवोल्ट कर रहे हैं, इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहे हैं हमें। तो जो कंट्रोल का सिस्टम था एक तरफ से, वो कोलैप्स कर रहा है अंदर से, क्योंकि लोगों को दिख रहा है कि जनता का प्रेशर अब ऐसा भयंकर आएगा, अगर हम इस रास्ते पे चलते गए तो हमारे लिए रिस्क हो जाएगा। आप क्या सोचते हो अगर जनता को
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, welcome to Live and Breaking with me, Karun Seth, on Republic. Here we get you all the top headlines for the day.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Anti-Corruption Bureau arrests former Delhi Minister AAP leader Satyendar Jain in connection to Delhi Jal Board scam. Satyendar Jain to be produced before a special court today. Massive setback for rapist Tarun Tejpal. The Goa government moves top court against Tejpal's 10-year sentence. Says 10 years not enough. Seeks maximum sentence for the 2013 rape case. NTA overall brings 4-tier paper checking, removal of 600 experts and CISF secured premises. Republic exposes serious lapses in food quality in major food chains, warehouses, canteens across Mumbai, Bengaluru, Ahmedabad and Mathura. Big focus on food safety. Another custodial death in Tamil Nadu. Temple priest dies after alleged assault in police custody.
At least 9 killed, 6 injured after fire breaks out at a hotel in Kolkata. Bangladeshi nationals among the ones who are dead. Viewers, welcome to Live and Breaking. We start with an unfortunate news today. At least 9 people, including a child, were killed. This after a massive fire broke out in a hotel in Kolkata. Now, the blaze erupted around 2 a.m. on Free School Street near the New Market, one of the city's busiest and most densely populated areas, trapping several guests inside the building and triggering a major rescue operation. According to the fire department, Bangladeshi nationals were among those who died in the blaze. Now, they traveled to Kolkata for medical treatment. Preliminary investigations found that the hotel lacked basic fire safety measures. The FSL team currently at the spot gives you more details. Now, this is the massive fire. If you look at the visuals on your screen, that's where the venue is. That's the hotel outside, exactly outside the hotel where the fire broke out. The fire broke out late night. Some 9 people have actually died, unfortunately. We hear that there are Bangladeshi nationals as well among those that have died. They had come to Kolkata for medical treatment here. A major rescue operation currently is underway. This is exactly happened on Free School Street, which is near the main New Market, which is a very busy city area and a very densely populated area. Now, we've got reactions coming in there. Have a look, viewers.
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री से बात होगा, उसके बाद हम लोग सोच रहे एक टीम बनाएंगे जिसमें केएमसी, पुलिस, फायर ब्रिगेड, हमारे यूडीए में दफ्तर रहेंगे और ऐसा होटल जो लोग चला रहे हैं, ट्रेड लाइसेंस है कि नहीं, फायर लाइसेंस है कि नहीं, एक ही बिल्डिंग 3 तला बिल्डिंग 10 तो होटल चल रहे हैं, छोटा रूम्स 10 तो रूम, ये सो नहीं चल सकता है।
मरने वाले बांग्लादेशी बताए जा रहे हैं।
नहीं, अभी तक वो पुलिस देख रहे, बांग्लादेशी है ना भारतीय है, पुलिस देखकर बताएंगे।
एक्शन लिया जाएगा मैम, ऐसी घटनाएं आगे ना हो।
डेफिनेटली एक्शन लिया जाएगा।
सीएम आएंगे यहाँ पे, सीएम से बातचीत?
नहीं, सीएम से अभी तक बातचीत नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन सीएम से बात करके हम लोग एक
कंपनसेशन देंगे मैम। जो
देखिए, पूरा सीएम से बात करके सरकार ये घोषणा करेंगे।
अभी सिचुएशन तो आप जानते हैं, 9 लोगों का मृत्यु हो गया, तो बाकी 80 लोगों को हमारा डिपार्टमेंट वाला जो ऑफिसर है, फायर फाइटर है, उन्होंने बचा लिया और वो आसपास में वो जो रेस्क्यू सेंटर हुआ उधर है। अभी तक एकदम ठोस कानून सामने नहीं आया, फॉरेंसिक होने के बाद ही हो सकता है वो।
All right, here's some breaking news coming in here. We have an incident that's broken down in Ludhiana. Now, in a Ludhiana pizza outlet, 3 shots have been fired in 3 seconds. A gang claims responsibility on the shooting. A late-night shooting incident basically broke out at a pizza outlet in Ludhiana's upscale Bhai Rajinder Singh Nagar area. It sparked massive panic in their locality. Now, the attackers, we hear, entered the shop. They entered the shop, fired 3 consecutive shots within a span of just 3 seconds and fled the scene. The entire incident was captured on CCTV cameras. Based on the footage, the police are now working to identify and apprehend the attackers. Now, the case took a new turn when an Instagram page named Gopi Lahoria Group posted a claim of responsibility for the shooting. Now, the post also contained threatening language directed at the outlet. Following this social media post, the police cyber cell has swung into action. Investigations are trying to determine whether the Instagram account claiming responsibility is genuinely linked to a gang or is it just a fake account created by miscreants to spread panic. Now, the police are verifying the authenticity of the social media post and analyzing technical details regarding the account. Both the CCTV footage and the social media post are considered crucial elements of the investigation. You'll see there on your screens, we've got CCTV footage from inside the pizza outlet. We yet don't know what exactly was the pizza outlet's name. You see 3 assailants who entered the pizza outlet. And I don't know if we have shots of, if we have a footage of the shots actually being fired, but what we hear from reports, what we get from reports is that 3 shots were fired within a shot span of 3 seconds. If you've just seen on your screens, there you see the shooting happening. They are shooting right there at the pizza outlet's kitchen. You see there's a particular guest as well, and now you see the victims actually running out, and they've apparently fled. They came on a bike. All of them 3 were bike-borne. Now, what we know, it's a Splendor motorcycle. They were masked. We don't yet know what their exact identity. And we've got Lalit, who's joining us on the phone here. Lalit, do we still know whether we hear that there's been a social media post claiming responsibility for the incident by this gang? What do we know more about this? Do we know any reports whether this post is genuine? Who is this gang? Who are these members? Why has this incident happened? What did they have against this particular pizza outlet?
Well, if you talk about this whole episode, right now the police is investigating this whole matter. But yes, now the CCTV footage, it could be clearly seen that within 3 seconds, 3 gunshots were being fired in a posh area in Ludhiana. If we talk about the post which has been posted on social media, the responsibility has been taken up by Gopi Lahoria from Mexico. But if we talk about the authenticity of this post, right now police is investigating the matter. Apart from that, about the firing incident also, police is also trying to nab the alleged person who has shot this gunfire shots in the pizza shop in Ludhiana. So right now, the police investigation is on, and police is trying to track out the person behind it. Back to the studio.
All right. There we see, you've got details from Lalit here when we have a social media post that's gone viral. There's this particular gang who's taken responsibility. Apparently this was against the Pizza Hut, the pizza outlet owner, who you see there sitting on the counter. The counter, we've got it a little cut off, but you see there, exactly there on your screens, you see those 3 shots fired at the pizza counter. What we hear is that the owner was sitting at the counter and they immediately fled after the 3 shots that were fired. All right, moving on to our next particular story. Breaking news again that we've been following since yesterday regarding AAP leader and former Delhi Water Minister Satyendar Jain. Now, he's been arrested by the anti-corruption branch as the main accused in a major corruption case. Now, this case involves large-scale irregularities and manipulation of Delhi Jal Board sewage treatment plant upgradation tenders. The ACB has also arrested 5 others in connection with the case, which alleges that tender conditions were rigged to favor a particular company. Now, we will establish the name of the company as well. Now, this leads to criminal conspiracy is what's been alleged, and it's been alleged that it caused subsequent loss to the government exchequer. Now, AAP leader, former Delhi Minister Satyendar Jain, set to be produced before a special MP-MLA court today after being arrested by the Delhi anti-corruption bench in the alleged Delhi Jal Board corruption case. Now, the ACB is probing alleged irregularities in the tendering process for sewage treatment plants, with Jain among 6 people arrested in the case. Now, he's to be produced before a court today. Now, remember, this stems from the FIR, which was initially, in fact, lodged by the Delhi Vigilance Commission, dating back to November 2024. And we've got reactions coming in on your screen on Satyendar Jain being arrested in the Delhi Jal Board scam.
आम आदमी पार्टी की तत्कालीन सरकार ने ये अपने पूरे कार्यकाल में दिखा दिया कि उनकी पूरी की पूरी नीयत केवल अपने प्रचार प्रसार और भ्रष्टाचार की थी। आपने देखा होगा कि आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार के पूरे कार्यकाल में एक भी एसटीपी प्लांट दिल्ली में नहीं लगा, और जो पब्लिक का पैसा था, जहां पर जल भराव से दिल्ली को बचाना चाहिए था उस पैसे का इस्तेमाल कर जहां पर एसटीपी प्लांट्स लगाकर दिल्ली में स्वेज ट्रीटमेंट के और प्रावधान करे जाने चाहिए थे, जहां पर यह सुनिश्चित करा जाना चाहिए था कि यमुना जी और मलिन ना हो बल्कि और स्वच्छ हो। ये पूरा का पूरा पब्लिक मनी स्कैम के माध्यम से तत्कालीन आम आदमी पार्टी और आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं ने खुर्द बुर्द कर दिया। आज जब इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसीज ने सत्येंद्र जैन जी और उनके साथ 4 और अभियुक्तों को अरेस्ट करा है तो दिल्ली की जनता को न्याय मिलेगा। ये एक बार पुनः एक आशा की किरण जनता के जहन में जरूर जगी है। लेकिन इस पे मैं और टिप्पणी इसलिए नहीं करूंगी बिकॉज द लॉ विल डेफिनेटली टेक इट्स ओन कोर्स हेंसफॉर्थ।
देखिए, अगर पूरे उस मामले को ध्यान से देखा जाए तो ये सही दिखाई देता है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के समय में दिल्ली की सरकार में सत्ता के संरक्षण में भ्रष्टाचार का एक मॉडल विकसित किया गया, जिसमें राजनेता, अधिकारी, उसके अंदर ठेकेदार और तमाम अन्य लोग थे जिनको उससे लाभ पहुंचा। सत्येंद्र जैन की गिरफ्तारी के बाद ये जो गठजोड़ है वो अब उसका पर्दाफाश हो गया है और अरविंद केजरीवाल जो ईमानदारी का नारा देकर के सत्ता में आए थे, इस झूठे नैरेटिव को वो हमेशा उन्होंने दिल्ली को इस झूठे नैरेटिव के कारण से बर्बाद किया है। फिर चाहे वो शराब घोटाला हो, शिक्षा का घोटाला हो या अन्य घोटाले हो, और अब ये दिल्ली जल बोर्ड का घोटाला सामने आया है। तो कहीं ना कहीं अरविंद केजरीवाल को दिल्ली जनता को इसका जवाब देना चाहिए कि जिस ईमानदारी का सर्टिफिकेट लेकर के वो राजनीति में आए थे, 10 साल में दिल्ली को उन्होंने क्या दिया। और यदि ये जल बोर्ड का घोटाला ना होता तो आज यमुना का पानी पूरी तरीके से साफ हो गया था, एसटीपी लगे ही नहीं। और जो मनी ट्रेल को यदि देखा जाएगा तो साफ दिखाई देता है।
यमुना को लेकर तो खुद अरविंद केजरीवाल ने भी, आम आदमी पार्टी ने बड़े दावे किए थे और उसी यमुना से जुड़े हुए टेंडर, सीवेज एसटीपीज का टेंडर था, उसमें घोटाले की बात आ रही है।
इसीलिए मैंने कहा ये भ्रष्टाचार का एक मॉडल अरविंद केजरीवाल ने दिल्ली में विकसित किया और उस मॉडल की आड़ में जो कुछ उन्होंने दिल्ली के साथ में किया, एक एक करके घोटालों का सच दिल्ली की जनता के सामने आ रहा है। फिर
नहीं यही हो, आप बोलना स्टार्ट करो, बोलो।
इस वक्त हम एसीबी दफ्तर के ठीक बाहर मौजूद हैं और आप सामने देख सकते हैं कि सत्येंद्र जैन और गिरफ्तार तमाम आरोपियों को एसीबी दफ्तर से बाहर निकाला गया, जहां सामने और बाकी जो 5 आरोपी हैं उन सभी को बस में बिठाया गया है। एसीबी में आपको यहाँ पर नजर आएगी 2 गाड़ियों का काफिला उनके आगे करता हुआ जाएगा। बाकी के 5 आरोपियों को कर जल्दी जा। कहाँ जा? कहाँ पे? और अब मेडिकल के बाद कोर्ट में पेश करने की तैयारी है। कैमरामैन कुछ चलो मैडम, रोल है सर, रोल है। सत्येंद्र जैन विजुअल बनाना है,
नहीं यही हो, आप बोलना स्टार्ट करो, बोलो।
इस वक्त हम एसीबी दफ्तर के ठीक
and this 5 other people who are arrested by the anti-corruption branch in this regard are being taken for the medical examination according to the sources, and as you can see they are taking all the 6 accused in the corruption case to the medical examination, and following that only they will be produced before the Rouse Avenue court today, and it will be a special court of special MPMLA court, and they all will be produced there. It is a case which pertains to year 2022 when this corruption scandal happened, and this corruption scandal is a total of 17 crore rupees in which they have taken a kickback payments from the firms who were awarded the tender. I want to tell our viewers the name of the firms are Eurotech Environment Private Limited, and the other name is AN Enterprise, and these are the visuals as you can see on Republic's camera. For the first time, Satyendar Jain is sitting in the police van and they are heading towards the nearby hospital for the medical examination. Republic is showing you the live visuals. We are following the police van which are taking all the 6 accused to the hospital, and after that only they will be taken to the Rouse Avenue court so that they can be produced before a magistrate. And these are the live visuals which we are showing you first on Republic, and they are accused of a major scandal of a floating tender by the DJB. Kickback payments were received by them, and I am showing you the live visuals. They have taken rupees 17 crore rupees as kickback payments, and now anti-corruption branch officials are taking them to the nearby hospital for the medical examination, and following which they will be produced before the court. And you can see that all these 6 accused name goes by, first is former Delhi Water Minister Satyendar Jain, the other is Delhi Jal Board CEO, the then Delhi Jal Board CEO Udit Prakash Rai, former DJB contractual consultant Ankit Srivastava, Nagendra Yadav, who is the proprietor of AN Enterprises, and Raja Kumar Kora, he is the owner of Eurotech Environment Private Limited, which is a major firm who got awarded the tender of revamping the 4 STPs in the national capital in 2024. And these are the visuals. Republic is the only channel which is showing you the live visuals of former health minister and water minister being taken to the hospital and for the medical examination, and the anti-corruption branch will be producing them before the court post lunch after the medical examination is done. These are the live visuals, and these are first on Republic, and these they all are accused of taking kickback payments favoring a firm private entity who they awarded the tender, and they awarded the tender to Eurotech Environment Private Limited, and now they are being taken. They all were arrested by the anti-corruption branch last night only, and investigators found that the proposed pilot study was not conducted in this case, which is mandatory, and while restrictive conditions concerning the technology to be used were allegedly incorporated into the tender so that they can provide undue favors to the Eurotech Environment Private Limited, and they have also received kickback payment from these firms. Now they are being taken to the nearby hospital. The financial investigation has also allegedly traced commission bribe payments through intermediary entities, which are Sri Janhar and AN Enterprises. They are being taken now. All these 6 accused are being taken to the hospital for the medical examination, and these are the live visuals which we are showing you. You are getting this first on the Republic's camera, and this investigation is tightening grip on the former Aam Aadmi Party leader Satyendar Jain. This is the bus which we are showing you. All the 6 accused are currently present in this police bus only, and this is followed by the anti-corruption branch officials, and now they will be taken to a hospital, to a nearby government hospital. Investigators also alleged that communications between the private entities and the public servants were also recovered, in which they were talking about manipulating the tender so that Eurotech Environment Private Limited can get the undue favors from the government. And after getting awarded the tender of the 4 STP's upgradation in the national capital, they have also purchased immovable assets from that, and now we are following all the 6 accused who have taken the kickback payment in a tender floating by the DJP. And now the then DJB CEO Udit Prakash Rai has also taken rupees 1.52 crores in his account directly from the intermediaries entities of the Eurotech Environment Private Limited, which are AN Enterprise and the Sri Janhar Enterprise. These two
Also joining us
intermediaries
live on this. Atul, do we have any news? What exactly is the ACP demanding? Since you're outside the ACP office right now, do we have any news on what they are demanding? Police remand, judicial remand, or both? Atul, can you hear us?
And we also tried to confront Satyendar Jain. Well, he was... Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, Atul.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Because Republic was the only channel who was inside the anti-corruption of Bureau office, and we tried to confront Satyendar Jain. And when we was trying to confront him, he was only saying that he was innocent. And apart from this, the sources in the anti-corruption Bureau has revealed that they will seek his custodial remand, which is a police remand. They will first produce him before the district judge, and the district judge will mark the case to the special MP-MLA court, and then they will furnish this remand paper before the court. They will be seeking 10 days custodial remand of all the 6 accused.
Atul, is the agency here establishing a direct money trail or communication link connecting Jain directly to the beneficiary private firm here?
See, Jain was in touch with all these 6 alleged accused. He was in touch with this former IAS officer, and the former IAS officer allegedly received a sum of rupees 1.52 crore, and then he purchased a property from that money. So that was a proceed of crime. The Anti-Corruption Bureau, during the course of investigation of last these 2 years, have come across an electronic evidence which established that he received this money, and at the behest of Mr. Jain, he was receiving such amount. So no doubt they are connecting this, that Satyendar Jain was actively involved and he knew that he is receiving kickbacks, but through some other men.
All right, we've got Saurav also who's joining us live on this. Saurav, we've got details coming in. Now, the ACB has identified and named 6 people in this. Do we know what exactly was the role of each of these 6? And of these 6, who was the key beneficiary? Because we hear of this property being purchased by Satyendar Jain. Who was the key beneficiary among these 6 people?
Yes, Karan, the key beneficiaries in this corruption case are the 6 people who have been arrested by the anti-corruption branch. First, I'll tell you that the former Delhi water minister received kickback payments from the intermediaries entities of the Eurotech Environment Private Limited, who got the tender of upgrading the 4 STPs in the national capital at that time. He received the kickback payments. And apart from him, there is another person who got arrested by the anti-corruption branch. His name goes by Udit Prakash. He was the then Delhi Jal Board CEO at that time, and he got rupees 1.52 crores in his account directly from these 2 entities which are in question, which first is AN Enterprises and second is Sri Janhar Enterprises. These 2 enterprises have combinedly transferred a sum of 1.52 crore rupees in the account of the then Delhi Jal Board CEO Udit Prakash Rai. Apart from this, the other person who is in question is the Delhi Jal Board contractual consultant, who was Ankit at that time. He also received commission and kickback payments, and they have made changes in the tender so that they can provide undue benefits to these identities. However, the Eurotech Environment Private Limited got the tender of upgrading the 4 STPs in the national capital. But the AN Enterprise and the Sri Janhar Enterprise, which are in question, they are the technology provider of the Eurotech Environment Private Limited. They have provided the technology to the Eurotech Environment Private Limited, so they also received payment from the tender which was awarded to them. And they got benefited from that money. And now the Eurotech, which is currently in question, who have revamped these 4 STPs in the national capital, this Eurotech got the tender and they have made a huge amount of money from that tender. However, the STP's rules were completely ignored to give tender to the Eurotech Environment Private Limited. All these 6 beneficiaries have made a huge amount of money in this tender. Because of that only, the Delhi Department of Vigilance has filed a report in this regard over this tender floating, and they found some irregularities. And now the anti-corruption branch is investigating this whole matter. And
all right,
the major
thanks, Saurav. We'll pause for a short break and we'll continue to track this live as Satyendar Jain and the 5 others are brought before the Rouse Avenue court today. We'll be back in just a couple of moments and look at the action that's unfolding. Coming up, Satyendar Jain and 5 others to be produced before Rouse Avenue court today. The ACB, we hear, is to ask and seek for judicial remand.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
प्योर मसाला।
Quiet. You're very disrespectful in front of this young man. We can't go around and protect all of these countries, especially when they're not there to help us.
In the recent episode of Tantrums, U.S. President Donald Trump is openly frustrated with South Korea. The U.S. president has scaled down joint military drills with Seoul as a clear pressure tactic.
South Korea has been protected by us for many, many years. And during my first term, they agreed to pay close to $3 billion a year for protection because they essentially weren't paying. And I asked them to do that at my request. I said, not right. They weren't happy about it, but they agreed. I asked for $10 billion. And they were very unhappy. But we agreed for a short term that it would be $3 billion, and next year it would go up, and the next year it would go up, so they start paying for their protection. When I called recently the president of South Korea, who I like, I think he's very nice actually, but I called him, I said, would you like to give us a little hand? We don't need help with Iran, but if you'd like, give us a hand with Iran. He said, no thanks. And I said, wait a minute, we have 39,000 soldiers over there guarding you from Kim Jong-un, your next door neighbor, and you're not going to help us on a very easy military operation in Iran? That's strange. No, we'd rather not get involved. I say, well, why are we involved in helping you? So, and I want to help them, but, when you ask somebody, would you like to give us a hand, and they say, no thanks, and then we're guarding them from a country and paying ourselves billions of dollars, it's costing us billions and billions of dollars to protect not only them, but other countries. We can't go around and protect all of these countries, especially when they're not there to help us.
Trump has further escalated the pressure by publicly warming up to North Korean leader Kim Jong-un.
Why hasn't Kim Jong-un responded to your request to have a conversation?
How do you know he hasn't responded?
Has he?
No, I'm making it much safer. You see, I'm actually making it much safer. Kim Jong-un has always treated me with great respect. And we met on numerous occasions, actually, 2 primary occasions, spoken and spent time. I understand him, he understands me. You're doing war games. I get along with him. He didn't like Biden, he didn't like Obama, he didn't like anybody. but I get along with them very well. Now, what I'm doing is making things safer, just the opposite.
Now, these joint exercises are vital for deterrence against North Korea, leaving Seoul under pressure.
견고한 한미동맹 또 자주적인 국방 역량 강화는 서로 필요 충분 조건입니다. 즉 동맹이 굳건해야 안보의 근간이 더 튼튼해질 것이고 또 우리 자신
Hello viewers, a very good morning. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. We're getting back-to-back breakings today. We'll get to all those details and the latest developing stories, but the headlines first. Let's get started.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Anti-Corruption Bureau arrests former Delhi Minister and the party leader Satyendar Jain in connection to the Delhi Jal Board scam. Satyendar Jain to be produced before special court today. Massive setback for rapist Tarun Tejpal. Goa government moves top court against Tejpal's 10 years sentence. Says 10 years not enough. NTA overhauls brings 4-tier paper checking, removal of 600 experts and CISF secured premises. Republic exposes serious lapses in food quality in major food chains, warehouses, canteens across Mumbai, Bengaluru, Ahmedabad, Mathura. Big focus on food safety. Another custodial death in Tamil Nadu. The temple priest dies after alleged assault in police custody. At least 9 killed, 6 injured after breaks. The fire has broken out at a hotel in Kolkata. Bangladeshi nationals among the dead. And viewers, we get to the biggest story we're tracking right now. That is right. The Aam Aadmi Party leader and former Delhi Water Minister Satyendar Jain has been arrested by the anti-corruption branch as the main accused in a major corruption case. So this is the breaking news and a developing story. This is involving alleged large-scale irregularities and manipulation of Delhi Jal Board sewage treatment plant upgradation tenders. Now the ACB also arrested 5 others in connection with the case, which alleges tender conditions were rigged to favor a particular company, leading to criminal conspiracy and substantial loss to the government exchequer. Now the Aam Aadmi Party leader and former Delhi Minister Satyendar Jain is set to be produced before a special MP-MLA court today. So that will happen post-lunch after he was arrested by the Delhi anti-corruption branch in the alleged Delhi Jal Board corruption case. And we have many reactions coming in, so let's play them out for you.
आम आदमी पार्टी की तत्कालीन सरकार ने ये अपने पूरे कार्यकाल में दिखा दिया कि उनकी पूरी की पूरी नीयत केवल अपने प्रचार प्रसार और भ्रष्टाचार की थी। आपने देखा होगा कि आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार के पूरे कार्यकाल में एक भी एसटीपी प्लांट दिल्ली में नहीं लगा और जो पब्लिक का पैसा था, जहां पर जल भराव से दिल्ली को बचाना चाहिए था, उस पैसे का इस्तेमाल कर जहां पर एसटीपी प्लांट्स लगाकर दिल्ली में स्यूएज ट्रीटमेंट के और प्रावधान करे जाने चाहिए थे, जहां पर यह सुनिश्चित करा जाना चाहिए था कि यमुना जी और मलिन ना हो बल्कि और स्वच्छ हो, ये पूरा का पूरा पब्लिक मनी स्कैम के माध्यम से तत्कालीन आम आदमी पार्टी और आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं ने खुर्द-बुर्द कर दिया। आज जब इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसीज ने सत्येंद्र जैन जी और उनके साथ 4 और अभियुक्तों को अरेस्ट करा है, तो दिल्ली की जनता को न्याय मिलेगा। ये एक बार पुनः एक आशा की किरण जनता के जहन में जरूर जगी है। लेकिन इस पे मैं और टिप्पणी इसलिए नहीं करूंगी बिकॉज द लॉ विल डेफिनेटली टेक इट्स ओन कोर्स हेंसफॉर्थ।
देखिए, अगर पूरे उस मामले को ध्यान से देखा जाए तो ये सही दिखाई देता है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के समय में दिल्ली की सरकार में सत्ता के संरक्षण में भ्रष्टाचार का एक मॉडल विकसित किया गया, जिसमें राजनेता, अधिकारी, उसके अंदर ठेकेदार और तमाम अन्य लोग थे जिनको उससे लाभ पहुंचा। सत्येंद्र जैन की गिरफ्तारी के बाद ये जो गठजोड़ है वो अब उसका पर्दाफाश हो गया है और अरविंद केजरीवाल जो ईमानदारी का नारा देकर के सत्ता में आए थे, इस झूठे नैरेटिव को वो हमेशा उन्होंने दिल्ली को इस झूठे नैरेटिव के कारण से बर्बाद किया है। फिर चाहे वो शराब घोटाला हो, शिक्षा का घोटाला हो या अन्य घोटाले हो, और अब ये दिल्ली जल बोर्ड का घोटाला सामने आया है। तो कहीं ना कहीं अरविंद केजरीवाल को दिल्ली की जनता को इसका जवाब देना चाहिए कि जिस ईमानदारी का सर्टिफिकेट लेकर के वो राजनीति में आए थे, 10 साल में दिल्ली को उन्होंने क्या दिया। और यदि ये जल बोर्ड का घोटाला ना होता तो आज यमुना का पानी पूरी तरीके से साफ हो गया था, एसटीपी लगे ही नहीं। और जो मनी ट्रेल को यदि देखा जाएगा तो साफ दिखाई देता है।
यमुना को लेकर तो खुद अरविंद केजरीवाल ने भी, आम आदमी पार्टी ने बड़े दावे किए थे और उसी यमुना से जुड़े हुए टेंडर, सीवेज एसटीपीज का टेंडर था, उसमें घोटाले की बात आ रही है।
इसीलिए मैंने कहा ये भ्रष्टाचार का एक मॉडल अरविंद केजरीवाल ने दिल्ली में विकसित किया और उस मॉडल की आड़ में जो कुछ उन्होंने दिल्ली के साथ में किया, एक एक करके घोटालों का सच दिल्ली की जनता के सामने आ रहा है। फिर अब जब एसीबी ने पूरी जांच के बाद में ये कार्रवाई की है तो आप समझ लीजिए कि चाहे वो राजनेता हो, चाहे अधिकारी हो या ठेकेदार हो या कोई भी हो, वो बचेगा नहीं। कानून अपना काम करेगा और कड़ी से कड़ी सजा ऐसे लोगों को मिलेगी।
आम आदमी पार्टी सर इसमें ये कह रही है कि जिस समय ये घोटाले की बात कही जा रही है उस समय सत्येंद्र जैन जेल में थे और ये रेड और गिरफ्तारी सिर्फ इसलिए हो रही है क्योंकि पंजाब में चुनाव आने वाला है।
वो बिल्कुल झूठ बोलते हैं। ये मामला 7 अक्टूबर 2021 से शुरू हुआ। सत्येंद्र जैन 2022 में जेल में थे, तो उससे जेल में जाने से पहले ये सारा का सारा काम वो कर चुके थे। तो इसलिए ये कहना कि पंजाब के चुनाव की वजह से गिरफ्तारी की गई, ये बिल्कुल असत्य है। और अरविंद केजरीवाल ने पहली बार ये नहीं कहा है। जब भी उनका नेता कोई गिरफ्तार होता है या कोई कार्रवाई होती है तो छूटते ही वो ये कहते हैं कि फलानी जगह पर ये उसका ठीकरा वो दूसरे लोगों के सिर फोड़ना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि बिल्कुल गलत है और उनकी बात में कोई दम नहीं।
सत्येंद्र जैन पार्टी के लिए, आम आदमी पार्टी के लिए कलेक्शन एजेंट का काम कर रहे हैं पंजाब के अंदर। वो बिल्डर से, रियल एस्टेट से खुल के उगाही कर रहे हैं। और अगर ऐसा नहीं है तो मुझे एक बात बताइए, फिर उनको किस कारण से पंजाब में, चंडीगढ़ में मंत्रियों से भी ज्यादा लग्जूरियस कोठी दी गई है? वो बंगला नंबर 926 में, सेक्टर 39 में कैसे रह रहे हैं? क्यों उनको इतनी बड़ी कोठी दी गई है, जबकि ही इज जस्ट एन एक्स एमएलए फ्रॉम दिल्ली? अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की एक मूवी है, उस मूवी का नाम है भ्रष्टाचार की किताब, दिल्ली टू पंजाब। इस मूवी के पूरी तरीके से राइटर, डायरेक्टर, प्रोड्यूसर, कोरियोग्राफर सब अरविंद केजरीवाल हैं। ये जो लोग अब अरेस्ट हो रहे हैं, सत्येंद्र जैन एंड अदर्स, दे आर जस्ट एक्टर्स इन दिस फिल्म। द एक्चुअल एक्शन हैज बीन डायरेक्टेड बाय अरविंद केजरीवाल एंड उनके ऊपर एक्शन होना चाहिए। ये तो सरकार पूरी तरीके से जेल से ही चला रहे थे, इसमें क्या शक है? अरविंद केजरीवाल खुद इतने दिन जेल में रहे तो क्या उन्होंने सरकार नहीं चलाई? तो ये सारे सरकार जेल से ही चला रहे हैं। और ये करप्शन बहुत सीरियस करप्शन है, क्योंकि जैसे मैंने बताया, माँ यमुना की सफाई से रिलेटेड ये करप्शन है। कितने सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट्स इन लोगों ने बनाए और जो बनाए उनके ऊपर करप्शन कर दिया, तो कैसे माँ यमुना साफ होती?
Let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. I'll be joined by Saurabh. Saurabh has been tracking the story from the ground. Saurabh, I'm coming across to you, and we see that all the allegations of the ACB are on our screen for our viewers to read. But I also want to tell our viewers, and of course we can talk a little bit more about this, Saurabh, is that Satyendar Jain is being arrested for the second time. Yes, this is the second time that the Aam Aadmi Party leader is being arrested.
Yes, Shivangi, this is the second time for Satyendar Jain that he got arrested, and now this time there is a concrete proof. There are digital evidences, there are financial trail which is uncovered by the anti-corruption branch, and currently all the 6 people involved in this scam, including the then Delhi water minister Satyendar Jain, has been arrested by the anti-corruption branch, and they will be produced before the special MP-MLA court today in front of the Rouse Avenue, and they are being currently taken to the hospital for the medical examination before the ACB officials produce them before the court. And currently we are chasing them, we are following them, and Republic is the first channel on which camera we have shown that the Satyendar Jain is sitting inside this police van which is coming just right behind us. And there are serious allegations against them, as we have told our viewers earlier, that no pilot study was done before tendering this project to the Eurotech Environment Private Limited. They have provided undue benefits to them. They have made changes in the tender itself.
Right.
They have restricted technology
Because
process.
I'm being joined by Atul as well. I want to go to Atul, who's also tracking the story from the ground. And Atul has been speaking to some sources about the allegation, the proof that the authorities have had. Yes, Atul, over to you. What are the proof and the evidences that the authorities have got against Satyendar Jain and others?
Well, complaint in this regard was filed by the Vigilance Department. Based on the complaint of the Vigilance Department, the Anti-Corruption Bureau filed a case against Satyendar Jain and others. There are allegations that the tender was of upgradation of sewage treatment plant, and a sum of rupees 1.52 crore rupees was sent directly into the account of a former IAS officer, and this was being done at behest of Mr. Jain. IAS officer received this money and he bought a property. So this was a proceed of crime. Apart from this, during the course of investigation of last 2 years, the Anti-Corruption Bureau has come across an electronic evidence which established that this money was received by IAS officer Mr. Rai, and this was sent by a private firm, AN Enterprises. The tender policies were designed in a manner that was favoring two particular private firms, and they both were in touch with Mr. Jain. So no doubt there were kinds of allegations that Mr. Jain was receiving money from these two firms, and the rules and regulations were flouted. And now, when I was trying to speak to Mr. Jain inside the Anti-Corruption Bureau, he was saying that he is innocent. But the sources in the ICB were telling that when he will be produced before the court, they will seek his custodial remand of 10 days.
That's right. Well, thank you, Atul, and thank you, Saurav, for getting us all those details. Well, thank you, both our colleagues, as we keep getting our viewers the biggest updates. Aam Aadmi Party leader Satyendar Jain and is among the 6 arrested in the tender scam case, and he will be produced in a special court today. Let's go straight across to some of the other stories we are tracking. We'll talk all about what's happening in the world of business, economy and finance. For that, I will hand over to my colleague Nitin. Yes, Nitin, over to you.
Thank you, Shivangi, for that. I mean, the biggest breaking that we have today is the concerns linked to none other than SpiceJet. Now, hasn't the Kingfisher lesson back in 2012, when the wings of the Kingfisher Airlines were clipped, enough of proof for the aviation sector to not find itself in turbulent waters? You know, the tribunal was fully prepared to announce, the NCLT is what I'm talking about, was fully prepared to announce its verdict on August 17th. However, SpiceJet revealed a surprise. You know, a last-minute settlement act wasted the court's time, and we have it on record, like from our sources on ground. We're tracking the story as well for on our behalf regarding SpiceJet. Now, you know, the fact of the matter remains that among the bench that is right now, the hearing is underway regarding the insolvency matter of SpiceJet. It said that one of the judges is supposed to retire today, and today is the same date that an insolvency hearing is being held on the SpiceJet matter. Now, we have it off the record from our sources that the company SpiceJet owes over 4,000 crores. Now, and the majority of its dues is not even owed to aircraft lessors, you know. It's owed to the people working for an airline who does not care for them. We have such, infuriating details on this matter. It's wasted the judicial time, the court's judicial time. Now, these bankruptcy cases have been dragging on since 2024. The bench noted that this last-minute settlement should have been reached earlier, not wasting court's precious time. Now, the NCLT judgment, the final order on one of its cases, regarding its insolvency cases, is set for an order today. You know, the main order is slated for August 19 today. So the trial is already underway, and we are expecting anytime soon for the insolvency order linked to SpiceJet to come to light. And as soon as that happens, we'll bring the latest updates on this. There are people who are so infuriated. There are employees who haven't been paid their salary since May this year. The ground staff, the employees all across the country working for an airlines like SpiceJet, it has completely failed, you know, the faith. It has failed the faith of the people of India who are actually working for them. Failed EPFO contributions for nearly a year is also another major area of concerns. You know, over a year it's been that they've collected EPF contributions from employees, and from aviation insiders, we've got to know that what they smartly try and maneuver and do is that they'll take EPF contributions from employees and they will use it to buy fuel. Can you imagine? They'll just buy aviation fuel just to stay afloat and bring a picture that, you know, our operations are working nicely and smoothly, but it's just barely staying afloat. The airlines had already received a rupees 150 crore under a government-backed credit program to stabilize its operations. But seems that no one in the aviation sector is willing enough to take a lesson from the playbook of Kingfisher, learn a lesson and not do the same thing, same mistakes, because you see it's the same trajectory. With Kingfisher as well, employees' unpaid dues remained. It's the same story with SpiceJet. Now, insolvency matter is being held today. There are 7 other insolvency matters linked to SpiceJet, which will be heard tomorrow on August 20th. So these 2 days are extremely crucial, both for the ground staff of SpiceJet, its employees and the company at large, because the insolvency would mean that the board of SpiceJet would be removed. Back to you, Shivangi.
Well, thank you for getting us all those details, Nitin from our Republic business team, keeping us up to date with what's happening from the world of business, economy and finance. All right, let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories coming in. The Goa government has now moved the Supreme Court, challenging the 10-year sentence awarded to Tarun Tejpal in the 2013 rape case, arguing that the punishment is grossly disproportionate and seeking the maximum sentence. The state has told the Supreme Court that the passage of 13 years cannot benefit the offender, stressing the alleged repeated sexual assaults and Tejpal's position of dominance, trust and authority as a survivor's employer, mentor and father figure. The Goa government has also highlighted the nature of the cross-examination, alleging that the survivor was, by the way, subjected to nearly 1,000 pages of invasive questioning and portrayed as a woman of loose morals, quote unquote, while arguing that the circumstance of the case warrant a harsher punishment. Okay, Sarthak is joining us. Viewers, let's go across to my colleague Sarthak, the Goa government moving the Supreme Court seeking enhancement of the sentence. So the Goa government says that 10 years is not enough. The state wants life imprisonment for Tejpal instead. Yes, over to you, Sarthak.
Well, absolutely, Shivangi, and it's important to mention and bring points to our viewers that Tarun Tejpal was convicted under multiple sections of IPC, including section 376, 2K, 2F, section 354, 354A, 354B, which collectively makes him a perfect candidate for life imprisonment. However, the Bombay High Court had given him a quantum of sentence for 10 years. It is also important to mention that in 2021, the trial court had acquitted him from the case. However, the Bombay High Court completely overturned that order and he was convicted in that case. However, he was given 10 years of imprisonment, and this time around what we can see is that the Goa government has filed a fresh plea in the Supreme Court where they are expecting the sentence to be and they are expecting him to be given a life imprisonment because they are claiming that the sentence that has been granted by the Bombay High Court is proportionate to the nature of the offence. He was like a man in the life of the victim. He his power, he used his authority,
yes, Sarthak, thank you for getting us all those details. We will be coming back to you for more. All right, viewers, we're taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. At least 9 killed and 6 injured after a fire breaks out at a hotel in Kolkata. Bangladeshi nationals among the dead. This is one of the developing stories we're tracking here. Stay tuned. We're live and breaking.
शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing grip. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हिंदुस्तान के अंदर, सिस्टम के अंदर इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिवोल्ट हो रहा है। तो आप सोचती हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। वो
Welcome back, viewers. Beginning some unfortunate incident which has been reported. At least 9 people, including a child, they were killed after a massive fire broke out at a hotel in Kolkata this morning. The blaze erupted around 2 a.m. on a free school street near New Market, one of the city's busiest and most densely populated areas, trapping many guests inside the building and triggering a major rescue operation. According to the fire department, the Bangladeshi nationals were among those who died in the blaze. They had travelled to Kolkata for medical treatment. The preliminary investigation is continuing, finding that the hotel lacked basic fire safety measures. The FSL team is on the spot.
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री से बात होगा। उसके बाद हम लोग सोच रहे एक टीम बनाएंगे जिसमें केएमसी, पुलिस, फायर ब्रिगेड, हमारे यूडीए में दफ्तर रहेंगे और ऐसा होटल जो लोग चला रहे हैं, ट्रेड लाइसेंस है कि नहीं, फायर लाइसेंस है कि नहीं, एक ही बिल्डिंग 3 तला बिल्डिंग 10 तो होटल चल रहे हैं, छोटा रूम्स 10 तो रूम, ये सो नहीं चल सकता है।
मरने वाले बांग्लादेशी बताए जा रहे हैं।
नहीं, अभी तक वो पुलिस देख रहे, बांग्लादेशी है ना भारतीय है, पुलिस देखकर बताएंगे।
एक्शन लिया जाएगा मैम, ऐसी घटनाएं आगे ना हो।
डेफिनेटली एक्शन लिया जाएगा।
सीएम आएंगे यहाँ पे, सीएम से बातचीत?
नहीं, सीएम से अभी तक बातचीत नहीं हुआ है। लेकिन सीएम से बात करके हम लोग एक
कंपनसेशन देंगे मैम। जो
देखिए, पूरा सीएम से बात करके सरकार ये घोषणा करेंगे।
अभी सिचुएशन तो आप जानते हैं, 9 लोगों का मृत्यु हो गया, तो बाकी 80 लोगों को हमारा डिपार्टमेंट वाला जो ऑफिसर है, फायर फाइटर है, उन्होंने बचा लिया और वो आसपास में वो जो रेस्क्यू सेंटर हुआ उधर है। अभी तक एकदम ठोस कानून सामने नहीं आया, फॉरेंसिक होने के बाद ही हो सकता है वो।
Coming up, viewers, Anti-Corruption Bureau arrests former Delhi Minister and Aam Aadmi Party leader Satyendar Jain in connection with the Delhi Jal Board scam. Jain to be produced before special court today. Stay tuned, we're live and breaking.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Quiet. You're very disrespectful.
Breaking news coming in, viewers. Right now, politics over Modi's government census has escalated. And sources say Rahul Gandhi has warned of a Gen Z-style protest by OBCs expressing strong objection to the absence of an OBC column in census 2027. According to sources, Rahul has fumed over the omission and claimed that the Modi government will be forced to bow down to pressure if OBCs take to the streets. So back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers on Republic TV. And in the latest, once again, there is a lot of words over the census, the PM Modi government census. Sources saying that Rahul Gandhi has warned of a Gen Z-style protest by OBCs, expressing strong objection to the absence of an OBC column in census 2027. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, viewers. And as we keep getting you the latest updates, let's also tell you that the reason this is making big news is because the census would be asking multiple questions. In the questions would be multiple questions. Among others, we will expect that respondents will record their caste during the population enumeration exercise. So on that matter, we see that Rahul Gandhi, according to sources, has fumed over the omission and claimed that the PM Modi government will be forced to bow down to pressure if OBCs take to the streets. The politics over PM Modi's census escalates. Sources said Rahul Gandhi has warned of a Gen Z protest by OBCs, expressing strong objection to the absence of an OBC column in census 2027. The union government had notified 40 questions, which among others will ask the respondents to record their caste during the population enumeration exercise in the second phase of census 2027. This is the first time that the caste will be enumerated in India other than that of scheduled tribes and scheduled castes. So after that, we have seen a big row which has erupted over the issue, and now we see that Rahul Gandhi has gone ahead and made this latest remark. By the way, this is source-based information which is coming in, saying that Rahul Gandhi has warned of a Gen Z, I repeat, a Gen Z-style protest by OBCs. So the Congress saying the caste questions are deeply inappropriate and they should not be there. Taking a short break, do not go anywhere. Massive setback coming in for rapist Tarun Tejpal. So we are tracking some of the other stories coming in. The Goa government moves top court against Tejpal's 10-year sentence and says 10 years not enough. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
हिंदुस्तान के अंदर, सिस्टम के अंदर इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिवोल्ट हो रहा है। तो आप सोचती हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। वो 3 साल पहले फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर के मैसेजेस मेरे पास आ रहे हैं। हेड ऑफ इंटेलिजेंस सिस्टम, सीनियर जुडिशरी, सारों के सारे रिवोल्ट कर रहे हैं, इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहे हैं हमें। तो जो कंट्रोल का सिस्टम था एक तरफ से, वो कोलैप्स कर रहा है अंदर से, क्योंकि लोगों को दिख रहा है कि जनता का प्रेशर अब ऐसा भयंकर आएगा, अगर हम इस रास्ते पे चलते गए तो हमारे लिए रिस्क हो जाएगा। आप क्या सोचते हो, अगर जनता को मालूम है कि इलेक्शन सिस्टम रिग्ड है और जनता की मतलब इकोनॉमिक प्रेशर, गरीबी, दर्द के कारण जनता में गुस्सा आ गया, आप क्या सोचते हो कि इलेक्शन कमिश्नर को डर नहीं लगेगा कल क्या होने वाला है? तो अब क्या हो रहा है, सिस्टम अंदर से ऐसे हिल रहा है पूरा। और मैं आपको ये बता दूं कि मेरे पास इंफॉर्मेशन आ रही है, सिस्टम मुझे इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहा है।
वोट चोरी हो रही है और अब हमारे पास
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. watching Republic.
Getting in some pictures, ladies and gentlemen, from the national capital as Satyendar Jain, a former Delhi minister, AAP leader, has been produced in court. Now, these are latest pictures coming in of Satyendar Jain being taken by the police and being produced in court. And Satyendar Jain arrested for another scam. He was earlier arrested and jailed for almost 18 months. That was in connection with another scam, this time around the Delhi Jal Board scam. That's the latest case in which he's been arrested along with a few officials of the Delhi Jal Board. He's been taken for a medical examination and he will be produced at the court in Delhi. That's the Rouse Avenue court. That's in a short while from now. Atul is joining us with details. Atul, give us details of what role he allegedly played in this particular case.
Well, Satyendar Kumar Jain used to be the minister during that time when this alleged scam took place. There was a tender of sewage treatment plant. The term and condition were designed in a manner in which these were allegedly favoring two private firms, and Satyendar Jain was in touch with these two private firms. The former IAS officer received a sum of rupees 1.52 crore rupees, which he received into his account directly, and he used this money in purchasing a property. This money was sent by AN Enterprises, which was also in the process of getting the tenders. The Vigilance Department of the Delhi government lodged a complaint in this regard. Based on the complaint, the Anti-Corruption Bureau filed an FIR, and now, after conducting a thorough probe of around 1 year, they have arrested 6 persons, including Mr. Jain, former IAS officer, and 4 aides. They will be produced before the special MP MLA court because Jain used to be an ex-MLA. And they will be seeking the custodial remand of 10 days. There is one particular electronic evidence which has established that IS Rai received a sum of rupees 1.52 crore. Based on this, the ACB will argue before the court.
Okay. Now there's a second time that he's been arrested and he's in trouble. He's a very critical leader of the Aam Aadmi Party, someone who's also co-in charge of the Punjab elections, and the Aam Aadmi Party says he's picked up ahead of the Punjab elections. Now, what are the different charges that he faces outside of this case? Because he's got a history of cases that he, has been named in or has been investigated in or jailed for.
Well, there are charges of criminal conspiracy. The affair was lodged under sections of Indian Penal Code and the Prevention of Corruption Act. Earlier, he was facing charges of PMLA cases by the Enforcement Directorate, and now he is facing the charges of Prevention of Corruption Act and the criminal conspiracy, which is 120B of the Indian Penal Code.
सत्येंद्र जी कुछ कहेंगे इस गिरफ्तारी को लेकर पंजाब चुनाव की वजह से किया जा रहा है सर 4 साल पुरानी FIR है कितना आपको क्या लगता है
Okay, that's a visual of him being taken for he's in the court right now. That was him being produced in court. Earlier were the pictures of him being produced for a medical examination. Let's once again listen in. He was asked a few questions. Satyendar Jain says something. Let's see if the audio cameras pick that up. Let's play that out.
सत्येंद्र जी कुछ कहेंगे इस गिरफ्तारी को लेकर पंजाब पंजाब चुनाव की वजह से किया जा रहा है सर 4 साल पुरानी FIR है कितना आपको क्या लगता है
Okay, those are the pictures of him in the Delhi court. Let me go back to Atul joining us with the details. Atul.
Well, Niranjan, I would like to say one thing that complainant in this case is Vigilance Department. So Vigilance Department lodged a complaint, and then Anti-Corruption Bureau filed an FIR against Jain and 6 other persons. Satyendar Jain used to be a minister at that time. He was favoring 2 particular farms. He wanted that the tender should be gone to this particular farms, and therefore he has allegedly has a conspiracy along with 6. And IAS officer played a crucial role. He received a sum of rupees 1.52 crore rupees. The anti-corruption bureaus, after conducting a thorough probe, have come across an electronic evidence which established that this money was used in purchasing a property which is a proceed of crime. Maybe when they will be seeking the custodial remand of all the 6 accused, they will be arguing on this particular evidence which they have come across.
Okay. Saurav is also joining us with the details. Saurav, as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, claiming political vendetta, timing it to the Punjab elections, Satyendar Jain also has a role in the Punjab elections.
Yes, Niranjan, this is always a old tactic of the Aam Aadmi Party that they always blame one thing or another when a corruption case emerges against their own leader. And at this case, anti-corruption branch has already established all the evidence. They have the digital trail, they have the financial trail, and the electronic evidences in which the chats and the other things were secured by the anti-corruption branch, in which clearly shows that the private entities are in direct communication with the public servants and the minister who were in power at that time, and they were talking about manipulating the contract so that they the Eurotech Environment Private Limited could get undue benefits through this. And they have also found out about rupees 1.52 crores which was credited into the account of the then Delhi Jal Board CEO Udit Prakash, and those money was used to buy immovable assets. And I want to tell all our viewers that this is the case which sums total to 17.7 crore rupees, in which 6 people have been arrested, including the then Delhi Water Minister Satyendar Jain, and they are currently produced in court. We are currently present outside the Rouse Avenue court only, and now there were several irregularities in the whole tendering process which was carried out by these public servants and the minister himself. They have not done a pilot study before tendering this project to the Eurotech Environment Private Limited. They have received kickback payments from the intermediaries, identities of the Eurotech Private Limited, which are AN Enterprise, and the other is Srijanhar Private Limited. These 2 firms were providing technology to the Eurotech Environment Private Limited for the upgradation of the STPs in the national capital. 4 STPs upgradation tender was floated, and they were restricted in that tender. There were restrictions on the technology so that they could provide undue benefit to these firms only. They were in direct touch with them. There were several meeting records which the anti-corruption branch has fetched. Currently, they have all the digital evidences, financial transaction trail which they have traced, and they also have electronic evidences about the whole conversation between them and the private entities. This is a rock solid case, and they have now produced all the 6 accused, including the Satyendar Jain and the then Delhi Jal Board CEO Udit Prakash Rai, in the Rouse Avenue court. And yesterday night they have been arrested by the anti-corruption branch, and now they are produced before the court. But this is a major case, and this case stems back to 2022 when the tender was floated and it was awarded to the Eurotech Environment Private Limited. This is the major story which we are breaking for our viewers, as Republic is the first channel to get Satyendar Jain on camera, and Republic has also confronted Satyendar Jain where he said that he is innocent, but the proofs and the evidences suggest otherwise, that he was particularly involved in this major scam, as he was the then Delhi Water Minister, and this all couldn't get done without him knowing about all this. And now the Aam Aadmi Party is just making hue and cry over the issue, as their senior leader have been caught, and their image of Kattar Imandar has been challenged again. As
in fact, we have a sequence with Satyendar Jain. I'd like to play that out when we asked him a few questions. Here's how he responded when we asked him questions on his role in this alleged scam.
आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे इससे? आपको लगा आप इतना बड़ा करप्शन करके बच के निकल जाएंगे सत्येंद्र जैन? सर आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे इससे इतना बड़ा स्कैम करने के बाद? सत्येंद्र जैन आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे स्कैम से? सत्येंद्र जैन जवाब दीजिए। सत्येंद्र जैन जवाब दीजिए। आप इतना बड़ा स्कैम करके बच के निकलने की कोशिश क्यों कर रहे थे? सर आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे क्या इससे? सत्येंद्र जैन 17 करोड़ रुपए का स्कैम है ये पूरा। सत्येंद्र जैन आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे इससे? आपको लगा आप इतना बड़ा करप्शन करके बच के निकल जाएंगे सत्येंद्र जैन? सर आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे ऐसे इतना बड़ा स्कैम करने के बाद? सत्येंद्र जैन आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे स्कैम से? सत्येंद्र जैन जवाब दीजिए। सत्येंद्र जैन जवाब दीजिए। आप इतना बड़ा स्कैम करके बच के निकलने की कोशिश क्यों कर रहे थे? सर आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे क्या इससे? सत्येंद्र जैन 17 करोड़ रुपए का स्कैम है ये पूरा। सत्येंद्र जैन आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे इससे? आपको लगा आप इतना बड़ा करप्शन करके बच के निकल जाएंगे सत्येंद्र जैन? सर आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे ऐसे इतना बड़ा स्कैम करने के बाद? सत्येंद्र जैन आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे स्कैम से? सत्येंद्र जैन जवाब दीजिए। सत्येंद्र जैन जवाब दीजिए। आप इतना बड़ा स्कैम करके बच के निकलने की कोशिश क्यों कर रहे थे?
Okay, so we have some more breaking news coming in, but first up from Tamil Nadu, the big story in a case heard by the Madras High Court over state government on inquiring if state anthem can be sung first before the Vande Mataram. The Madras High Court order stated that the centre has only said that it is compulsory to sing national song and national anthem, but has not mentioned that the state anthem should only be sung after that. So said that in all state government events, the state song or the state anthem can be sung first. Tamil anthem will be played first. That's what they wanted, and that's what the court has said, that there is nothing wrong in having the Tamil anthem first. So that's the court order that's coming from the Madras High Court. We'll go across to Sharda to get more details. The court has said that there is nothing in the rule that says what should come first, and that's an interpretation of the court, that there is nothing wrong in the state anthem playing first. The centre only made national song and national anthem compulsory, is what the Madras High Court has said, allowing the state anthem to be played first. Centre did not mention that state song should be played after the national song and national anthem. Is that a reading of the situation, Sharda? Is that a reading, or is there a protocol that may have been missed here?
Well, after the Vande Mataram bill was passed, there was a lot of question in Tamil Nadu when it came to multiple government events and college events, where the governor attended, whereas the national anthem and the national song Vande Mataram was sung, and even multiple events skipped the Tamil Thai Vartha. Now a resolution has been passed in the ongoing assembly session, and the state government had decided that Tamil Thai Vartha will be sung first. And after passing the resolution, the state government approached the Madras High Court seeking clarity whether the Tamil Thai Vartha can be sung first or at last, or is there any rule. Whereas the Madras High Court has made it clear that the Vande Mataram bill does not say that the Tamil Thai Vartha should be sung or not sung, or should be sung first or third. So it is up to the government's decision, and the Madras High Court said, being the state anthem, the Tamil Thai Vartha should be sung first and can be opted to be sung first at any of the events, followed by the Vande Mataram, full 6 stanzas and the national anthem, and the same was followed during the Independence Day celebration during the flag hoisting ceremony of the Chief Minister as well.
Okay. Yeah. Now, what are critics saying? Because there's there is a debate where they say that try and pitch Tamil versus other languages, pitch the North versus the South, and pitch one anthem versus the other. It's exactly what the DMK was doing, and now even the TVK seems to be doing the same thing.
Well, Niranjan, both the DMK and the TVK were very clear that Tamil Thai Varthu should be sung first. We also saw, apart from the DMK passing a resolution multiple times, pointed our hands at the TVK leader Vijay, saying that before he took oath as the Chief Minister, Tamil Thai Varthu was sung third. Even during the governor's address 3 months back when the first assembly session was held, the TVK was again pointed hands at, telling that the TVK is acting as the B team of the BJP and allowed for the national song and the national anthem to be sung first before Tamil Thai Varthu said that they disrespected the state anthem. Now, the state government has taken a step, apart from passing a resolution, also to take a court order seeking confirmation that the state anthem will always be played first.
Okay. Thank you for joining us with those details. I have a video that's coming in from the national capital. I'd like to go across to that video next as we get to the breaking news updates of a Pakistan-based network. I have some more details coming in off that. I'd like to go across to that. Thank you for joining us with those details. So this is a picture, in fact, there's a video coming in from the national capital as a hand grenade has been disposed in Delhi. The first video coming in, first video of the police crackdown on Shehzad Bhatti network, and the hand grenades that were found, Pakistani hand grenades, made in Pakistan hand grenades that were found. They are being disposed in the national capital. Let's put an exclusive watermark on that. This is a hand grenade that was recovered from Pakistani module of the Shehzad Bhatti network. This particular hand grenade has been disposed in Delhi after the crackdown on this pan-India network. And this hand grenade was found from a Pakistan-backed terror network. Over 200 to 300 of them have been arrested in a pan-India operation. These Pakistan-made hand grenades were found with the terrorists of this module who were arrested and have been disposed in Delhi's Narela area today. Now, across the country, investigative agencies had arrested over 200 suspects linked to the Shehzad Bhatti network. These are some of the details coming in of the Shehzad Bhatti network. And that's the hand grenade that was disposed. I want to go across to Saurav joining us. Saurav, it seems like Pakistani grenades were to be, or rather were carried by these terrorists and the terror network. Were these grenades to be used in the national capital?
In fact, not even in the national capital. Across 14 states in India, these hand grenades were about to be used by more than 250 people of the Shehzad Bhatti network who were arrested by the Indian security agencies on August 12 in a joint operation which is run by Delhi Police Special Cell and other investigative agencies. And now these hand grenades had a marking of Pakistan Ordnance Factory, which proves that these arms and ammunition were supplied from Pakistan to India to conduct the terror activities. And now the Indian security agencies have foiled the major conspiracy of the Pakistan, and once again more than 250 people have been arrested in this regard by the Indian security agencies. And these hand grenades, which were about to be used in the national capital along with 13 other states, have now been recovered from all these 250 people, and they are being disposed of in the Narela area. And it was this was carried out in an open area so that nobody could sustain any kind of injuries or no harm come to them. So that is why they have chose this location, and they have disposed all the hand grenades which were recovered from the 250 people who were detained and arrested by the Indian security agencies. They were backed by the Shehzad Bhatti terror network, who is backed by the ISI, Pakistan's ISI, which is their agency, and the major attacks were foiled and the major conspiracy unearthed by the Indian security agencies just ahead of the Independence Day. This is a major breaking which we are showing our viewers on Republic, and now the hand grenades which were recovered from the raids, they were being disposed of by the Delhi Police Special Cell in the Narela area out in the open, so that no one can sustain any kind of injuries during the time of disposal of such fatal hand grenades in the national capital, Niranjan.
A few IPS officers, retired IPS officers on the phone line, because this network, there were arrests made from across the country, a pan-India network, and their modus operandi was to hire Indians to carry out terror attacks. Now that was their module. Can you take our viewers through the arrests that have taken place in different states? Which are the different states where these arrests have taken place, and how large was the network? Saurabh.
There were several states in which these arrests took place on August 12, including Manipur, Gujarat, Delhi, Bengal and other states. There were a total of 14 states, and their modus operandi, they have resorted to a new technique, Niranjan, that they were recruiting the youths who were in need of money. They were dangling some easy money in front of them over the social media platforms. They hire and recruit these youths to conduct such activities in India, and there were more than 250 people which they have recruited. And this module was busted in a joint operation run by the Indian security agencies, including the Delhi Police Special Cell, RAW, IB and other such agencies, over an intelligence input. And their module was very clear that they were doing reconnaissance of several areas, military installations, police installations, and they wanted to choose their target, and they wanted to attack their target on the occasion of Independence Day. But just right before the Independence Day, the module was busted on August 12, and this is the major operation which was run by the Indian security agencies, as the whole network is dismantled now. More than 253 people have been arrested in this regard, and from their possession during the raids, CCTV cameras, live cartridges, pistols, hand grenades, IED materials, all of these things were recovered from them, and most of the weapons which were recovered from them had a Pakistan Ordnance Factory marking on it, which clearly shows that this is the evidence that these arms and ammunition were supplied from Pakistan via India to conduct terror activities only. And these are the major details of this case, and their modus operandi has been busted by the Indian security agencies, Niranjan.
Details, those are pictures coming in of the Delhi police destroying some of the grenades. They claim these were made in Pakistan grenades that were recovered and now being destroyed. And that's it on this edition of the News in the Live Report. We'll take a break, coming back with some breaking news from the world of business. SpiceJet in big trouble. They're facing an insolvency petition. They've had a partial relief today. We'll tell you all about that. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Quiet. You're very disrespectful in front of this young man. We can't go around and protect all of these countries, especially when they're not there to help us.
In the recent episode of Tantrums, U.S. President Donald Trump is openly frustrated with South Korea. The U.S. president has scaled down joint military drills with Seoul as a clear pressure tactic.
South Korea has been protected by us for many, many years. And during my first term, they agreed to pay close to $3 billion a year for protection because they essentially weren't paying. And I asked them to do that at my request. I said, not right. They weren't happy about it, but they agreed. I asked for $10 billion, and they were very unhappy. But we agreed for a short term that it would be $3 billion, and next year it would go up, and the next year it would go up, so they start paying for their protection. When I called recently the president of South Korea, who I think he's very nice, actually, but I called him, I said, would you like to give us a little hand? We don't need help with Iran. But if you'd like, give us a hand with Iran. He said, no, thanks. And I said, wait a minute, we have 39,000 soldiers over there.
And coming up on Bharat in 1 minute, an encounter took place between police and criminals in Ghaziabad, where two suspects who were habitual offenders were shot in their leg during their retaliatory firing. Police recovered weapons from the two suspects, and an investigation on the incident is underway. Protests erupted at a college in Kerala after a student from Arunachal Pradesh committed suicide over the college's minimum credit requirements, year-back system and a high supplementary examination fee. A 3-page suicide note written in English and Hindi was recovered by the cops, and an investigation on the incident is underway. A uniformed police constable was beaten in public in Agra after the cop is allegedly involved in the ongoing dispute with his wife. Now, the incident reportedly took place outside the railway station, where more than half a dozen people attacked the cop. The attackers were believed to be members of his in-laws' family, and the incident has gone viral on social media ever since.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हिंदुस्तान के अंदर, सिस्टम के अंदर इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिवोल्ट हो रहा है। तो आप सोचती हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। वो
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Anti-Corruption Bureau arrests former Delhi Minister Aam Aadmi Party leader Satyendar Jain in connection to the Delhi Jal Board scam. Satyendar Jain to be produced before special court today. Madras High Court clears the way for Tamil Anthem and says Tamil Anthem can precede Vande Mataram and Jana Gana Mana. At least 9 people, including a child, were killed after a massive fire broke out at a hotel in Kolkata. Major fake drug racket in Bengaluru by the enforcement wing of Karnataka's Food Safety and Drug Administration. Medicines worth over ₹5 crore seized. Massive setback for rapist Tarun Tejpal. Goa government moves top court against Tejpal's 10-year sentence and says 10 years not enough. Viewers, a very good afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Right now, we have a big breaking news coming in from the world of business, economy and finance. For that, I will hand it over to my colleague Nitin. Nitin, over to you.
Right, Shivangi. We've been tracking the SpiceJet story, the insolvency matter that was up for hearing in front of NCLT today. Now, obviously, re-hearing has been scheduled for Monday, but the stock has started to respond. The investors are catching on with the reality of SpiceJet, which is barely staying afloat, using money meant for Provident Fund, not submitting it to the EPFO, redirecting it to, as per aviation insiders, to buy fuel just to stay afloat. Now, what's the problem here? These employees have been so loyal to you over a year. You've not, nearly a year it's been, and you've not paid their Provident Fund contributions. What is wrong? They are supposed to be held accountable just because, they've stayed loyal with you? Now, a 7.5 lakh fine each on SpiceJet and the aircraft lessor Aviator ML 29641 Ltd was imposed by the NCLT special bench. Now why? Because it was wasting court's time. They entered into a last-minute settlement deal, and on the day itself, like today, when the order was supposed to be announced, one of the judges in the benches is supposed to retire. Now the tribunal deferred its order on the insolvency pleas against the debt-laden SpiceJet and asked the regulator, the NCLT bench, to take up the matter on Monday, as we've mentioned it earlier. And there are so many incriminating details, infuriating details. 70 to 85% of salary reductions. It's not even legally allowed. The bare minimum criteria for that is just about 15 to 20%. Now you still owe SpiceJet. It's a wake-up call for you. Don't follow the Kingfisher route anymore. 4,000 crore you owe to aircraft lessors. We have that off the record through our sources on ground. Now, SpiceJet's statement has also come. Viewers, we are breaking this right now. It has just come and it's linked to the entire matter in hand. Now, in view of the order, SpiceJet welcomes the order of the NCLT, which has disposed of the petition filed by Aviator ML as withdrawn. But there are still 7 insolvency matters pending, viewers. It's supposed to be held tomorrow. The hearing for all these 7 matters are to be held on August 20th. Now, what SpiceJet has mentioned is, in view of the order, they view the order as a positive step towards resolving the outstanding matters and remain committed to working closely and constructively with our partners to find mutually acceptable solutions. Now, SpiceJet has been through a challenging period of time ever since 2024. The chairman, Ajay Singh, is in hot soup. Now, SpiceJet has been through a challenging period and is focused on rebuilding the airline, strengthening its operation, restoring its fleet. We remain committed to working with all our stakeholders in a spirit of cooperation. Now, this last-minute settlement, does it really mean a relief to your employees, SpiceJet? They've forgoed their homes. They are unable to pay EMIs. What about them? You owe a big, major chunk to obviously these aircraft lessors, over 4,000 crores as per our sources. But what about these employees who've been struggling to meet their basic necessities? Send their child to the school, pay EMIs, buy a house. What about them? This is merely a very PR statement, as we see, There's no mention about their employees who've been so loyal to them. And we've been told that they're they're feeling a lot of pressure from the company's top management to not go to the media, speak their fears and anxiety out. Now, that's the latest we have on the SpiceJet. We'll keep tracking this very, very closely because it affects a lot of people across the country. Back to Shivangi.
All right, well, thank you, Nitin, for getting us all those details. That's a big breaking news coming in from our business team. We have to move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking here on Republic TV. So let's move ahead. We're getting some news coming in that an Ola driver has been attacked in Navi Mumbai. Allegations of assault with a rod and dragging the driver on the car's bonnet for nearly 2 kilometers. The questions raised regarding the role of the police as well, the Nerul police. Now, a dispute over the overtaking late Saturday night on the Palm Beach Road allegedly escalated into a horrifying incident. It is alleged that a man stepped out of his car wielding a rod, struck the Ola driver on the head and injured him. After the assault, as a car driver attempted to drive away, the injured Ola driver Praveen Pandey tried to stop the vehicle until the police arrived. Despite this, the car driver allegedly drove forward. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV viewers. Upon impact, the Ola driver fell into the car's bonnet and clung to the windshield wiper to save his life. So the entire sequence has happened, and the eyewitnesses who saw this entire thing play out, they say the car driver allegedly kept the injured Ola driver hanging on the bonnet for approximately 2 kilometers. Reports indicate that the vehicle was in fact not stopped. I repeat, not stopped despite pleas for help. Eventually, the car driver dislodged the Ola driver onto the roadside and fled the scene. So following this incident, the Ola driver went to the police station to demand action. It is alleged that the police initially attempted to broker a compromise between the two parties. When that failed, it emerged that only a routine case was registered around 4:30 a.m. on Sunday. All eyes are now on the Nerul police's investigation and subsequent actions regarding this matter. If the allegations prove true, this will be viewed as not a road rage incident, but perhaps something even more serious. So huge updates coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. Now, of course, we will see that there will be further action which will be taken in this case. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. And let's move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking here. Now, the Goa government has moved the Supreme Court. That is right. This is regarding the 10-year sentence awarded to Tarun Tejpal in the 2013 rape case, arguing that the punishment is grossly disproportionate and seeks the maximum sentence. That is right. That means life imprisonment. The state has told Supreme Court that the passage of 13 years cannot benefit the offender, stressing the alleged repeated sexual assault and Tejpal's position of dominance, trust and authority as a survivor's employer, mentor and father figure. The Goa government has also highlighted the nature of the cross-examination, alleging that the survivor was subjected to nearly 1,000 pages of invasive questioning and portrayed as a woman of loose morals, while arguing that the circumstances of the case warrant a harsher punishment. So we'll try to go across to my colleague in a short while from now, viewers, but this is a huge update coming in on Republic TV. Now, it looks like there is a plea which has been filed. That's a big update coming in. The Goa government is seeking life imprisonment for Tarun Tejpal, and we're getting all these updates coming in on Republic TV. Just telling you that what happened earlier, Tarun Tejpal was getting a 10-year rigorous imprisonment awarded to him by the Bombay High Court, but the Goa government says that it is too light and there has to be life imprisonment for the kind of case and the kind of conviction which has come in. The case dates back to 2013 when a junior colleague accused Tejpal of raping her inside a hotel elevator during the event in Goa. And a trial court acquitted him in 2021, but the Bombay High Court overturned the verdict on August 6th, convicted the Tarun Tejpal of rape and sentenced him to 10 years of rigorous imprisonment. And viewers, the other big story we're tracking right now is that Aam Aadmi Party leader and former Delhi Water Minister Satyendar Jain has been arrested by the anti-corruption branch as the main accused in a major corruption case, viewers, involving alleged large-scale irregularities and manipulation of Delhi Jal Board sewage treatment plant upgradation tenders. The ACB also arrested 5 others in connection with the case, which alleges tender conditions were rigged to favor a particular company, leading to criminal conspiracy and perhaps even substantial loss to the government exchequer. Aam Aadmi Party leader and former Delhi Minister Satyendar Jain is set to be produced before a special MP-MLA court today after being arrested by the Delhi Anti-Corruption Branch in the alleged Delhi Jal Board corruption case. The ACB is probing alleged irregularities in the tendering process for sewage treatment projects, with Jain among 6 people arrested in the case. We're getting some big reactions coming in, viewers. Let's go ahead and see what happened when Republic tried to confront Satyendar Jain.
सत्येंद्र जैन, आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे इससे? आपको लगा आप इतना बड़ा करप्शन करके बच के निकल जाएंगे सत्येंद्र जैन? सर आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे इससे इतना बड़ा स्कैम करने के बाद? सत्येंद्र जैन, आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे इस स्कैम से? सत्येंद्र जैन, जवाब दीजिए। सत्येंद्र जैन, जवाब दीजिए। आप इतना बड़ा स्कैम करके बच के निकलने की कोशिश क्यों कर रहे थे? सर, आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे क्या इससे? सत्येंद्र जैन, 17 करोड़ रुपए का स्कैम है ये पूरा। सत्येंद्र जैन।
आम आदमी पार्टी की तत्कालीन सरकार ने ये अपने पूरे कार्यकाल में दिखा दिया कि उनकी पूरी की पूरी नीयत केवल अपने प्रचार प्रसार और भ्रष्टाचार की थी। आपने देखा होगा कि आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार के पूरे कार्यकाल में एक भी एसटीपी प्लांट दिल्ली में नहीं लगा और जो पब्लिक का पैसा था, जहां पर जल भराव से दिल्ली को बचाना चाहिए था, उस पैसे का इस्तेमाल कर जहां पर एसटीपी प्लांट्स लगाकर दिल्ली में स्यूएज ट्रीटमेंट के और प्रावधान करे जाने चाहिए थे, जहां पर यह सुनिश्चित करा जाना चाहिए था कि यमुना जी और मलिन ना हो बल्कि और स्वच्छ हो, ये पूरा का पूरा पब्लिक मनी स्कैम के माध्यम से तत्कालीन आम आदमी पार्टी और आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं ने खुर्द बुर्द कर दिया। आज जब इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसीज ने सत्येंद्र जैन जी और उनके साथ 4 और अभियुक्तों को अरेस्ट करा है, तो दिल्ली की जनता को न्याय मिलेगा। ये एक बार पुनः एक आशा की किरण जनता के जहन में जरूर जगी है। लेकिन इस पे मैं और टिप्पणी इसलिए नहीं करूंगी बिकॉज द लॉ विल डेफिनेटली टेक इट्स ओन कोर्स हेंसफॉर्थ।
देखिए, अगर पूरे उस मामले को ध्यान से देखा जाए तो ये सही दिखाई देता है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के समय में दिल्ली की सरकार में सत्ता के संरक्षण में भ्रष्टाचार का एक मॉडल विकसित किया गया, जिसमें राजनेता, अधिकारी, उसके अंदर ठेकेदार और तमाम अन्य लोग थे जिनको उससे लाभ पहुंचा। सत्येंद्र जैन की गिरफ्तारी के बाद ये जो गठजोड़ है वो अब उसका पर्दाफाश हो गया है और अरविंद केजरीवाल जो ईमानदारी का नारा देकर के सत्ता में आए थे, इस झूठे नैरेटिव को वो हमेशा उन्होंने दिल्ली को इस झूठे नैरेटिव के कारण से बर्बाद किया है। फिर चाहे वो शराब घोटाला हो, शिक्षा का घोटाला हो या अन्य घोटाले हो, और अब ये दिल्ली जल बोर्ड का घोटाला सामने आया है। तो कहीं ना कहीं अरविंद केजरीवाल को दिल्ली की जनता को इसका जवाब देना चाहिए कि जिस ईमानदारी का सर्टिफिकेट लेकर के वो राजनीति में आए थे, 10 साल में दिल्ली को उन्होंने क्या दिया। और यदि ये जल बोर्ड का घोटाला ना होता तो आज यमुना का पानी पूरी तरीके से साफ हो गया था, एसटीपी लगे ही नहीं। और जो मनी ट्रेल को यदि देखा जाएगा तो साफ दिखाई देता है।
यमुना को लेकर तो खुद अरविंद केजरीवाल ने भी, आम आदमी पार्टी ने बड़े दावे किए थे और उसी यमुना से जुड़े हुए टेंडर, सीवेज एसटीपी का टेंडर था, उसमें घोटाले की बात आ रही है।
इसीलिए मैंने कहा ये भ्रष्टाचार का एक मॉडल अरविंद केजरीवाल ने दिल्ली में विकसित किया और उस मॉडल की आड़ में जो कुछ उन्होंने दिल्ली के साथ में किया, एक एक करके घोटालों का सच दिल्ली की जनता के सामने आ रहा है। फिर अब जब एसीबी ने पूरी जांच के बाद में ये कार्रवाई की है तो आप समझ लीजिए कि चाहे वो राजनेता हो, चाहे अधिकारी हो या ठेकेदार हो या कोई भी हो, वो बचेगा नहीं। कानून अपना काम करेगा और कड़ी से कड़ी सजा ऐसे लोगों को मिलेगी।
आम आदमी पार्टी सर इसमें ये कह रही है कि जिस समय ये घोटाले की बात कही जा रही है उस समय सत्येंद्र जैन जेल में थे और ये रेड और गिरफ्तारी सिर्फ इसलिए हो रही है क्योंकि पंजाब में चुनाव आने वाला है।
वो बिल्कुल झूठ बोलते हैं। ये मामला 7 अक्टूबर 2021 से शुरू हुआ। सत्येंद्र जैन 2022 में जेल में थे, तो उससे जेल में जाने से पहले ये सारा का सारा काम वो कर चुके थे। तो इसलिए ये कहना कि पंजाब के चुनाव की वजह से गिरफ्तारी की गई, ये बिल्कुल असत्य है। और अरविंद केजरीवाल ने पहली बार ये नहीं कहा है। जब भी उनका नेता कोई गिरफ्तार होता है या कोई कार्रवाई होती है तो छूटते ही वो ये कहते हैं कि फलानी जगह पर ये उसका ठीकरा वो दूसरे लोगों के सिर फोड़ना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि बिल्कुल गलत है और उनकी बात में कोई दम नहीं।
सत्येंद्र जैन
पार्टी के लिए, आम आदमी पार्टी के लिए कलेक्शन एजेंट का काम कर रहे हैं पंजाब के अंदर। वो बिल्डर से, रियल एस्टेट से खुल के उगाही कर रहे हैं। और अगर ऐसा नहीं है तो मुझे एक बात बताइए, फिर उनको किस कारण से पंजाब में, चंडीगढ़ में मंत्रियों से भी ज़्यादा लग्जूरियस कोठी दी गई है? वो बंगला नंबर 926 में, सेक्टर 39 में कैसे रह रहे हैं? क्यों उनको इतनी बड़ी कोठी दी गई है, जबकि ही इज जस्ट एन एक्स MLA फ्रॉम दिल्ली? अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की एक मूवी है, उस मूवी का नाम है भ्रष्टाचार की किताब, दिल्ली टू पंजाब। इस मूवी के पूरी तरीके से राइटर, डायरेक्टर, प्रोड्यूसर, कोरियोग्राफर सब अरविंद केजरीवाल हैं। ये जो लोग अब अरेस्ट हो रहे हैं, सत्येंद्र जैन एंड अदर्स, दे आर जस्ट एक्टर्स इन दिस फिल्म। द एक्चुअल एक्शन हैज बीन डायरेक्टेड बाय अरविंद केजरीवाल एंड उनके ऊपर एक्शन होना चाहिए। ये तो सरकार पूरी तरीके से जेल से ही चला रहे थे, इसमें क्या शक है? अरविंद केजरीवाल खुद इतने दिन जेल में रहे, तो क्या उन्होंने सरकार नहीं चलाई? तो ये सारे सरकार जेल से ही चला रहे हैं। और ये करप्शन बहुत सीरियस करप्शन है, क्योंकि जैसे मैंने बताया, माँ यमुना की सफाई से रिलेटेड ये करप्शन है। कितने सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट्स इन लोगों ने बनाए, और जो बनाए उनके ऊपर करप्शन कर दिया, तो कैसे माँ यमुना साफ होती?
देखिए, सत्येंद्र जैन जी पंजाब के को इंचार्ज हैं और चुनाव आने वाले हैं, और बीजेपी ने अपना पैटर्न फिर से शुरू कर दिया है। लोग अब इन बातों को समझते हैं, और कोई भी नहीं मानता जो सत्येंद्र जैन जी के खिलाफ ये झूठे मुकदमे कर रहे हैं। पहले भी इन्होंने सत्येंद्र जैन जी को झूठे केस में जेल में डाला था, और जिस टाइम वो जेल में थे तब का ये घोटाला, तथा कथित घोटाला बताया जा रहा है। और उस टाइम बीजेपी ट्वीट करके क्या कह रही थी, आपके देखिए, कह रही है, राघव चड्ढा ने राजेंद्र नगर की कुर्सी पर बैठ जल बोर्ड का घोटाले को दिया अंजाम। तो अब किया उन्होंने राघव चड्ढा से कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन? किया उन्होंने राघव चड्ढा को अरेस्ट? हम लोग बीजेपी के फर्जी केसेस से डरने वाले नहीं हैं। बीजेपी तो पहले भी हमारे कितने नेताओं को फर्जी केसेस में जेल डालकर फिर हमें कोर्ट से क्लीन चिट मिली, कोर्ट ने हमें डिस्चार्ज तक दे दिया कि ये केस तो चलाने योग्य भी नहीं है। इस बार भी ऐसा होगा क्या? इनको लगता है कि लोग इनकी बात मानेंगे ऐसे? युवा इनसे नाराज है आज। क्या युवा इनसे इन बातों से जुड़ेगा? चंदा चोरी की इन्होंने लोगों की आस्था के साथ खेला। क्या लोग इन बातों को भूल जाएंगे? ऐसा नहीं होने वाला। मोदी जी को गवर्नेंस पे लड़ाई करनी चाहिए, हेल्थ केयर, एजुकेशन पे लड़ाई करनी चाहिए। और अगर सच में ACB को और भाजपा को करप्शन पे एक्शन लेना है ना, तो रेखा गुप्ता के यहाँ चले जाएं, उनको और उनकी पूरी कैबिनेट को अरेस्ट कर लें। उन्होंने अभी 18 महीने की सरकार के अंदर करोड़ों का राइस घोटाला किया। उन्होंने अभी 18 महीने के अंदर 700 करोड़ का मेडिकल इक्विपमेंट स्कैम किया। उन्होंने अभी 90 करोड़ का साइकिल घोटाला किया, जहां आपने देखा होगा हमारे विधायक भी 4,000 की साइकिल जो थी वो 7200 की रेखा गुप्ता सरकार ने खरीदी, और हमारे विधायकों ने ये दिखाया। तो अगर बीजेपी को ये सच में करप्शन के ऊपर एक्शन लेना है तो इन घोटालों की जांच करें, रेखा गुप्ता को अरेस्ट करें।
Getting some big updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV. So let's tell you what's happening. ACB demanding police custody of Ankit. However, for others, they have demanded the judicial custody, including Satyendar Jain as well. So big updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV. Let's tell you exactly what is happening. Delhi ACB has arrested Aam Aadmi Party leader Jain and 5 others over alleged irregularities in a sewage plant tender case, claiming favoritism and a 1.52 crore money trail. So let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Let's go to Saurav. Saurav, yes, let's take our viewers through what we can expect next. ACB demanding police custody for Ankit. For others, they want judicial custody, including for Satyendar Jain. Why is that, Saurav?
Yeah, because the major thing here is that they want to interrogate more from the Ankit Srivastava, who was the Delhi Jal Board contractual worker at that time and who was actively involved in this whole tender process. And that is why they have sought the police custody for the Ankit Srivastava in this case. And however, as far as the others are concerned, including the then Delhi Jal Board CEO, Udit, Prakash and the former Delhi Minister Satyendar Jain, they have sought the judicial custody for other 5 accused in this case. However, Satyendar Jain's lawyer has also said in the court that the arrest was made against the law. There was no ground for the ACB to arrest the accused in this case, and the EDI has also filed a charge sheet back in 2025, and during that time also there was no arrest made by the ED. But this time the ACB has arrested the main co-conspirator Satyendar Jain and the then Delhi Jal Board CEO. And this is the case when the police interrogation and the ACB interrogation has found enough evidence against all the accused, and that is why they have demanded the judicial custody for the Satyendar Jain and the other 4 accused in this case. But however, there are some facts which are still to be verified against the DJP contractual worker Ankit Srivastava, which is in question, and for whom the ACB has demanded the police custody in this regard, Shivangi.
Yes, sort of hold on for a second there. Really, I have to move ahead. I'm getting some more breaking news coming in, viewers. Let's go to the next set of breaking news that we are getting for our viewers right now. And this is coming in from Patna, viewers. In Patna, LOP Tejasvi Yadav will be leading a march, Raj Bhavan march from Gandhi Maidan. So we see in Bihar, and we'll put out some pictures coming in. Okay, there you go. Live pictures coming from Patna, Bihar. RJD leader and the Bihar LOP Tejasvi Yadav saying his party started a march to Raj Bhavan to protest alleged paper leaks and irregularities in the competitive examination. First on Republic TV, big breaking news coming in. Okay, let's go to my colleague Prakash, who's joining us. Prakash, if you could just help our viewers understand what are we seeing on the screens and walk us through these fresh breaking visuals which are coming in.
Well, the RJD has staged a protest against the rise in unemployment, paper leak, and also the deteriorating law and order situation in Bihar. And the specific demand was pertaining to the bullet firing that was done from an AK-47 rifle in Siwan district earlier this month when the NEET protest took place. And that due to which Tejasvi Yadav is holding a protest here in Patna. And now they have crossed from the Dakbangala crossing to the income tax.
That's right. Yes, Prakash, yes, go ahead. So we see that Yadav was hit out at the state government over the worsening law and order condition in the state. What has the government, Bihar government, replied back on this matter?
Well, it's a political protest, and as we all know that Tejasvi has been marginalized in the politics of Bihar, and his party could not take off as far as elections were concerned, and thereafter he's been marginalized in the political spectrum of Bihar, due to which.
That's right. Okay, Prakash, editor special projects. Thank you for getting us all those updates coming in. Okay, we will be taking a short break now. Those are pictures coming in from Patna, Bihar of the LOP there, Tejasvi Yadav leading a march to Raj Bhavan against the paper leak issue, viewers. And this is coming in as we see that Tejasvi Yadav says that we're trying to put pressure on the state government and raise the grievances of students and youth against paper leaks. We'll try to go across to our editor special reports, Prakash, in a short while from now. But let's see what's happening on the ground first. say that a lot of water cannons are being used against the protesters who are from the side of the Bihar leader of opposition, RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav, his party marching to Raj Bhavan to speak about and raise the grievances of students and the youth against paper leak. And we have seen the past few weeks now, the Yadav has hit out at the state government over the worsening law and order situation. That's what they're calling it in the state, and claiming that the competitive examinations were being marred by paper leaks and series of irregularities. So these allegations coming in from the LOP, Tejasvi Yadav, pictures coming in from Patna, Bihar, of the Bihar LOP going ahead and alleging that there is a worsening law and order situation in the state of Bihar. These allegations coming in from Yadav and saying that there's an issue of paper leaks as well in the state. Now, we have seen similar issues being raised in multiple states. All right, we're getting these pictures coming in where we see that clearly the protesters there breaking barricades, water cannons being used against them. Police personnel have to use water cannons because the protests are getting bigger and bigger by the minute now. We're trying to get a reaction coming in from Tejasvi Yadav as well. Once we get that reaction, we'll tell our viewers exactly what he has said. But this is a planned protest of the RJD leader and the Bihar LOP, Tejasvi Yadav, who is marching to Raj Bhavan to protest what he says are paper leaks and irregularities in competitive examinations. He has also questioned the government there over the law and order situation, and multiple issues are being raised by Tejasvi Yadav. But on your screen, we can see there has been a huge protest. You can see that these protesters who are from the side of Tejasvi Yadav are holding barricades, they're pulling up barricades, breaking barricades, and because of the chaos that is reigning there, we see that the police personnel have to use water cannons on the protesters to control the crowd. So these are the pictures coming in from Patna, Bihar. We'll try to go across to my colleague Prakash as well in a short while from now to really understand what the latest is. But a huge protest which has been planned by Tejasvi Yadav, and party members from RJD are marching to Raj Bhavan to protest the alleged paper leaks. Taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. We'll keep getting our viewers the biggest updates on India's #1 news network, Republic. And the protests continue in Patna. We'll get our viewers much more coming right up.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
Quiet. You're very disrespectful in front of this young man. We can't go around and protect all of these countries, especially when they're not there to help us.
In the recent episode of Tantrums, U.S. President Donald Trump is openly frustrated with South Korea. The U.S. president has scaled down joint military drills with Seoul as a clear pressure tactic.
South Korea has been protected by us for many, many years. And during my first term, they agreed to pay close to $3 billion a year for protection because we don't, they essentially weren't paying. And I asked them to do that at my request. I said, not right. They weren't happy about it, but they agreed. I asked for $10 billion, and they were very unhappy. But we agreed for a short term.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All right, here's getting you live visuals from Patna in Bihar. This is where RJD workers have now hit the streets, and leading him is LOP and RJD leader. On your screen, Tejasvi Yadav. This comes in as clashes, in fact, are now being reported between the police and the RJD workers, which are protesting over paper leaks and the other problems faced by students in Bihar. Coming in, live visuals, a massive showdown right now between the police and the protesters. Essentially, RJD workers have now hit the streets in Patna over the paper leaks and the other issues that students, especially youngsters in Bihar, are facing at the moment. Now, the march, in fact, is being led by RJD leader and leader for opposition, Tejasvi Yadav, who's set to march towards Raj Bhavan. But now you can see as the police has now intervened, and one can also see that several students have also been detained. We'll try and confirm that for you, but right now we can see that the police at the moment trying to ensure that the crowd remains in control and there is no untoward incident that takes place. But you can see, in fact, Tejasvi Yadav right now. Let's try and hear the reaction.
शांतिपूर्ण मार्च कर रहे थे तिरंगा लेकर के, छात्रों के मुद्दे को लेकर के, लेकिन जिस प्रकार से अंदर आ जा, अंदर आ जा, अंदर ब्लॉक आप लोग राजभवन जाने वाले थे, यहीं पे डिटेन हो गए। देखिए, लोगों का मार्च राजभवन तक का था, लेकिन इनकम टैक्स पे ही रोक दिया गया। इस जुर्म हम लोग आगे लड़ाई लड़ते रहेंगे। जेल भेजने से हम लोग डरने वाले लोग नहीं हैं। हमारे भगवान श्री कृष्ण का ही जन्म जो है जेल में हुआ था, और छात्रों के हक और अधिकार के लिए, बेरोजगारी मिटाने के लिए, पेपर लीक रोकने के लिए, पारदर्शिता परीक्षा के लिए, इन सब सारी चीज़ों के लिए, अच्छी शिक्षा व्यवस्था के लिए, अच्छी स्वास्थ्य व्यवस्था के लिए, बिहार को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, बिहार के भविष्य को बेहतर करने के लिए हम लोग हमेशा आवाज़ उठाते रहेंगे, लड़ाई लड़ते रहेंगे। क्या कहेंगे कार्यकर्ताओं को, क्या कहेंगे? नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी।
All right, viewers, so those are the visuals we're getting in as Tejasvi Yadav and Mirza Bhati, in fact, are leading this march against the police action, the alleged police brutality, and what they're claiming was the use of AK-47 in a student protest. They are marching against such alleged brutalities over student protesters. They're claiming that marching for students' rights and to ensure there is transparency and no paper leaks happen in Bihar. So over that, RJD leader Tejaswi Yadav now leading the protest. They were set to march towards a Lok Bhavan, but right now they've been detained, and we're getting these live visuals from Patna. This is where massive showdown has now escalated. The protest started over the use of AK-47, alleged use of AK-47 by security personnel during the students' protest. But at large, Tejaswi Yadav, speaking a short while before, said that this protest for students' rights, for their struggle, and to ensure that there is transparency in the education system and no paper leaks happen in the future. So we've seen this similar scenes unfold in Jharkhand as well, Jantar Mantar, of course, and now even in Patna, RJD leaders have now hit the streets. They were set to march to Lok Bhavan over paper leaks, over alleged police brutality, and to ensure that they can have a better education system for students in Bihar. Right now, police there are deployed in large numbers to ensure that no untoward incidents takes place. But you can see, in fact, RJD workers are there toppling barricades, pushing these police workers as well. And right now, massive showdown, in fact, underway in Patna, where several of the RJD workers have now hit the streets over police action against student protesters.
डरी है, नौजवानों से डरी है, जनता से डरी हुई है सरकार।
इसीलिए आप लोगों को रोक दिया गया क्या?
कब तक रोकेगी, कब तक जेल भेजेगी, कब तक गोलियां चलाएगी?
वाटर कैनन का भी प्रयोग किया गया आप लोगों पे।
जो सत्ता में है उसको जाना तय है, कोई परमानेंट नहीं होता, सबका हिसाब लिया जाएगा।
छात्रों का भी पूरा सहयोग मिला तेजस्वी जी।
सब छात्र लोग, नौजवान, हर जाति के लोगों का समर्थन करेंगे।
All right, viewers, Tejaswi Yadav there in Patna leading the march towards Lok Bhavan, asking that questions, in fact, over to government over the kind of police action that took place over the use of AK-47 during the student protest in Bihar. So RJD demanding that investigation takes place of whether or not AK-47 was in fact used in the student protest. So essentially the protest which started over the use of AK-47 now asking larger questions about education reforms in Bihar to ensure that there is a transparent education system for the youth in the state. Now we understand that right now their march has been stopped by the police. They were set to march towards Lok Bhavan, but the RJD march led by Tejaswi Yadav, who is the leader of opposition there, has now been stopped, and they've been stopped from marching towards Lok Bhavan. Several leaders have also been detained. This is a massive showdown that's now escalating in Patna right now. We're getting these visuals. You can see RJD workers in hundreds of numbers. They've now hit the streets, and there's large security deployment as well to ensure that there is no untoward incidents. In fact, there were visuals earlier as well, police using water cannons to disperse the crowd which has gathered there in large numbers. But right now on your screen you can see how the RJD workers are in fact breaching barricades. They're toppling barricades. Several layers of barricades have been put in place, but they are breaching those barricading in fact put in place. But police there also deployed in large numbers right now. Tejaswi Yadav essentially leading this march over paper leaks, over unemployment issues, over other problems as well faced by students in Bihar. Now we've seen this model that was implemented at Jantar Mantar, even in Jharkhand, and now here as well in Bihar. Politics escalating over students' issues. You can see some of the students, in fact, right now have collapsed as well. We're getting these live visuals.
आप सभी से निवेदन है, राष्ट्रीय ध्वज को गलत तरह से अपमानित मत करिए। सभी लोग ध्वज को ऊपर उठाकर रखिए, उसे जमीन पर मत फेंकिए, उसको अपने शरीर पर मत लपेटिए। बस आगे बढ़वाइए, थाना पहुंचवाइए। आप सभी से निवेदन है, बस के सामने से हट जाइए।
क्या कहेंगे नेता को? आपका लाठी गुंडा की सरकार नहीं चलेगी। हमारे नेता जी को सरकार ये कतई बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा बिहार के जनता। और तेजस्वी प्रसाद इस बस में क्या कहेंगे अध्यक्ष जी, क्या कहेंगे आपके नेता को गिरफ्तार करने के?
Been stopped by police. As you can see on your screen, there is heavy deployment of security personnel as RJD has now hit the streets, and these are student protests being led by RJD. These are protests over alleged police brutality, over the use of AK-47 during student protests, against unemployment and against several other issues that students are facing in Bihar. So right now we're looking at these live visuals coming to life from Patna, where RJD leader of opposition as well as RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav is now leading the march of students, of these RJD workers, towards Lok Bhavan, essentially asking that an investigation take place into whether or not AK-47 was used against these students, protesters. So that's one of their demands as well. They're demanding a better and a transparent education system. So opposition essentially leading this march against Samrat Chaudhary government in Bihar. These are live visuals that we're getting in of, we can show you in fact how numbers are swelling up on the ground right now, as more and more RJD workers continue to join this protest and this march towards Lok Bhavan right now. All right, my colleague Niranjan also joins us with more details on this. And Niranjan, we've seen this script unfold, whether it was Delhi, in Jharkhand as well, and now it looks like that leader of opposition in Bihar also wants to, hijack this student issue and turn this into a political movement as well.
Well, the triggers for this seems to be the fact that AK-47 was used in the protest, and if you look at what the state government has said, the state government and the police have confirmed that AK-47 was fired during the student protest, and that the Bihar government has gone on record regarding the allegations of excessive force, confirming that yes, AK-47 was fired during the student protests. They did confirm, but they also gave a caveat. They filed a counter affidavit on the use of police on the use of police brutality that was alleged against protesting students in the aftermath of the CJP protests. They denied use of excessive force. First up, secondly, the Bihar government also told Supreme Court that AK-47 was fired during the protest, but nobody was injured.
Right.
This is what they have said on record.
Right, in fact, so that's the official statement that came in from Bihar government.
बंदूकों का भी इस्तेमाल ये बिहार सरकार ना करा रही है। सब लोगों को डिटेन किया जा रहा है, क्या कहिएगा? निशा दीदी, भाई खून तो लेने दो। दीदी क्या कहेंगे एसपीजी को
Right, in fact, there you saw on your screen Mirza Bharti, who's also leading this RJD protest along with leader of opposition Tejasvi Yadav. Both of them hitting the streets along with RJD workers, asking questions to government over the use of AK-47 and the alleged police brutality during the student protest in Bihar. So right now we're getting these visuals as protest on ground continues to escalate. You can see, in fact, several workers of RJD are now toppling barricades. They are breaching multiple levels of security that have been put in place, while police, in fact, on the other hand, trying to disperse the crowd using water cannons as well to control the situation. But this is opposition at large leading this march towards Lok Bhavan, asking tough questions from the government over the use of AK-47, over rising unemployment as well. My colleague Niranjan continues to stay with me as well. Niranjan, what are their primary demands? As you mentioned that the government has given out an official statement over the use of AK-47. So what are their primary demands coming in from the opposition leaders, Tejasvi Yadav, who's now hit the street?
Well, first of all, Tejasvi Yadav seems to have woken up from a long slumber, because you haven't seen him in public for a very long time. In fact, one of the rare times that he has been seen in public after the jolt that he received in the election. So he's sort of gone underground after that.
Right.
So his first full-blown public appearance here. Now, as far as this AK-47 episode is concerned, primarily they say it is over the use of force and AK-47 against students. Now, it's belated, isn't it? Because this happened a long time back. I mean, almost 2 weeks back.
Almost a month ago, yes.
Yeah, almost a month ago. And then this is completely belated. So I'm not sure what the motive is, whether they felt, like you call it, whether they felt FOMO and are trying to sort of catch up with the other opposition parties. Now here, the Siwan SP has also been removed over the use of this episode of the AK-47 episode. In fact, he's also been placed under waiting for posting. He hasn't been allotted a new, district or a new position. So the state has taken action. I mean, you did see his video where he's holding an AK-47. We were actually live that day on Republic when it happened. And, this was sort of unwarranted. Many would say unwarranted, but the police have said in court that that particular officer was completely cornered. And that is why he had to sort of use this gun. Now, that's what he said on record. But interestingly, I'm not really sure what the RJD is protesting here, because they have the matters ended, matters settled, matters in court. So perhaps belated action. I mean, missing in action all these days have been seen in public now. Back to you.
Right. In fact, this is what we're essentially staring at, delayed action, because the government has already issued a clarification of the use of AK-47. The official involved has now been suspended as well. As far as paper leaks are concerned, an act nationwide has now been brought in to ensure that the education system can become more transparent. But similar script now playing out, what we've seen in Jantar Mantar as well. But after a month, viewers, the timing has to be taken into context here. It is after a month over the use of AK-47 that the protests have now erupted in Bihar, essentially, where it looks like Tejaswi Yadav, who's maybe looking for some political brownie points over this, but has now hit the streets along with Mirza Bharti leading this march towards Lok Bhavan right now. And we're getting these live visuals on Republic TV showing you exactly what is unfolding right now in Patna, as several of the RJD workers have now hit the streets. They are demanding accountability over paper leaks from Bihar government, trying to corner the government, Samrat Chaudhary government, over the kind of issues which have essentially plagued the youngsters, the youth in Bihar. So right now we're getting these live visuals. As you can see, the march essentially escalating with Tejaswi Yadav and Mirza Bharti both leading the march on the ground in Patna right now against the government. They're asking that investigation takes place into the use of AK-47, while at the same time demanding accountability from rising unemployment as well in the state. On your screen, you can see RJD workers, in fact, holding a tricolor in their hand and marching towards Lok Bhavan. Let's also listen in to what exactly the opposition leaders are saying on this march.
इससे कोई फर्क पड़ने वाला नहीं है। जनता जाग चुकी है, सड़कों पर है। सरकार को जो है झुकना ही पड़ेगा, ऐसे काम चलने वाला नहीं है।
देखिए, आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सरकार गई थी और सरकार ने माना कि सिवान में AK-47 का इस्तेमाल हुआ है, लेकिन जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट से चाहे वो पक्ष हो, चाहे विपक्ष हो, चाहे वो स्टूडेंट हो, चाहे इस भारत का आम नागरिक बहुत उम्मीद की नज़रों से देखता है। हमें पूरी उम्मीद थी कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जो न्यायाधीश बैठेंगे कुर्सी पे, महिला होने के नाते मैं बोलती हूँ कि कहीं ना कहीं वो भी मैरिड होंगे, उनकी भी पत्नी होगी, उनके भी बच्चे होंगे और उनके बच्चे भी पढ़ने लिखने वाले होंगे और कंपटीशन का तैयारी करते होंगे। हो सकता, मैं नहीं जानती कौन से जज वहाँ आज बैठे थे, हो सकता है उनके बच्चों में से किसी ने नीट का भी परीक्षा दिया होगा। तो हमें ये उम्मीद थी कि जो छात्र हैं इस देश के, ख़ास तौर पे बिहार के, उनकी भावनाओं के साथ वो न्याय करेंगे और समझेंगे, लेकिन वहाँ से भी हमें निराशा ही हाथ लगा है। आप बताइए कि एक जिला का जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर और वहाँ का सिचुएशन के लिए जिला अध्यक्ष और SP बनाया जाता है, आखिर एक अदना सा सिपाही किसके आदेश से प्रदर्शन में AK-47 लेकर के आया है? इसका जवाब ना तो सिवान के अधिकारी दे रहे हैं, चाहे वो DM हो, चाहे वो SP हो, ना ही बिहार सरकार दे रही है, ना ही वो DGP दे रहे हैं। तो आखिर बिहार के जो छात्र हैं और जो बिहार के आम जनता है, वो यही समझ रही है कि जो बिहार में जो सरकार है वो हत्यारी सरकार है।
All right, here's slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, we'll get you all the details of what is right now unfolding in Patna as RJD leaders have now hit the streets over the use of AK-47 during the student protest. We'll get you all the details on that. Stay tuned.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हिंदुस्तान के अंदर सिस्टम के अंदर इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिवोल्ट हो रहा है। तो आप सोचती हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। वो 3 साल पहले फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर के मैसेजेस मेरे पास आ रहे हैं। हेड ऑफ इंटेलिजेंस सिस्टम
Coming up after a short break, a massive showdown on the streets of Patna as RJD leaders are led by Tejasvi Yadav now hit the streets asking accountability from the government over the use of AK-47 during students' protest in Bihar. Get you all the details on the other side. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान। अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने। मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Quiet. You're very disrespectful in front of this young man. We can't go around and protect all of these countries, especially when they're not there to help us.
And coming up on Bharat in 1 minute, an encounter took place between police and criminals in Ghaziabad, where 2 suspects who were habitual offenders were shot in their leg during their retaliatory firing. Police recovered weapons from the 2 suspects and an investigation on the incident is underway. Protests erupted at a college in Kerala after a student from Arunachal Pradesh committed suicide over the college's minimum credit requirements, year-back system and a high supplementary examination fee. A 3-page suicide note written in English and Hindi was recovered by the cops and an investigation on the incident is underway. A uniformed police constable was beaten in public in Agra after the cop is allegedly involved in the ongoing dispute with his wife. Now, the incident reportedly took place outside the railway station where more than half a dozen people attacked the cop. The attackers were believed to be members of his in-laws family, and the incident has gone viral on social media ever since.
बनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हिंदुस्तान के अंदर सिस्टम के अंदर इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिवोल्ट हो रहा है। तो आप सोचती हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। वो 3 साल पहले फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर के मैसेजेस मेरे पास आ रहे हैं। हेड ऑफ इंटेलिजेंस सिस्टम, सीनियर जुडिशरी, सारों के सारे रिवोल्ट कर रहे हैं, इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहे हैं हमें। तो जो कंट्रोल का सिस्टम था एक तरफ से वो कोलैप्स कर रहा है अंदर से, क्योंकि लोगों को दिख रहा है कि जनता का प्रेशर अब ऐसा भयंकर आएगा।
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Anti-corruption branch seeks judicial custody of AAP leader and former Delhi minister Satyendar Jain in a Delhi Jal Board scam. Madras High Court clears way for Tamil Anthem, says the Tamil Anthem can proceed Vande Mataram and National Anthem. At least 9 people, including a child, were killed after a massive fire broke out at a hotel in Kolkata. A major drug racket busted in Ramnagar district near Bengaluru by Enforcement Directorate. Medicines worth over 5 crore rupees seized. Massive setback for rapist Tarun Tejpal. Goa government moves the top court against Tejpal's 10-year sentence, says that 10 years are not enough, seeks maximum sentence for 2013 rape case. All right, viewers, we're getting these live visuals from Patna. This is where the protests have now escalated, which started with the use of AK-47 have now escalated on the ground. You have leader of opposition and RJD leaders, Misa Bharti, as well as Tejaswi Yadav, leading these march and student protesters essentially to Lok Bhavan. And these are the live visuals that we're getting in from Patna, where the protests are now escalating on the ground. Massive security deployment there. You can see multiple layers of barricading have been put in place to ensure that no untoward incident takes place. In fact, these are shots that we're getting earlier as well. Police there using water cannons to disperse the crowd, which now seems to be swelling up on the streets. So over a month later, in fact, we're now looking at RJD leaders essentially waking up over the use of AK-47 during the student protest and now demanding accountability from Samrat Chaudhary government over the same. They are seeking that an investigation must take place into the incident which involved the use of AK-47 during the students' protest in Bihar. And right now you can see the situation escalating on the ground as RJD workers are toppling barricades, while on the other hand, police using water cannons to ensure that no untoward incident takes place and the crowd can be brought under control. So massive showdown as tensions continue to escalate now on the ground in Patna right now. This is where RJD leaders have now hit the streets over the use of AK-47. There are larger issues also that they are demanding that a better education, a better transparent education system must be brought in place in Bihar. They say the protest also concerns the rising unemployment in the state as well. So multiple issues now being raised in the interest of students by RJD leaders during these protests. But right now, situation escalating on the ground as the police have now resorted to the use of water cannons on these protesters to bring them under control right now. Right now, in fact, you can also see police officials are there urging the protesters to not engage in any violent act. You can see that there's a huge deployment of police force as well on the ground to contain the rising number of protesters and the RJD workers that we're now seeing on the streets of Patna. And police, they are using continuously water cannons as well to disperse the crowd, which is set to, in fact, take this march forward towards Lok Bhavan. It is RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav who's leading these march of student protesters right now. Misa Bharti also there leading the protesters. And right now you can see a police there using water cannons to disperse the crowd and to ensure that the crowd